Introducing Pubcoin. Pubcoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into Pubcoins. Pubcoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. Pubsportsradio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Your membership to Gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Pat Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! Here he goes. There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nuss Flush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Can. Kenny Can wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50? You son of a bitch! Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Can Smoke and Mirrors. Director 97 home. That is great. Here comes Jason Meyer, the other auto custodian. Billy Friedrich. Jones one all coming down to the finish.
Coin! Fired! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the Clark Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a dawn. By the young phenom known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA when we all PSR Pub Sports Radio Bizarre is a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, baby with the bag and you love it. You want a top 10, we above it. Let's check.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Welcome to Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. Thank you guys for joining us. We have a massive card today here. Huge, giant card. It's an important time of year to get paid in full as well. Very important time of year. But there are more important things than capping sometimes. There are more important things. Obviously, the focus of this show is to break down the card to the best of our abilities and lead us into a place where we can take out the books and defeat the juice and succeed not only today but succeed long term. One of our friends, great friends of the channel, who's been with us since day one, who's rocked with me since Costa Rica, who was coming to Pubapalooza, has now had to change his plans. Our great friend Julian Cesario, will be having open heart surgery coming up here, and this guy is a rock star. Like, he really is. He's a lead singer in a band. He's in Hollywood. He's in movies, and he's magnetic. The guy's electric. He's so much fun to hang out with. He just, he's just a perfect example of who we are as a group. And over the next little while, the surgery is right now going to be, the exact date's not quite set. It's going to be end of February and early March. And all we can do is send him. Not all we can do, because life comes down to, what do you care about and how much do you care? There's things that we care about that we shouldn't care about. The things that take away our energy. And then there's things that we should really care about. And if we could all, whenever you need, and we'll put, we can connect you with Julian's X handle as well. But it's time for us as his friends, as a group of friends, to let him know that he can defeat this and he can beat this and he can handle this, because he can handle anything that comes in his path. And that we love him so much, and fill him with strength and confidence, even though he's already got it, in spades. But what we can do is call him, message him, let him know how much he means to us. And look, there he is in the chat. I just saw. I mean, of course, always putting so much energy and love into our show, into our chat, into our family. I mean, the guy, when we should be giving him all of this energy, he's still giving it to us. That's the kind of guy Julian is. So over the next little while, let's keep him in our thoughts, man. Let's send positive energy. Let's send healing vibes, and make sure that he's ready to rock with us for Pubapalooza 6. So, yeah, Julian, we love you, man, and we got your back, and we'll be in touch often, and we love you. So there is the most important thing for our show today is our guy, Julian Cesario. Thinking about you, man. Respect and love to our guy, Julian Cesario, who's just magic. I mean, he's the best of us. And I know he's going to be rocking with us for a long time, but he needs that from us. And we, that is the most important thing that we can do. I shout out to all the cappers rocking with us today. It is Thursday, December 18th. We have a giant show for you guys today. We have NHL, which we're going to be popping off very, very quickly here. It's a huge NHL card. We have the Thursday night football, as big as a football game could possibly get. Rams, Seahawks, number 1 seed on the line, NFC West title on the line, so much on the line. All my future, well, not all, but heavy futures I have on the Rams. I've hammered the game, and it's going to be really fun. A very interesting situation, too. So we're going to get into that. Then we have Morgan Spooner joining us in college basketball. We both have action in the HBCU Classic. I've got one game. He's got a different game. I've got 4 bets. He has 6. So we will be attacking college basketball together. And then we have this giant NBA card. It's got to be pretty strict timing today. We have Bobano for an hour. We have Spooner for an hour. Then we have Brizzy, and we got to get through 12 NBA games at that point. Once we're done that, we go into the Xbox Bowl, Missouri State, Arkansas State Red Wolves. And also, special guest, we have LJ from H-Town joining us for this big, giant, big, beautiful NBA card. So we're locked and loaded. Thank you guys for joining us. I may be a little flighty at times. The action that we deal with, the roller coaster ride that we deal with, there's times where it seems to get the best of me, and I am just staring at the ceiling, not sleeping, and really caught up in the capping and the work that goes into it, which I enjoy very much. So I might be a little flighty, but I am ready to rock and roll. Let's get to work here. Shout out to all the cappers joining us. Res Mob in the house. We got Billy Friedrich. Pig Milk play of the day is in. It is Southern Indiana. Southern Indiana here -2 at -110. He's coming off a 6-0 day in college basketball. Shout out to Billy Friedrich. He's also got Temple, Tennessee Tech, UT Martin as well. Let's get this all copied and pasted. We have Justin McKelvey, Stacks plays of the day 1 and 2. Stafford Pick and William and Mary -8 will be capping that game with Morgan Spooner. Fresh Maple Bars play of the day is the Rams, all over Rams. Wow, look at that. He's all in the Rams in every conceivable way. Dizzy Donut here. Res Mob saying the brother of Rams star Puka Nacua is one of 2 men arrested over the weekend for stealing a vehicle that reportedly belonged to Lakers forward Adu Tiero. I mean, look, all you can really control is what you do in life. And that's now, you can help lead people in the right direction, but what can you control is what you do. Philip, it is great to see you. Steve G, ready to get to work. Man, Bear, Pig, NMB, Johnny Redbeard in the house. Old E, Shambria, Franklin, Chappie, Funk, ready to go. Johnny Blaze, there's Spooner in the house. Kong's Clips, ready to get to work. There is Slats. He says Kaprizov has 10 goals his last 8 games versus the Jackets, 17 shots goals last 2 games versus the Jackets. Insane. And Slatsy's on Kaprizov for a goal at +111 here. Let's get that. Make sure we have that copied and pasted. We got to get right to work here. So I'm going to keep copying and pasting as we roll through, but we need to get up and at 'em. This is a massive, massive show, and it's extremely important for us to succeed. We got Kent Davies in the house, Rich in Van City. Thank you, Rich, for sending to our friend Julian Cesario. Philly Eagle Flyer, Rob Free Bands, ready to get to work. Said 4 hours, my ass. I need that 6-hour show. Oh, what a battle. What an absolute battle that we face every day. There's Luke Murphy, ready to go. Thank you guys for joining us. Coin, the wager detective. Tommy Bums in the house. Thank you guys for joining us. I will keep copying and pasting all of... today marks 5 years since Kong lost his mom. 5-year anniversary. Man, Kong, that will never get easier. Never get easier. But one thing you can take solace in is your family that you've built up, believe in, and love so much. And your mom would be so proud of your kids, how great they're doing in life, with all this potential and excitement ahead of them. And, how much we care about rocking with you each and every day. 5-year anniversary. It's never going to get easier. But do know that we, goddamn, love you, Kong. And you are leading the way. Your mom would be so proud seeing your family flourish the way it is right now. Let's get Kong's Clips here to get us rolling today. Let's roll here. Let me just take care of a couple things. And sent. Can't wait to see you. Okay, we are in business. So it's going to be fun. LJ from H-Town opening up his NBA account alongside Billy Brisbane, this giant NHL card. Our first guest, I moved down to Costa Rica on October 1st, 2017. I'd already met your first guest. And, we're coming into 9 years soon of capping together. And the work that he is doing on every show that I'm a part of is, at an extremely impressive rate. He's capping at an extremely high level right now and leading us all to the cash, regardless of what sport we are talking about. And it's really fun to watch him destroy the books the way he's doing. And it means so much to our show because we track everything and we give out lines that are available at the point where the guest is on with us, unless he puts them out on X. And every sport here, our next guest is just destroying. And his numbers in the National Hockey League, and also we'll talk Thursday Night Football, his numbers in football, his numbers on NFL Pop-Up, everything he's touching here on the show is incredible. And we are extremely thankful for it. So without further ado, our next guest, his ROI in NHL over 132 bets is 16.10%. He's doing that with an average line at plus 129. He always instills confidence in me. Even I'm having a bad hockey season right now, and it's just nothing but positivity and belief in me. And it's been very fun watching him succeed. We have a 16.10% ROI in NHL. And when we talk about Thursday Night Football, this is just on our show. This is not NFL Pop-Up. On our show, in 16 bets for the preseason NFL that we talked about and Thursday Night Football, his ROI is 58.94%. Please welcome the star of the Ice Guys, the NBA OG show, and the Hitting the Books YouTube channel, our friend Mr. Ian Cameron, to the show. Ian, how are you, my man?
Yeah, I'm like I said, it's been terrific. The results, very, very kind. The words you just spoke a few moments ago, very, very, very pleased with the way things are going. There's a long season ahead, though, and in the NFL, there's still 3 weeks of the regular season and playoffs. We know with the NHL, with over half the season, it's been awesome. Don't get me wrong. It's been phenomenal, really, the NHL season so far. But things can change. You got to keep your eye on the prize. You got to maintain focus, and you got to look ahead. And that's what we'll do here today.
Let's get to work, my friend. We have a banger up front, and we got to move very quickly here.
Yes.
We have 42 minutes
Yep.
of Ian Cameron. So let's roll. We start 7 p.m. Eastern with the Edmonton Oilers 16-12-6, 8-9-3 on the road to the Boston Bruins 20-14-0, 12-5-0 home at TD Garden, Boston. Now, I have the listed goalies from early this morning. Late last night and early this morning. Things can change, so let me know. But I've got Tristan Jarry listed 11-3-1, 2.77 goals against average, 905 save percentage, 1 shutout. Going up against Jeremy Swayman, 14-8-0, 2.74 goals against average, 910 save percentage, no shutouts on the season. I guess it comes to no surprise to hockey fans that the Oilers have taken their very comfortable position on top of the power play ranks. 32.6%. Their penalty killing, remember last few years have been just so awful. Right now it's ranked 21st, but as their power play's been climbing, their penalty kills been dropping. Now ranked 21st in the National Hockey League. If you told me Boston has a 5th ranked special team and a 17th ranked special team, well, I'd say, well, of course, the penalty killing is ranked 5th and the power play is ranked 17th. That's not the case. Morgan Geekie and co have been delivering on the power play for the Boston Bruins at a rate that I did not expect. 25.5% ranked 5th in the National Hockey League. Their penalty killing 17th at 80.6%. The Oilers have gone 3 games in this road trip, and I've bet them on every game. Now, I've only moved on 2 totals. I have not moved on sides. It was tricky getting everything prepared for today's show, and I kind of just let go and thought the focus would be on finding the angles. The lines weren't moving too quickly in hockey, and if they were doing anything, they were kind of moving against the sides that I wanted. This is game 4 of the 5-game trip. It closes out at Minnesota, which is obviously going to be must-watch action on Saturday at 3 p.m. So this is game 4. We last saw them in a 6-4 victory at Pittsburgh. The Boston Bruins here. Boston Bruins are 2nd in the Atlantic Division, playing at a level that I did not expect them to be able to hit, especially with the injuries to McAvoy and to Pasta. They came back from a 3-game road trip by defeating Utah 4-1 on Tuesday night. This is game 2 of a 5-game homestand that will take them into Christmas. Line history-wise here, we have Edmonton at minus 130. This line's been moving against Edmonton since it came out. It came out yesterday at 2:21 p.m., minus 145, and it got all the way down to minus 125 at 9:30 this morning. Now, there's been 5 cents of buyback to minus 130, but the markets had a real good sense of these Oilers and when to back them and when not to. I mean, the line's been moving against the Oilers all year pretty much, but some more than others. And this is a pretty big move against them. From a total standpoint, we have a 6 at -108. This opened up at a 6 juice to the under. So the fact that this is a 6.5 for the pick'em is a very big move to the over. Ian Cameron, our game 1 here. Take it away, Oilers Bruins.
Hold on, there we go. Yeah, I mean Edmonton. I certainly like the energy that they're showing since the arrival of Tristan Jarry. And their offense, there's no issues now. We knew it was a matter of time they were eventually going to score goals, especially now that Hyman's back in the fold. They're getting something now out of Savoy. Podkolzin's red hot. In addition, obviously the big guns like the Nuge, McDavid, Draisaitl. So suddenly this is a very potent offensive team. And they're scoring in bunches. What is it? 3 goals or more now, 8 of the last 10. Same thing for Boston. Bruins have scored 3 goals or more in 8 of the last 10. So I jumped on the over right away. I think there's a good chance we see both teams find the back of the net. There are still a couple 6s out there, Jimmy. We're short on time, so I'm going to leave it at that. I think both teams are in good enough offensive form right now. Over 6, -120.
Over 6, -120 for Ian. I still want – I can't help myself. I want to bet the Oilers every single game I watch. I can't stop. I know it's being
I wouldn't bet against
negative ROI on the season with them.
Yeah.
But I can't – when I watch them play, when I watch McDavid, I'm just every time like, well, they have the best players on the ice. Why are they not winning the hockey game? We know it doesn't work like that. If you were forced to bet a side here, who would it be?
Edmonton. I'm with you. It would only be I don't love this price. And Boston's been kind of, at home. Just overall, like Boston has been – they're either better than anybody thought or they're overachieving right now, and eventually there'll be a slide. But Boston I'm waiting for the drop. I'm waiting for the fall off. I'm waiting for the decline with the Boston Bruins, and for some reason we're really not seeing it yet. So I'm waiting, but I'm with you. It'd be Edmonton or nothing. I don't love the price. 130, 35 road chalk. Don't love the price enough, but yeah, Oilers are pass for me.
I at one point I said, well, it's going to stop now. McAvoy's hurt, Pass is gone, and I started fading him, and I was losing, and I was like, okay, let's just stop this right now. So very, very. And
of course, now they got Pasta and McAvoy back, so they're stronger now.
Their injury report has just gotten better and better, and they're a dangerous hockey team. Yep. Arvidsson's still out, Yoki Haru out, Jordan Harris out, but this is a very, very tough hockey team. I want to move on the Oilers. I expect to move on the Oilers.
Still kind of weak at the back end, though, Boston, other than McAvoy. There's holes on that blue line. That's why I think there's goals here.
Yeah. Deadline, moving Carlo. I mean, if they were a better hockey team, if they thought they'd be better this year, then Carlo probably wouldn't have been moved. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board here. 7 p.m. Eastern, Chicago Blackhawks at Montreal Canadiens. Of course, the talk is about Bedard. Will he be able to even play in the Olympic team? Will they even play at the Olympics? It's still a question mark as well. But we wanted to see him in. The rumors are that Bedard and Celebrini both won't be on the team. I understand that there's, both young players. I don't think they're that similar. One's a puck hawk, one's a magician. Bedard being the magician, Celebrini being just the puck hawk attacker, who I think will probably have a better career. Watch them both. But Bedard out, Foligno out for these Chicago Blackhawks. And all we do is sit back, and we've cashed unders in every single hockey game they played since. And it doesn't stop. I'm not going to stop. I've been paying for the 6 in each and every situation I've been in. This was no different. It opened up at a 6. You got to get there right away because it just moves so quickly. This opened up at 6 -113 to the under. And then within an hour, it was a 5.5. So since the 5.5 moved from 3:23 p.m., it's been 3-cent move to the over. So then it takes us to the point where, do we also want to fade Chicago? And I do. This line's moving towards Chicago. I was surprised at that. It meant there was no rush. This opened up with Montreal -188. They're now -175. I have Dobis listed. I don't know if that's going to be the case. We have Slatsy in the chat. So Dobis is confirmed. Matheson out for the Habs, which is huge, but the Hawks without Bedard. So Dobis in net. Spencer Knight in the other crease. He's been excellent. The Canadians are only 8-9-1 at the Bell Center, which is hard to believe. The Chicago power play was 7th or 8th when Bedard got hurt. It's now 10th, and it's not going to do anything without Bedard. It's going to fall completely apart. They have the 4th-ranked penalty killing. Montreal power play 4th in the league, 26.1%, 76.9% penalty killing. You know, the Bedard, Celebrini situation, as much as you want them in, does that mean that Suzuki won't get in? Because he sure as hell has earned it. And he might not play for Team Canada. And, it's a very tough team to make. And Suzuki just gets better every time you see him. He gets better every year. As Slatsy's saying, Matheson out. Of course, we have Kirby Doc out, Newhook, Line, and Gooley. They've all been out for a while here. I'm already on the under. I got the under 6, and I was a little late to the party on the under. I got the under 6 at, I believe, minus 117. Yeah, under 6 at minus 117, which is pretty much available right now still. You can easily pay for the 6. Take it away, Ian. Blackhawks Habs.
Yeah, how do we get to that great stat you see on the screen with my NHL record? We take some shots with some draws. That's how we get it. With the 53% but 21 units. That's because we've had some draw winners in there, and I like the draw here in this one with Chicago and Montreal. I think what you saw from the Blackhawks is that even though they let that one slip against Toronto, that's a gut-wrenching loss. I mean, they're up 2-0. They look great in the first 2 periods, and then just Toronto comes back. A bit of a collapse by Chicago, some terrible lapses defensively. That can't happen off the face-off after the 2-2 goal where Joshua beats everyone to the net. That just can't happen. There's a terrible loss for Chicago. I read quotes of a lot of focus here for the Blackhawks. That being said, after that loss to Toronto, they're now 3-13-1 their last 17 games without Connor Bedard. So it tells you how much of a difference he makes. I don't know about winning this game, but I expect a good effort from Chicago. Montreal, obviously, coming off a nice win against, they beat Edmonton 4-1. Then they lost to Philly 4-1 last game. Dobish and net. Dobish, first start, I believe, for Dobish since Jacob Fowler got called up. And it's almost like that was a wake-up call to him. I got to be better now with this young phenom now called up to the Montreal Canadiens, because he had his best start in a while against Edmonton when Dobish was last in net. So I'm with you as far as the total. I could only look under. It does feel like it's a low-scoring game. Chicago's going to start going under without Bedard. We saw it against Toronto. We saw it against Detroit, struggling to score 2 goals or less. Knight in net is obviously good goalie, can keep the other team off the board. So Chicago unders conceptually, to me, Jimmy, makes a lot of sense. So I see where you're going there. For me, I'm going to go with the draw here. I think it's a tight game, competitive game. Let me just see what the best price is right now with it. I see 310 at BetMGM with the draw. Let me see if DraftKings can beat it as far as the price with the draw in this game. Let me just double check. But yeah, actually, you know what? I think it's the same there. So I will lock it in at plus 310, the draw.
Plus 310 here. AM says, I think the plus money 5.5 is the best way to play this.
Last year's game in Montreal between these teams went to overtime, by the way, as well. Went past regulation. So there you go.
AM, I certainly agree. But I did take the 6. So many games for me land on 6. Even the Leafs-Habs game. I mean, look, was I comfortable having the 6? Yes. When the Leafs made it 3-2, was I happy that I had the 6 in my pocket? Could I have made more money with the 5.5? No goal was scored with the goalie pulled. I completely understand it, but that 6 for me is just, look, I need to keep my shit together and be calm, cool, and collected, and it helps having the 6. But I get it with the plus money. We have also AM here on the Blackhawks money line. Since the scoring drought, bet on teams losing its past 2 games while scoring most 3 goals in each of those defeats. Bet them tonight if they're on the road with a money line that better than minus 125. So I'm on the under 6 minus 170. I'm going to fade the Blackhawks. I was on the Flyers in that game. Matheson being out is a big loss. I just think the Blackhawks are in a world of trouble. Speaking of a world of trouble, let's talk about the Pittsburgh Penguins. They've lost 6 straight hockey games, and it doesn't matter who's in net. Skinner, Murashov, Shilovs, Yari. I mean, who cares? This team is allowing goals, man. They have not been good. In their last 3 games, they've allowed 17 goals. 2 of those were overtime losses, so we'll call it 15 in regulation, which sounds a little bit better. They start a road trip. They get to play at the Bell Center on Saturday night, and our guy Slatsy will be there in the Reds watching Crosby at the Bell Center in Montreal. Early birthday present for our friend Slatsy. A wonderful night ahead for you on Saturday night. Very jealous here. Let's talk about the team they are facing, the Ottawa Senators. The Ottawa Senators have messed with me this year. Pinto is a huge piece of this puzzle, and with Lars Eller out as well, it's hurt. Shabbat's been out, and that's hurt them, even though I'm a big Sanderson guy, not a Shabbat guy myself. It has hurt them. I've got Shilovs listed 4, 4, and 6, 3.2 goals against average, 891 save percentage. Linus Ullmark 12, 8, and 4, 3 goals against average, 879 save percentage. Pittsburgh power play third in the National Hockey League, 31.1%. Their penalty killing is slipping a bit. It was very good earlier in the year, now ranked 13th. Speaking of shitty power or penalty kills, look no further than the Ottawa Senators, second worst penalty kill in the league. We know the Kraken have had the worst penalty kill all year long by margin. Now Ottawa 31st in penalty kill. They have the 6th ranked power play, though, at 25.5%. And look, I've not timed them right. I want to fade Pittsburgh as much as possible moving forward. This is game 1 of a homestand. They're coming off that 3-2 victory at Winnipeg on Monday, so they've had a couple days off here. Let's go into the line history and hand this over to Ian Cameron. We have line history-wise taking a second. Here we go. Sorry, line history-wise, we have these Ottawa Senators at -169. They're expensive. They opened up at 175. The line's been moving against all of these favorites, and we know why. TJ did a deep dive on the road underdogs and favorites this year. Underdogs are just crushing so far this year. My answer to that was, well, we know what happens when there's 30 games left in the year is the favorites take over. The favorites start pummeling the teams in the playoff race, start pummeling the teams that are letting go, but not at this point in the season. This 6 has moved 10 cents to the over from -115 to -125. I mean, it makes sense looking at how many goals the Penguins have been giving up. Take it away for us here, Ian. Penguins Senators.
3 bets here. I'm on the draw again, plus 320 at DraftKings. And this has everything to do with the series history. It's been a lot of overtime, a lot of shootouts. In fact, 4 of the last 5 meetings have gone past regulation. Pittsburgh's been a draw machine lately. 4 of their last 6 games overall have gone past regulation. So a lot of draw parameters are ringing, if you will, here in this game. I'm daring Pittsburgh to do anything defensively to show that they can keep a team from off the scoreboard, because their defense is a disaster. It's atrocious right now. And their goaltending's not that much better. I feel bad for Stuart Skinner, because he's in a tough spot right now. He thought it was tough, playing goal in front of that Edmonton team sometimes. Well, good luck now in Pittsburgh with old man Letang and Carlson and just very little quality depth on that blue line right now for the Pittsburgh Penguins. It's a disaster. It's a mess. They've been awful repeatedly. So I'm on Ottawa team total here. I can't believe it's this cheap. Ottawa team total over 3.5, -108. That is an excellent price with that. And I'm also on this full game over, Jimmy, over 6, -118. We're daring the Penguins to show up defensively that they're not doing of late.
That was over 6 at -115.
118.
118. The team total over 3.5, -108 for the Senators. And the draw, what was the draw at? Plus 320?
Yeah, draw is plus 320. Yep, you got it.
You are in a business here. I know we're very tight, and we got to be tight, and I'll speed everything up. But when I look at this lineup with Cousins trying to play that second line.
Yeah, the Pinto injury is not new. He's been out for 5 games.
So,
people mention that.
But when I look at this Ottawa Senators lineup with Cousins as a second line center, I have backed them as the second line center. What occurs to me is that Perron, Cousins, and Batherson are just not good enough. They're just not a good enough. They're not a good enough second line. You have Giroux and Ridley Gregg, which you would think with Amadio would be a strong third line. What the hell do I do? I noticed that you're not on them. It's too expensive at this point with this roster. Is that the case?
With which?
The Ottawa Senators?
Well, I'm on the team total. No, I like Ottawa. I like Ottawa in the game, definitely. But I just much prefer over 3.5 team total rather than -170. Much prefer that.
Is it the roster or the price?
The price, yeah.
Let's move on. 7 p.m. Eastern, the LA Kings 14-10-9, 10-4-5 on the road. The Tampa Bay Lightning 18-12-3, 8-8-0 at home. We're at now called Benchmark International Arena in Tampa, Florida. Phoenix Copley is who I assume is starting here Is that who we think? Do you also think that it's Phoenix?
I've been waiting and waiting for hours on this, and none of this stuff has been announced yet. It's like both teams have decided, you know what, we're not going to talk to the media here this morning and give people the lowdown on what's going on. So we have no clue who the starter is for either. All we know is it looks like it could be Vasilevsky back for Tampa, and it could be Copley here on a back-to-back, but we don't know for sure.
Copley's been terrible for the Ontario Reign this year. 885
save goals against. Yep, 885 save percentage. Not good.
It's been terrible. Absolutely terrible. AM says that late movement towards Lightning suggests it's Copley. Now, it doesn't always work this way where, yes, he could be having a bad run in the A, but, for a 33-year-old goalie getting another opportunity in the NHL, they can rally around him and he can step up here, especially in game one, not over a large sample size, but I don't hate the spot, even though he's been terrible for the Reign. We have Vasilevsky playing well right now, 915 save percentage. The Kings power play second worst in the National Hockey League. I was on them last night against Florida, and when they allowed a goal 10 seconds into the third period, I had to get up, I had to go outside, get some fresh air. It was just so disgusting. It's so when you just lack the care and attention to detail that's required to win in the National Hockey League.
You lose a battle on the boards. You let Marchand get the puck. You center it to Bennett, who tips it in. That's just, that's not being awake to start the period. Terrible.
It was
bad coaching, too. Jim Hiller's a terrible coach. Awful. I can't believe he's still here. Really can't believe it.
Jay Peasy says his Kings are trash. He's on his way to becoming a Ducks fan, which I respect. AM says Kings dominated X goals last night. Yeah,
but that's the problem, AM. They dominate X goals and lose every night. That's the problem.
They should have won the hockey game. Like I was beside myself. It was very, very, very tough to watch here. Let's get into the line history here for this spot facing the Tampa Bay Lightning, who are handling these injuries so well. It's insane to me. And they're coming off of a couple games where it looks like the injuries are starting to affect them. But I hesitate to fade them, even though I want to so badly. And I was thinking, do I cut it down to 20 minutes? If I'm cutting it down to 20 minutes, it really means I don't believe in the spot. The Kings have lost 4 straight games on this trip, and the Lightning have lost 2 straight. They lost the last one at home against Florida. It was kind of a bad spot for them. They were coming off of the long road trip, but this injury report just doesn't seem to get better. McDonough, Cernak, and Hedman all out. Hedman out till Feb 1st, and Hagel day-to-day, but Point is back in. Line history-wise here, we have the 6 at -120. That's exactly what it opened at. We've had no change whatsoever there. And on the money line, we have this sitting right now with Tampa -200. I mean, it's too much, but God, it's just too much, man. I want the Kings bad, but I'm much higher on them than everybody else. Philly Eagle Flyer says the Kings has just put a toilet sign on it, but it's cost me money. Take it away for us, Bobano. The Kings Lightning. Yeah,
I'm probably going to end up personally betting Lightning team total over 3.5 here. I've just been waiting on the goaltending situation. The one thing I probably will add to is the full game over, because I will say this because I think Tampa, if it's Copley, Tampa's very capable of scoring goals tonight, and they probably should. But if you remember, Ice Guys viewers at least, they'll remember on Monday, Florida, Tampa Bay, we broke that game down. I said, I want to attack the Tampa Bay Lightning right now with 4 starting defensemen out. I do. That's a big deal. Victor Hedman, Eric Cernak, Ryan McDonough, and don't sleep on Emil Lilleberg, the other guy that's injured and out right now. He's a good young defenseman. He plays physical. He's good in his own end, solid enough defensively. Those are 4 starting defensemen out. It's going to show at some point, and Florida just, put a 5 spot on the board. Now, that's the Florida Panthers, and Florida's playing well. But, God, if there's any spot, this dormant, lousy, awful, pathetic LA Kings offense should do something, anything, maybe it's tonight. Because, again, it's 4 starting D out for Tampa Bay. Plus, we don't know if it is Vasilevsky back. He's been banged up for a little bit. It was Johansson the other night when they played Florida. So there's no guarantee Vasilevsky's going to play. One thing's for sure is I have a feeling they're going to put Copley in, because I can't see them going to Forsberg back-to-back after the loss last night. So I will go officially with over 5.5 here. Over 5.5 here, -112. It's a cheap price. It's a cheap number. I think Tampa can score on this LA team, especially if it's Copley, whose numbers aren't that good. in the AHL level. But my hope is the Kings can do something here. Come on, guys. I know they don't have a bunch of clinical surgical finishers. That's why they have these great chances and don't finish and don't score. That's always the issue with LA. But tonight, with 4 starting D out for Tampa Bay again, I don't think they're getting anybody back. Hedman, Chernak, McDonough, Lilleberg, I think they're all out once again. So
they are.
It's a door open for LA because they're all on IR. So that means you're not coming back anytime soon. So there's a door open for LA to score tonight. So hoping they do. Let's go over 5.5.
Yeah, and I faded the Lightning when they lost all these defensemen as per my rules, and it cost me. I'm going to go back to the window with the Kings. I'm like Kent Davies. I'm going to have something on the Kings, and I know it's optional misery, but it probably, if I'm so uncomfortable, it'll be first period. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. 7 p.m. Eastern. Toronto Maple Leafs 15-12-5, 5-7-0 on the road. Washington Capitals 18-11-4, 10-5-2 at home or Capital One Arena in Washington D.C. I have Hildeby listed. With the way Wall played,
yeah,
it is Hildeby.
Yeah, Hildeby and Thompson, the 2 goalies tonight.
I don't know why they wouldn't go back to Wool after what he did against Chicago. I mean, Chicago is not the hardest opponent, but still. But Hildeby's been great. 2.72 goals against average, 920 save percentage. Logan Thompson's been the best goalie in the National Hockey League, according to the analytics. 2.09 goals against average, 922 save percentage. We have 2 terrible power plays. Toronto ranked 30th, Washington ranked 27th. Washington's penalty kills also terrible. But it doesn't matter. Leafs power play can't score. And then the penalty kill for the Leafs has been good all year long. The Leafs finished up a pretty ugly 5-game homestand with a comeback victory against Chicago. So now they start on the road here. They're at Nashville on Saturday and then Dallas on Sunday. And Washington comes back from that mini 2-game trip. I already moved on the under. I think the Capitals will have control of almost every factor in this hockey game, and which always leads me to a lower scoring game. But this line's gone against me. It's gone 7 cents against me now. This opened the 6 at plus 104 to the over. It's now minus 105 to the over. So it's been I got in at minus 118 on the under. It's now minus 111. Which is concerning. There's no doubt about that. On the money line, it's been a pretty stagnant money line. I'm a little surprised. Some of these home favorites that I liked, I was surprised that this line wasn't moving towards the Capitals, moved away from them. Opened up minus 155, was a minus 150 for a while. Now it's back minus 156. Look, I've got the under in the Leafs point total this season, and I just want to fade them as much as possible. Take it away for us here, Bobano, Leafs, Caps.
I know everyone's so excited about that win for the Leafs the other night, but let's not bury the lead. The lead is they were awful. They were dog shit for 2 periods against a Chicago team that was without Connor Bedard and has a bad record without him. I know it was a great comeback and you give them credit for it, but is that a sign they're back? I'm not so sure about that. I took Toronto against Washington the last time they played there, and they should have won that. They were up early. They had a good game through 2 periods, and then it got unraveled in the 3rd period, and they ended up losing 4-2 to Washington. And I don't feel like I want to fade Washington off a shutout loss. Now back on home ice, they got blanked by Minnesota 5-0 in their last game. So I don't feel like I want to go up. Because I was initially leaning Toronto, but then, I see that, Washington's off a shutout loss. And then I see, Hildeby, not Wool. Although Hildeby's been good, other than the Edmonton game where everybody was bad. He's played pretty well lately for the Leafs. But I don't know if I want to step in front of the Capitals or Thompson now. Thompson got pulled, or not pulled, but he gave up 5 goals in his last start against Winnipeg, so he's going to want to play better here as well. So the under, I can't disagree. I mean, Toronto's been an under machine here for weeks in this between these 2 teams. This is one that I almost got to the window with the draw, but I did not. So pass for me.
I expect to end up on the Capitals -1 here. AM says, I like the Capitals here, but too expensive. Books have them intentionally too expensive, in his opinion. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board, and I'm on the under 6. And so we have no action for you in Leafs Caps.
No, I did. I don't like the price on the Leafs enough, to bet them. And plus 125, that's not enough for me.
No, I do not want the Leafs in any situation really at this point. Minnesota Wild, Columbus Blue Jackets, Nationwide Arena in Columbus, Ohio. We have Jesper Wallstedt listed 9-1-2, 1.95 goals against average, 937 save percentage. Fortunately, he's been spectacular. Jet Greaves, 2.76 goals against average, 904 save percentage. He's been okay. Columbus 17th ranked power play, but the 30th ranked penalty kill, which is going to hurt. We're going to watch this Minnesota power play become top 5 very, very soon. We've already heard from Slatsy. He's on Kaprizov tonight, backing Kaprizov, and that was the goal, right? Let's see where. Yeah, he's on a Kaprizov goal at plus 111. 10 goals in his last 8 games versus the Jackets. 17 shots on goal in his last 2 games versus the Blue Jackets. Leave it to Bill Guerin to go all in when the team needs it. You have, Bogosian, Middleton, and Jonas Brodin all out on defense, and he had no problem backing Quinn Hughes. And the Devils weren't going to move big enough pieces for Quinn Hughes because they know that when Quinn Hughes is a free agent, he's signing with New Jersey. Minnesota doesn't care. Bill Guerin doesn't care. They think, if we can show him how good we can be as a hockey team, maybe we can convince him. He's not going to be convinced. I still respect the fact that Guerin put all his chips in the middle. I have no problem with that. Sometimes you need your general manager to go all in for your fan base. Minnesota power play 9th, penalty killing 22nd. Let's get into the line history here and set this one up. We have the Jackets. I backed them against the Ducks. They'd lost 5 straight games. They were very expensive. It was not fun, and I pushed on the -1 in that 4-3 overtime victory. They're just not playing very good hockey. They've won 3 of their last. What's that? 3 of their last 13 games. I mean, they're just playing bad hockey. And look how many overtimes, shootouts. They haven't won a game in regulation for 8 games. 8 games. And God, this is not a team that's delivering on all cylinders right now. And the Wild are a problem. Imagine if the Wild were healthy. And this is what the Wild are doing with Quinn Hughes and 3 defensemen out. We have Minnesota right now at -118. This line has not moved a cent. Well, it has moved. It went up to -120, down to -115, but it's right back at the opening at -118. And from a total perspective here, we have a 6. It's -126 to the over, an 11-cent move to the over. Ian Cameron, take it away.
Definitely can't go against Minnesota right now, but this game's had that feeling all day long of just, it looks cheap, too cheap for my liking. And Columbus, after the win, maybe they have a little pep in their step again. And I like Jet Greaves for them. I think he's a solid goalie, certainly much better than Merzlikins. Wallstead starting for the Wild. I don't want anything to do with fading him. The under might be worth a look here, quite honestly, as far as this game's concerned. But I'm going to go with the draw here, with another draw here with Minnesota Columbus. I think this is going to be a very competitive game. I know Minnesota blew the doors off both Boston and Washington these first 2 games after getting Quinn Hughes, but I think this is going to be competitive tonight here in Columbus. 2 pretty solid goaltenders. Maybe a little bit of an emotional, not letdown, but you know what I mean? The 2 big home wins, now you're going on the road. So at +310, I'll sprinkle on the draw here.
+310 for Bobano. I'm staying off of the spot here. Let's roll on to, I'm staying off the spot. Let's roll on the next spot on the board. The injuries with Minnesota. I know Hughes is being spectacular. It's just tough to kind of put together. 7:30 p.m. Eastern with the Philadelphia Flyers, 17-9-6, 7-4-2 on the road. Buffalo Sabres, 14-14-4, but 9-5-2 at KeyBank. Vladar against Alex Lyon is who I've got listed. Vladar's been good. 2.41 goals against average, 910 save percentage. Lyon's been okay. 2.99 goals against average, 904.
Harrison for Philly. Sorry. Harrison, not Vladar.
Yeah,
Harrison's in tonight.
Yeah. That's a problem. Harrison here for Philly.
He's been a little bit better lately, but he's still not been as good as Vladar overall.
We have Philadelphia with the 25th ranked power play. They just can't seem to put it together. Last year, they were the worst in the National Hockey League, spent most of the year around 11%. This year, they look like they were getting it in the right direction. I mean, you think with Zegras and Michkov, maybe the blame is on the feet of Drysdale. 81.8% penalty kill. The Buffalo Sabres have the 3rd best penalty kill in the league. They've had it all season long. 12th ranked power play. They come home off of a long trip, but they've been home for a while. Their last game was on the 14th at Seattle. 3-1 win. They won the last 3 games of that road trip after looking bad, getting outscored 11-5 in the first 2 games against Winnipeg and Calgary. And then the Flyers coming off that victory at Montreal, 4-1. It was a pretty clinical situation for them. I've had a great ROI with them, but it makes me just want to back them every game. It makes me want to back them here, even with Ersan in. Let's get into the line history here for Ian. We have, move over here quickly. Sorry, we have the Flyers Sabres total at 6 -116 to the over. It's exactly where it opened. It's just moved a cent. It moved a cent 2 minutes ago to the over, 1 cent. And then on a money line, from a money line perspective, we have the Flyers now +127. They opened up +116. Maybe that's the goaltending announcement. Take it away, my man.
That it's very possible that could be related to Ersson, because I think there's a lot of people that are a little bit more, well, definitely feeling a little bit more suspect when it comes to Ersson compared to Dan Vladar, who's been very good. This is a brutal spot for Buffalo. It is. They're coming off a 6-game road trip, most of it out west. Now, they have had a few days, to reacclimate here to being back in Buffalo, but this has been pretty damn consistent all year. When we're talking 6, 7-game road trips for teams, especially with West Coast to East travel or East to West travel, that first game, especially early in that first game back home, you don't have your legs, and you're outskated and you're outplayed, and the other team usually gets on the board first. That even happened. Now, don't be fooled by the Detroit Islanders game. Detroit was in this spot the other night. They did come back and win the game, but the Islanders jumped on them early and scored the first goal. And that's more the target for me because, whether Philly wins the game, I definitely lean Flyers for that full game, but I feel stronger about attacking the Sabres off that road trip early and going against them early here in this game. So I will go with Philadelphia first goal, first period here in this game. That's a pretty good price that you can get. With that, it's a bet that we've used on this show before. It makes a lot of sense to go that direction here tonight. Let me just see what the best price is on that. First goal, first period, plus 140 at FanDuel. So Philadelphia, first goal, first period, plus 140. I'm also going to go first period money line with the Flyers here in this one, which you can get at plus 115. And also the over by Fecta. This is a series history over for me. These have been pretty good. The Flyers are on a very strong first period over run coming into tonight as well. So, and the series history is something along the lines of 7-2-1 to the over in the last 10 meetings. So the earlier game in Philly just a couple weeks ago was an over as well. So over 1.5 minus 120 for the first period, and also over 6 minus 114 for the full game.
You are in business. I want to be on the Flyers here. I want to be on the Flyers. I am saying it's got 3 systems on the Flyers. The opportunity for the Sabres to come back and not have to play right away is the reason why I'm not already on it. Yeah. I think I can still get there. But let's roll on. 8 p.m. Eastern, New York Rangers 16-15-4, 12-5-1 on the road. St. Louis Blues 13-15-7, 7-8-4 at Home Enterprise Center in St. Louis, Missouri. I was just appalled watching the hockey game last night against the Jets and being on the Jets -1, and the Jets showing no fight, no care, no heart, no character. I was just appalled here. Now, we've seen the Blues do this for 4 years in a row, 5 years in a row, look terrible, and then turn it on. And maybe they could do that again. It's just hard to put that together with what we're seeing and with all the injuries. You have Bjugstad, Holloway, Kyrou, Snuggerud, all out of the lineup. I mean, that's a big hit to that forward group, a big hit to the forward group. The Rangers playing without Adam Fox. The Rangers playing very disappointing hockey. They're just now at times they look like they're getting it together, and then they just fall apart again immediately. The 5-4 victory at home against Montreal, they showed a lot of heart, a lot of character. We faded them in the next game. They outplayed the Ducks, but lost 4-1. And then they lose 3-0 versus the Canucks. The market moved so heavily towards the Canucks. It's just very ugly hockey here. The Blues sitting in this homestand, coming off the 1-0 win. Monty's job on the line. So many jobs on the line right now. The Rangers are -138. Do we really want them on the road? I know it's second half of back-to-back and Binnington's in net now, but do we really want the Rangers on the road at that number? I know they're being better on the road than they've been at home, but it's still hard to wrap my head around. We have a 5.5. It's juiced to the under at -115. It opened up last night at 10:40 p.m. It hasn't moved a cent. Shesty expected to play for the Rangers. He's not been that good this year. Maybe you can blame the players in front of him. 20th ranked power play, 15th ranked penalty killing for the Rangers. Blues have 19th ranked power play, 24th ranked penalty killing. Bobano, take it away.
Yeah, there's a pass for me. I will be brief here. I mean, I don't want to lay this with the Rangers. That being said, if you're going to back the Rangers, you want to do it on the road. They've been a lot better on the road. St. Louis on a back-to-back, rest advantage for the Rangers. Big 1-0 win, against the Winnipeg Jets. And the Blues played a hard game. Very good defensively. First time playing the Jets since they got bounced by Winnipeg in that 7-game series last year. So good effort by St. Louis, but putting 2 good games in a row together has been a rarity for the Blues. So really in this spot at this price, at these numbers, no interest in backing either side. So pass for me.
It's just too expensive.
Yeah.
I say I want things to be expensive, but at what point do you draw the line?
Yeah.
I want to back the Rangers here. I'm disgusted watching the Blues win last night. But God, it's expensive. Now they're 12-5-1 on the road. Let's roll on 9 p.m. Eastern. We have 2 games left in the NHL before we get into NFL. We got to be quick. We have Seattle Kraken 12-13-6, 5-6-3 on the road. The Calgary Flames 13-17-4, 7-5-2 at home at Scotiabank Saddledome. Calgary, Alberta, Joey Decord 8-8-4, 2.89 goals against average, 893 save percentage. He's just not stepped up as the number one. We've waited for him to show that he's earned the opportunity, and there's been a ton of terrible goaltending for Seattle, especially Gruby. Dustin Wolf, when's he going to start showing, why he was the AHL goalie of the year, why he looked so good, why we all believed in him. He in the analytics show he's playing poorly. This is the worst power play in the National Hockey League at 13.8% for the Calgary Flames, but the 5th ranked penalty killing. It's the worst power play for the Flames and the worst penalty kill for the Kraken. Well, that's not going to hurt them here because of how bad the Calgary's power play is. Seattle power play 19.4%, ranked 15th. Let's get this line history up. We got to be tight here, and we'll hear from Bobano. We have a 5.5. It's minus 113 to the over. It opened up minus 102 to the over, an 11-cent move to the over. The Flames come back from the dad's trip in LA and in San Jose. I wonder if that's a letdown. Calgary at minus 170. They opened up minus 160. When Calgary's very expensive, they tend to deliver. The market seems to have a good read on this hockey team. Take it away for us, Ian, Kraken Flames.
Yeah, they haven't been favored by this kind of a price very often, the Calgary Flames this season, but I'm just looking back and seeing that, as far as any kind of a favorite price range, I'm looking at it. Well, they were minus 142 against Chicago when they lost. That was one, but we'll see. Minus 150. Well, that was on the road. I'm looking at home, but yeah, they just haven't been favored very often. I just can't back Seattle, but I have zero interest in Calgary in a price range like this. What I will bet is the draw. Draw does have some strong series history here. Kraken versus Flames. The last 2 meetings in Calgary have both gone past regulation. 3 of the last 4 meetings overall have gone past regulation. Seattle and Calgary, that's enough to get me interested. So Seattle, Calgary draw plus 310.
Plus 310. I mean, I get it. Like I want the Kraken at this number, but the Kraken have now lost Brandon Montour to an injury, so they're playing without McCann. They've been playing most of the year without Schwartz. I just feel like I'm not going to fall for this, but it'd be Kraken or no bet. Final spot on the board here. Dallas, San Jose Sharks. Sucks that Will Smith is out. Got him in the hockey pool. Desharnais's been out for a while. Kurashev is out as well. He's a nice piece. Delandria is day-to-day with an upper body injury. And Misa, going away, play for the juniors here. Kripke says Flames win this by 3 in regulation. Wow. I respect it. Slati says Stars are 8-0 last 8 versus the Sharks. We got Ottinger and Yaroslav ask about me. Ottinger 13-6-2, 2.61 goals against average, 905 save percentage, 2 shutouts. These are who are being listed. Ottinger starting to play better. He had a rough start to the year. He's got a great hockey team in front of him. 22-7-5, 11-2-4 on the road. In 17 road hockey games, they've lost 2 in regulation. Is that not absolutely spectacular? Yep. Second overall power play, 31.4%. 10th ranked penalty kill at 82.4%. Getting healthier. San Jose, 18.5% power play, 78.6% penalty kill here. And San Jose dealing with injuries. But do you want... they're still a decent team. Especially at these big prices. This line opened up minus 210 for Dallas. It's now minus 200. So we've had a 10-cent move towards the Sharks. And from a total standpoint here, we have a 6. It's minus 110 to the over. It has not moved a cent since it became available at 2:31 p.m. yesterday. Take it away, Ian.
You know what? I'm going to go with the over 5.5 in this game, and also San Jose team total over. I don't trust them to win the game because I think Dallas might pop some goals in too. That's why I like over 5.5. Over 5.5 minus 125, by the way. Over 5.5 minus 125. And the team total for San Jose is over 2.5 minus 104. So over 2.5 minus 104 for San Jose. The thing that stands out about this matchup, well, first of all, San Jose, 6-6-3-4. So they've scored 3+ goals in 3 straight games, 3+ goals in 4 of the last 5 games. They only need to score 3 goals here. And if you look at Stars versus Sharks, Stars have won 7 in a row versus the Sharks. Dallas has. But the games in San Jose, there's been 3 games in San Jose between these teams. 6 goals for San Jose in one of them. They lost 7-6. 3 goals for San Jose in another, they lost 6-3. And then the last time in San Jose, Dallas won 8-3, but San Jose still scored 3 goals. So they have been able to get to the 3-goal mark in every recent head-to-head meeting in San Jose between the Dallas Stars and San Jose Sharks. And I like what I'm seeing from them right now, the offensive end. So factor all that in, and I don't know about winning the game, San Jose. This is usually when I'm on a team total with a big dog, I'm going to tack the money line on. I'm not doing that here. I feel better about just the team total because I could see this being 4-3, 5-3 Dallas. San Jose goes over the team total but doesn't win the hockey game. So team total over 2.5 minus 104, and that full game over 5.5 minus 125.
You are in business. I will do a full recap of the National Hockey League here in a second, and I will do a full breakdown of our Thursday night football game with Morgan Spooner. But we have Bobano has to rock here, and he's been excellent. So Bobano, let's hear your plan of attack here for Thursday night football. You are 12-4 here on Thursday nights, including the preseason. You're delivering. I have hammered this game. I've hammered it. I've got action on the first half total, full game total. I've got action on the side. I'm going heads up against Troy Torrance. I'm going heads up against the Goracle. Troy also on the under. He got 44.5. I got 44. We can get into all of that here. But what we need to know from you, Ian, how are you moving on Thursday Night Football?
God help me, I'm taking Seattle. God help me, I'm taking Seattle. Whose side is that? Yours or Troy's?
Mine.
Yours? Yeah. I'll never do it again, Sam. Never again. If you play like shit tonight, I'm telling you right now, I will not do it again with him in a big spot. Never. But I think this is terrible. I think this is really tough for the Rams, okay? Short week. Devontae Adams banged up. Their defense hasn't been as good either the last couple of weeks. Let's remember that. Detroit moved the ball pretty well. Carolina, Bryce Young had one of his best games of the entire season against the Rams a couple weeks ago. And that bothers me here. Defense that's been on the field a lot, going on the road on a short week, Lumen Field here in Seattle. That defense is great for the Seahawks. Let's not forget, here's what I think gives Seattle some confidence. How many turnovers did Darnold have in that horrible performance against the Rams in LA earlier this year? 4? And there was still one possession, one drive that he had to put together. Of course, he couldn't do it, but one drive he had to put together to get them in position to tie in or win that football game for as bad as things went in that first meeting against the LA Rams. I like the spot's just too dubious to me for the Rams here, so I will take a shot here. Seattle, we'll just go money line here, minus 115. Is the best money line price out there right now. Seahawks at home to tie up the season series and give them. And by the way, Rams can still win this division. Still a great chance to win this division if they lose. There's little to no chance for the Seattle Seahawks to win the NFC West if they lose this game. I'll take my chance. Sam Darnold, one time, man. One time.
Sammy Darnold and the Seattle Seahawks for Ian Cameron. Minus 115. Bobano, thank you for rocking with us. I'll review your NHL action now, and then we'll do a full breakdown of the Thursday night football game. Bobano, tell us about what's going on with the Hitting the Books YouTube channel, Ice Guys, and the NBA OG show, my man.
Yeah, good stuff. I mean, NHL Ice Guys show, 7 days a week, Monday to Friday, 2 p.m. Eastern, Saturday, Sunday, noon Eastern. Hitting the Books with Connor Mack. Members shows of the channel, Wednesdays and Fridays, 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific. College Football Bowl Preview Part 2 coming up Monday, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. Check out the Bowl Preview Part 1 show from this past Monday if you didn't check it out already. And, of course, NBA OG Crew Betting Show with Ski, Dutch, and Wham, Monday to Friday, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. Jimmy, thank you. Everyone in the chat, good luck. Good luck to you, Jimmy. We'll see you again Sunday probably for the pub-up.
Look forward to it. There he is, Ian Cameron, absolutely delivering the goods in NHL and NFL here on the channel. Let's do a review of the National Hockey League. You know, I turned my season around 22 units in 2.5 weeks. I went 0-2 yesterday, and I'm just so frustrated with the NHL. But look, I'm going to fire away. Bobana's on the over 6 in Oilers Bruins. I'm going to be on the Oilers. I have a sickness for the blue and orange, man. I'm on the under 6 at -117 in Blackhawks Habs. Bobano's on the draw +310. I'm adding the Habs. We have, Daryl, I tell you that Ian doesn't move on unders. He's an over better. And so, oh shit, man. Von Polo says his father had a heart attack on Thanksgiving, so I haven't been here in the chat since then. Let's get this money today, fellas. Von Polo, we need more info. Is he okay? I know that the 24 hours after the heart attack is really, really, really tough, predominantly in the Black culture. My Uncle Nat, my aunt's husband, my Uncle Nat was a football player, running back at USC, and he had a heart attack when I was 6, and he made it through the first heart attack, and then 24 hours later it got him, and really messed our family up. How is he? Can you please let us know how he is right now? I'm thinking about you, Von Polo. I'll reach out, but let us know, how is he right now? That's just so scary. So is he okay? I'll reach out here. Oh man, tough. Love to the VP family, and I'll reach out. My man. I'm so sorry to hear. So thinking of you guys. Oh no, Von Polo, don't worry, man. Please don't worry. That's look, we need to support you. You don't need to worry about us. We need to be there for you and your fam, your sweet fam. Von Polo, a great dad, beautiful family. Yeah, Charm City, our guy Von Polo house. So I'll reach out, Von Polo. So sorry to hear that, man. God, life. The only thing that we can control is how much we care and how much we love. And if you care about someone, you love someone, you got to let them know over and over and over and over and over. So thinking about you, Von Polo, I'll reach out, man. So Bobano on the Penguins Senators draw +320 sends team total over 3.5 -108. Pittsburgh Ottawa over 6 at -118. Look, I want to fade the Penguins. I want to keep fading the Penguins. It feels like they're just in disarray, and that's what happens when your manager's a little boy. We saw what happened to the Leafs when they had the little boy manager. If your manager is a child fanboy, you're going to lose. Okay, well, we'll reach out, Von Polo. Let's all keep Von Polo's pops in our thoughts, in our prayers, however you personally handle the situation. Let's give as much love and support as we can to the VP family, man. The sweet, incredible Von Polo family. So if we could all just take a second and send the love. I see a lot of you guys doing that right now. I want to stick my fork in the Pittsburgh Penguins. I also want to back Kings first period. It's a sickness. It's just a sickness. Bobano on the over 5.5 in Kings, Tampa Bay Lightning. I'm on the under 6 at -118 in Capitals Leafs. I have a problem. I have biases in the NHL that negatively. I want to fade the Leafs every game for the rest of my life. I want to spend my life fading the Leafs. How do I not fade them? I'm on the under 6 at -118, but I want to fade them here as well. Bobano on the draw in Wild Blue Jackets. Bobano on Flyers first goal, first period +140. Flyers first period +115. First period over 1.5 -120, and the over 6 at -114. I also want to back the Flyers. It should be a sleepy spot for the Buffalo Sabres, but they've been back for a little bit of time here. Rangers, Blues, we both stayed off. But I can't, I know the Rangers are expensive. I get it, but the Blues are a mess. And Monty's doing a good job keeping them afloat. And they've been like this 5 years in a row. This is usually when they step up, but I want to bet against them. So I kind of still want the Rangers. Bobano on the draw in Kraken Flames. I'm off of that. Bobano on the over 5.5 and the Sharks team total over 2.5. I'm off of that as well. I want that as well. We got more action coming in from the Sweaty Butcher. All right, let's get into the NFL and bring on our next guest, fresh off board sweepage with us last week. And he's crushing college basketball right now. Again, it's a little tricky when you're on a show one night a week and he was away, took his family on vacation for a bit. So we haven't unless you guys are rocking with him on the Sauce Network, then you know what he's doing. If you follow him on X, then you know what he's doing. If you're friends with him, then you know what he's doing. He's been absolutely crushing college basketball, but he's elevated his game, his capping game to the next level, and we're all witnessing it, and it's nice to be a part of it. So it's time to get a hold of those coattails and let him take us to the cash. Please welcome our friend. We've got Northeast Ohio in the house. Please welcome Morgan Spooner to the show. Spooner, what's happening, man? How are you?
What's happening, Jimmy? I was having some trouble getting my audio hooked up, so I'm going to have to roll with this speaker that I got right now. Hopefully this works. Coming off a couple really good days in NCAA basketball, actually 3 good days in a row, so just looking to keep that rolling. The NFL, barely watched any of that Monday night game. I was frustrated with Sunday. I went 2-3. I felt like I could have gone 4-1, and I'm excited for this game. This is going to be one of the best games of the week. We got 2 really good football games going at it. They've already played each other this year. That first Seahawks Rams game was a real tight one. Do you want to go ahead and set this up a little more before chat more about this?
I'll touch on a couple things because there's some very interesting things. Shout out to Kong's Clips. He's going to be on the Boss and the Sauce show tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern, breaking down the college football playoffs. You're in wonderful company over there with our guy, DJ Big Boss, whom we love dearly. And, of course, Ragu and the Wham Bam 3000 and the squad. So much love, Kong. Go crush it over there with our guy, DJ Big Boss. So this is very important, and I want to double check it right now, but this is going to help our script. What's happened with the Seattle weather for the game is that the rain has not really changed. In fact, the rain is going to go away at some point very early in the game. At the wind here, so this is so important here. The wind, it starts at about 22, 21 miles per hour. Within 30 minutes, it's down to 19 miles per hour. And when this game ends, it's going to be about 13 miles per hour, and there's going to be no rain. So the wind's going to die down, and we'll keep checking it, but the wind's going to die down pretty quickly, and the rain's going to stop. So I am thankful being on the first half under. I got the first half under 21.5 and the full game under 44. Troy's on the under 44.5. We've heard from the Goracle, who'll be with us. He has Rams, everything. You know, Von Polo was talking about how he's not seeing many people on the Rams. Now, as you guys know, and some maybe not all of you know, but I have futures on the Rams. I have them from the beginning of the year. I moved on one about 2 weeks in or 3 weeks in, but I have the Rams Super Bowl at 20-1. I have the Rams to win the NFC West at 2-1. I've already cashed the Rams over 9.5 wins. And then I have the Rams to win the NFC at 8-1. So that was actually 4.5 weeks into the year. I made the 8-1 to win the NFC on October 2nd was when I bet that. And this is not a hedge. I'm on the Seattle Seahawks. I think this situation works out very well for them. I got the Seahawks +1 at -115. They're now -1.5 at -110. The look ahead was a pick 'em, and it started moving towards the Seahawks. Seahawks got to 1.5. Now, it's no surprise that it reemerged at a pick 'em. We've seen the Rams look very, very good over the last 2 weeks. And what did we just see the Seahawks do? Let 44-year-old Phillip Rivers almost beat them at home in a clear look-ahead position. So I like that the optics here are Seattle not playing very well. And I think that they're going to step up. We have seen the Rams put up, 519 yards of offense last week, score about 90 points over their last 2 games. Stafford threw for 368 yards last game. Nakua caught 9 passes for 181. Devontae Adams, we do not expect to be in the lineup here. We've talked about how good this team is, and they expect Braden Fisk to play through this ankle injury that will hold them back. But this is number 1 pass defense in the league. This is number 1 rush defense in the league. I'm not on the Seahawks because I think they're the better football team. I don't. If everything was on the line here, if this was the conference final, I would very likely be on the Rams. I just think this sets up for the Seahawks to take their shot here. They have a lot of the things that you need in a very tight football game. They have the best field goal kicker in the NFL. They have a healthy squad, a very, very healthy squad, and they're coming off a poor performance. It's what I like very much. Let's touch on the total here. I moved on mine after, and again, you could have got a much better line than what I got. I mean, the look ahead was 47.5. It got bet down to 46.5. It reemerged at 44.5, and the first thing it did is went up to 45. I got in at the 44. This went down to 42, and then this morning it came back up to 42.5. And when we take a look at the cash flow for this spot here, we have 60% of tickets and 68% of cash on the Rams. So you hear people talking about how they don't see action on the Rams. Well, we know that the public is still on the Rams, however you want to put it, just not us as a group. 67% of tickets on the under, 56% of cash on the under. We see 43s now at some of these legal American books. It's because of the weather. The weather gets much better. The weather is changing. There's not going to be rain. There's going to be less wind. Take it away, Morgan Spooner here. Thursday night football, Lumen Field in Seattle, Washington.
Yeah, this is a very interesting game. I think the market is just absolutely wild with the whole flip from the Rams being the favorite to Seattle being the favorite here. You got all the way to like a -2 at pretty sharp books with the Rams, and all the way to 2 with Seattle. I think the most just glaring sign from the market is that when limits kind of opened up, went past 30,000, you see all this money start pouring in on the Rams. It goes from Seattle taking more tickets and more money. Some of the early bettors that don't necessarily have as much money to influence the market so they can get their entire unit down coming in. And then the big money coming in late and the line just moving the opposite way of that big money. I think that's a pretty glaring sign. I went ahead and moved on this. I was going back and forth on it this morning. I got -120 at score. It's there right now on the Seattle Seahawks for the money line. I think this is a game they win. Like if we look at the last game that they played, it came down to a field goal. If the Seahawks kick that field goal and make it, they win that game. And I think this line's quite a bit different. We look at that game, it was on the road. So clearly this favors the Seahawks playing at home. This is a team that started to favor the running game a lot more with the inclement weather we're talking about here. I think that favors them some. And I just think the Rams, like if you're Sean McVay, you've already beat Seattle once this year. This is a team that potentially you could see a third time. I don't know what you need to necessarily show here. Team's starting to get banged up. I could see Seattle opening this game up a little bit, and I try to make the same argument on the other side. And sure, Sam Darnold could come out here and throw 4 interceptions again and lose this game. But what if he doesn't throw 4 interceptions? Or is it even a field goal game? Or the Seahawks up by 2 touchdowns? I think that game goes a lot differently. I think turnovers are something you can't necessarily put into your cap that are going to be there. And I think 4 is just an outlier, and it's going to regress back towards the mean. I think Seattle finds a way to win this game. I took that -120.
I'm right with you. Spooner on Seattle -120, Bobano Seattle -115. I got Seattle +1 at -115 Tuesday night. I'm on the first half under 21.5 -105, and the full game under 44. And then Troy is on the full game under 44.5, and the Rams -110. AM says this game sneaks over. Again, I'm going to keep a real close eye on the weather, but I think if we cash the first half under, that we look for a live over. Again, I want that script set before we get into the game. One final thing here that's just, I was going over my records, going over stuff that's just so blatant, is when I let my eyes and my football knowledge dictate my live bets from a football game, I have a negative ROI. When I put together the script and I don't let the game that I'm watching influence me, my ROI is extremely high live betting. And it's wild and it's important. And I just want to say that one more time here. So let's roll on Spooner on Seattle at -120. Let's get into college basketball here. and we have just the man for the job. Let me set up a couple things here. You're coming off a big night. Was it 6-1 or 6-2 last night?
6-2 last night.
Ooh, beautiful. Excellent. You are seeing things very clear. Every game we're talking about, we have action on. So this is going to be very fun. It's not content for content's sake. My bets are all in, and so are Spooner's. Let me just move.
I actually added one bet, and it's in this game. I'll let you go ahead, go first. When I went back and looked at the line movement, what had changed since last night, I decided to make a move here.
I'm looking forward to hear it. So my game. So I don't have bets on Spooner's games. I went through every single one of these games, though, to decide, what we were going to have on the schedule and what I was going to move on. So I don't have bets on Spooner's games, and now Spooner's going to have some action on at least this one. We're at the Chris Paul HBCU Classic here. So this is neutral site. We're at the Gateway Center in College Park, Georgia. Hampton Pirates 5-6 at the Jackson State Tigers 1-9. I got Jackson State plus 7.5 minus 120. I'm nervous to look at these line moves here, as we know a lot has gone on. All of these bets, again, as Spooner knows, are generally predicated on not knowing the cash flow and trusting our situation and our statistical profiles. We're back at an 8, which I don't like at all. This opened up at 8 at 7:52 p.m. last night. Quickly moved to 7.5 to 7, and then down to a 6. This was a 6 at 11:30 p.m. Got up to 7, and then back to a 6.5 at 9:20 p.m. 9:20 a.m. Then we got up to an 8.5 at 10:12 this morning, which I don't like seeing. It's basically a 7.5, though. Since it got back to 8, we've had 11-cent move in the last hour and a half or so towards Jackson State. So I got Jackson State 7.5 minus 120. I don't like it. I thought this was moving in our direction. This total is now a 137.5. It opened up at 136, got up to 139. This was a 139 this morning. This move to the under, this 1.5 point move to the under, happened 3 minutes ago. So it's a pretty legit move towards that under. When we get to the game setup, Hampton had a winning streak. 2 of the games were against Div 1 opponents, one on the road, one at home. And it was a nice victory at home over Loyola Maryland. They beat them up 93-71. Loyola Maryland's looked horrific on the road so far this year. And then they lose to Howard, a rival school here. They lose to the Bison. And that was a game that they weren't supposed to lose. They were expected to take care of business despite being on the road. They looked terrible. They shot the ball terrible. But Jackson State's coming off 3 straight losses. Look at we don't have the statistical profile of Jackson State. Look who they started at: Illinois, at Louisville, at La Tech, at Auburn, at Arkansas. Then they played Winthrop at home. Winthrop's a good basketball team, and Winthrop took them out by 18. At Louisiana, at Kennesaw State, at Houston, at Northwestern. When should that help them? Well, it should help them here, you would assume. It should help them right here in this one. We don't have, I believe, any cash flow information. I will see if we can get it, but I don't believe we have any here, and we don't. Take it away for us here, Spooner. I can't wait to hear your breakdown and your thoughts. I'm pumped up, man. Hampton Pirates, Jackson State Tigers. It's also 5 p.m. Eastern action. You need a little action before the witching hour of 7 p.m. Take it away, Spooner.
That was one of the enticing reasons that I wanted to move on this. I wanted Jackson State last night. I was looking at a 7, I think was the best number you could get at that point. And I was enticed. I felt like Jackson State was actually live to win this game. This is a HBCU matchup that is on a neutral floor, the Chris Paul Invitational there. I think Jackson State has played, I know they played the toughest schedule in all of NCAA basketball. That obviously a really hard thing for a small HBCU to do. And they have a win. They beat Louisiana. They've only played 1 home game, and it was versus Winthrop. They lost by 18 points in that game. Winthrop's ranked 111 in the country. Unkemp, I think that's a little bit of a red herring. When you look at that game, Jackson State's best player didn't even play in the game, that being Deshaun Ruffin. He was an SEC recruit, played for Mississippi. I think they have the best player in the on the court. This is a Chris Paul Invitational. You have a 5'10" point guard from the South playing in it. I think he's going to show up. I think he's going to be big in this game. I don't think Hampton's that great. I talk about strength of schedule with Jackson State and them having the absolute toughest schedule in the country. Hampton's played 282. I think if we put Jackson State with that same schedule, they probably have a similar amount of wins. The only thing that really impresses me so far on the season with Hampton is a win versus Brown, and Brown was missing a couple players at that point in time. I'm not all that impressed with it. I'm probably going to sprinkle the money line. I don't want to make it official for the show, but I got that 8.5 minus 110 that's available on FanDuel right now.
Nice. Plus 8.5 at minus 110. And Spooner didn't know what side I was on, and we are, what are we, 4-0?
Yep. So that makes me want to do that money line that much more. I think this is the first winnable game Jackson State's had in a couple of weeks. I think this is a huge little HBCU for them. They'll get 2 spots at a chance for a win here. Norfolk State's probably the tougher of the 2 teams. If you're going to have your better punch ready, it's going to be in this first game.
I like it. So again, we Spoons and I, we don't know each other's action until bets are in, and so we're 4-0 when we have the same action here thus far this year. A small sample size. We'll see how it goes. 7 p.m. Eastern, next spot on the board. We stay at the Gateway Center in College Park, Georgia for the HBCU Classic. Norfolk State Spartans at the Gramling Tigers. Spartans 4-7. Tigers 3-6 here on the year. Spartans coming off 3 straight losses, and another, just like Jackson State, they've had a very tough schedule. They played at Old Dominion. They played at Wyoming, at Arizona, at James Madison, at Baylor. They've had a very tough schedule there, which would lead you to believe that they are better than the statistical profile because they haven't been in real pristine situations. Gramling has done the same. These teams have put themselves in very difficult early schedules. Gramling played at Iowa State, one at Howard, which meant a lot to them, one at home versus Southern Miss, and then they're in the throes of a 5-game losing streak, but at San Diego, they lose by 10. At Cal Baptist, they lose by 13. At UC Riverside, they lose by 9. At Tulane, they lose by 2. And then they face Southern Miss again in the rematch at Southern Miss and lose by 8 points. So here we go. Let's take a look at the line history and then hand this over to Morgan Spooner. We have this sitting right now. Sorry, it's 7:30 start, right? We have this sitting right now. Total at 134.5. So we have another low total. This one, though, started even lower at 132 and got all the way up to 137 this morning at 8:38 a.m. And then from a point spread perspective, we have this sitting here with Norfolk State -2. They opened up -1, became a pick'em, and they were a +1. Gramling State became the favorite, and then it came back to Norfolk. They're now -2 at -112. Take it away, my man.
Yeah, this is a Norfolk State spot for me. I have the money line at -102. Hold on, let me pull my card back up.
Yeah, -102.
Yeah, money line -102. So Robert Jones is the coach for Norfolk State. This will be his 7th game in this invitational that he's played. They're currently 6-0 right now in the previous 6 Chris Paul invitational games they played. And I kind of equate that to a lot of the kids in these HBCUs that are coming to it have all played really tough schedules, and that they all get just paid a bunch of money to come in and get destroyed by upper big teams. And this is a lot of times their first chance at wins. And sometimes you're also coming in with just a good attitude, looking to play fun, like playing a pickup game and somebody's playing too much defense. Norfolk State shows up to these with just the intensity, the attitude that we're going to win. This is the start of our conference play. It's the MEAC versus SWAC, and the MEAC, they're both really bad conferences, but I think Norfolk State just has all the pieces here. They're ready to win. I think it's a nice buy low on them. They played a really tough schedule, 24th in the country, coming off losses to Arizona and Baylor. Arizona's probably the best team, according to the eye test right now. It might not reflect that way on paper yet, but I think this team's played some really tough teams. They already beat that Hampton team we talked about earlier. Gramling State was a really good team last year, but they lost their head coach, and their head coach took their best players with him and swapped to a different SWAC school. The Gramling State head coach came over from Florida A&M. This is a new roster. They got a couple easy wins at the beginning of the season. I think it's an easy spot to kind of point to them as this is a great buy low spot, a spot to win, but I just don't think they're going to have that same intensity that they're going to show up with on the other side. And I think there's a reason he's 6-0 in these games, and I think there's a reason the line's starting to move towards them now.
I'm interested in joining you. Very, very interested. We have Spooner on Norfolk State, money line -102, beat the line badly, and I'm very interested. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. We have Spooner for 30 minutes. We have 9 games left. Everything should be fine, but let's go 3 minutes a game. Temple Owls 6-5, 0-1 on the road. At the Davidson Wildcats 8-2, 6-1 home. We're at John M. Belk Arena in Davidson, North Carolina. Temple Owls coming off a big, easy home victory over St. Francis, Pennsylvania. The Red Flash beat them 95-68. We're up 47-24 after the half. So feeling very good about themselves. Taking on the Davidson Wildcats. So Temple also, and this is important, they played 1 game this year on the road at Villanova 17 days ago. They lose 74-56. 1 game on the road. Davidson 6-1 at home, coming off just a smash and grab over Mercyhurst, 80-47. Just a domination. They shot 61 from the field and 50 from 3. So, both teams feeling good about themselves here. Let's take a look at the line history and then hand this over to our guy, Morgan Spooner. We have the side here. Sorry about that. Should have had this set up. Here we go. We have Davidson -6 at -115. -6 at -115. They opened up at -5.5, and it stayed there. It stayed there until 40 minutes ago. So this is the first move towards Davidson since this line came out at 2:21 p.m. yesterday. And from a total standpoint here, we have a 144. So we've had a big drop. This opened up at 148. It didn't take very long to draw. Well, I guess it did 5 hours to get down 2 points, 7 hours to drop 3 points, 8 hours to drop 4 points. That 144 was not the low watermark this morning. Got down to 143, back up to 144.5, now 144. 4-point move towards the under. And we should have cash flow information. We do 60% of tickets, 82% of the cash on Davidson. We don't have the total information. I'll pull up action to get these numbers. Take it away for us. Shout out to Just My 2 Cents in the house. Looking forward to rock this giant Thursday night football game with you, TC. Take it away for us here, Spooner. Temple, Davidson.
Yeah, I'm on Davidson -5.5, -110 in this game. This is a spot that I really like Davidson in. They're coming off 4 consecutive home games. They're playing a 5th one before they hit the road and go play Kansas. That's going to be a game you're getting served up to the Wolves going playing in the fog. And I think this is a game you can circle and really concentrate on to get a win. Temple's a team that's had some success this season. They played most of their games in Philadelphia, and I don't think they've had much of a test on the road. You talk about playing Villanova on the road. It's another Philadelphia school. So this is the first time they're really hitting the road and playing in a true road environment at all. I just think that Davidson is a better team than what Temple is. Looking at some different statistics, offensively, these guys are very close to each other, 75th, 72nd percentile in offensive rating, but defensive rating, Temple is one of the worst teams in the country, bottom 25th percentile, while Davidson is in the 72nd percentile on the full season. And I just really think that Davidson's defense is going to make a difference in this game. They don't play really fast. One thing that Temple has done is gotten a ton of their points off fast breaks this season. Over the last 5 games, 13.6% of their points have come off fast breaks, and that puts them in the 90th percentile. And on the full season, it's at 12 points. So I think they need to really focus on trying to do something with that. And Davidson doesn't turn the ball over. They play really slow. I just think this is a spot at home. They'll be able to dictate the pace and how this game goes. 5.5 doesn't seem like too much at all. Coming off a shellacking of St. Francis. I think Temple looks half decent, but this team hasn't looked good against any decent team they've played all season, and Davidson is right up there with the best teams they've played besides Villanova.
Yeah, I feel it. I feel it. Line moving now in your direction, -5.5. Spooner got -110. It's now a 6. Let's roll on. So next one is a spot for me, and it is Fairfield, Central Connecticut. We're in Dietrich Gymnasium, New Britain, Connecticut. Fairfield Stags 6-5. They played 6 games on the road against Central Connecticut Blue Devils, who are 6-4, but they've only played 3 games at home. They're coming off an 84. Central Connecticut Blue Devils are coming off an 84-67 victory at Binghamton. The 3 games were in a row on the road where Seton Hall they lose by 16, and then they lose at Northeastern. They lose bad. They lose by 17. They bounce back against a weak Binghamton squad. Fairfield, on the other hand, they just beat Monmouth at home. They've lost, by 11 to Merrimack. They lost by 4 at Manhattan. And we've only seen Central Connecticut at home play 3 games. So of the 10 in their statistical profile, only 3 are at home. Now, only 1 was against a Div 1 opponent. That was Sacred Heart, which they won 108-106. But so we don't really know the extent of them. We have Matty Ice saying he is on Central Connecticut here. He says, be careful over the next 2 weeks. Home games are not typical home games with student body on break. Look to bet against big home favorites over the next 2 weeks as well. Something he's been very successful each and every year during this time. He is on Central Connecticut here. Let's pull up the line history and hand this over to Spooner. We have a total of 142. That's exactly where this opened, but that doesn't really tell the story. It opened at 142. Then this morning at 8:30, it dropped to 140.5. 2 hours later, this was a 144 juice to the over. So it's been bouncing all over the place. We are back from where we started, but bouncing all over the place. From a point spread standpoint here, we have Central Connecticut -6 at -117. I certainly like to see that. I bet this morning, so I got -5 at -110. So I certainly like seeing this line move here at -6, -117, and that was a pretty big move. This was a 4.5 opener at 7:52 p.m. It was a 5 last night. It didn't move to 5.5 till 10:12 this morning when my action was already in. Cash flow wise here, we're not going to get any information from the odds logic board, but we will get information from action if we do care, because we know that we do question this. It's got 50% of tickets, 56% of the cash on Central Connecticut. I'm very comfortable there. 86% tickets, 86% cash on the over. We have Matty Ice, myself on Central Connecticut. What do you think of our spot here, Spooner?
Yeah, I like Central Connecticut here. Fairfield is a team that I do look to back at home, and obviously hitting the road is the opposite of that. So I think it's a good time to fade them anytime you do. This is sort of a regional matchup. Both of these teams are in Connecticut. But like Matty Ice alluded to, there's not going to be a lot of fans around here. Central Connecticut's out of school for session right now. So I question how much the home court advantage is really there. I do think Fairfield has the ability to punch up a little bit. I'm not quite sure. I think Central Connecticut's the better team. I just thought 6.5 points was a little too much for my taste. Maybe that's a sign that it's a good bet and a strong side, but I just didn't have an edge on it, so I left it alone. But I like Central Connecticut a lot more than Fairfield, especially in this environment.
Hopefully we take it to the window here. Central Connecticut -5, -110. Let's roll into our next spot on the board. The next spot on the board is a Morgan Spooner spot. We also have in this game the corner of Spoons and Stacks Boulevard. Stacks play of day number 1 is Stafford interception in Thursday Night Football, which we'll be talking about on our live stream. Stacks play of day number 2 is William and Mary the Tribe. So we have the corner of Spooner and Stacks Boulevard.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
The Radford Highlanders 5-7, 0-3 on the road at the Tribe, who've only been at Kaplan Arena in Williamsburg, Virginia 3 times. They have won them all. Radford, William, and Mary. Let's get into the line history and set this one up here for Spoon Dogs. We have, okay, here we go. We have sidewise here. We have William and Mary -8 at -113. This opened up at 8, got up to 9, and then came back to 8. It's at an 8 right now. From a total standpoint here we go. From a total standpoint, we have a 172.5. This one has skyrocketed. It opened up at 166. 166. This was a 174 at 8:38 this morning. This was a 175.5. Wow. At that point, it moved 9.5 points towards the over. Insane. Now it's 6.5 points towards the over. Do we have any cash flow information? That answer is no from Odds Logic. But let's see if we have anything here that I can pull up from Action. And gotta move quickly here. Oh, I know we're in time crunch. Yes, we do. 75% of the tickets, 83% of cash on William and Mary, 51 and 51 on the over. Morgan Spooner, take it away.
Yeah, that over money is not a surprise to me. We're talking about a team that plays with the 4th pace of play in the country versus a team that plays with this 22nd pace of play in the country with Radford and William and Mary. William and Mary run by Brian Earl, longtime coach at Cornell. And that pace, if there's one thing you're looking for in trying to cover a big spread, is a team that shoots well and a team that plays with pace. They can open it up, and Radford's going to try to play with that same pace. It worked really well versus St. Francis, and it worked well versus Coppin State and Western Illinois, 3 teams that are in the bottom 350 in Ken Palm's ratings. Then their only other win on the season is versus a D2 opponent. Every time they've hit the road, had to play anybody decent. They have not looked like a decent team at all. This is the highest you can sell Radford all season, coming off 2 back-to-back D1 wins. And this William and Mary team is head and shoulders above them. They can pick their number, how much they want to win by. When I saw this number was 8.5 last night, it was a little too much for me. I wasn't quite sure which way this was going to go, and I wasn't sure if I really wanted to buy in on William and Mary after that George Washington loss. But I just think that is a perfect time to get in on a team when you don't quite trust them as much, because I thought they could have played better versus George Washington. I thought they could have won that game, and they ended up losing it by 13 points. So no better time to buy low on a team than when you don't trust them. And Radford, back-to-back wins. Let's sell on it. This high pace of play is what's leading to that high total. I would not get in the way of any points in this game, but William and Mary plays a sort of intense, weird defense that doesn't allow a lot of threes. And I think that's going to be a really difficult spot for Radford trying to come back if they can't get any open looks. And I really like this play quite a bit. 7.5 -118. Yep.
Locked and loaded. Spooner, William and Mary Tribe -7.5 -118. We come back to the next spot on the board. It's my game, 8 p.m. Eastern with the Winthrop Eagles 7-5, 2-4 on the road. North Dakota Fighting Hawks 4-9, 2-4 at home. We're at Betty Engelstead Sioux Center in Grand Forks, North Dakota. Look, Winthrop is a good team, and I'm not going to sit here and say that North Dakota is better than Winthrop. Winthrop is, though, coming off 2 games versus Div 3 college opponents. They just beat Toccoa Falls by 49, and then they beat the mighty Bob Jones Bruins. It's a private school in Greenville. They beat them by 46. So they played a couple of cream puffs, and now they play North Dakota, who's coming off. They've had 3 straight home games. They're just 2-4 at home. They lost to Western Illinois, the Leatherneck, 69-66 in overtime. Look, they've had some real ugly games this year. This is a down year for the program. And maybe I got caught up in how many points that they were offering. I got the +11 at -110. I'm nervous to look at what it is right now. But let's find out what it is here. I got +11 -110. I know the total here. We got that in front of me. It's 156.5. Open up at 157, drop to 156, climb up to 158. Right now it's at 156.5, a half-point move towards the under. And from a spread look here, we have, here we go. Sorry, we have, damn 12 now. It moved to 12 right around when I bet it, honestly, at 10:22 a.m., I guess a little after I bet it. So it's a 1-point move towards Winthrop. It makes me very nervous. We have nothing from odds logic cash-wise. So if we go to the Action Network to see what they have listed wise here, it's not what I want to see either. With North Dakota public dog, 63% of tickets, 51% of cash, 80% of tickets in cash on the over. Take it away for us here, Spooner. Eagles fighting Hawks in Grand Forks.
Yeah, this is a really interesting matchup. I like the side that you're on. You'd have to go back a couple seasons to find the last time that North Dakota lost by 12 points in Grand Forks. This is a really good team, or not necessarily a really good team, but a really good program. And I think part of what makes that home court advantage is you're in the middle of North Dakota, nowhere. There's no get up in the travel spot there, especially right now. Terrible weather. Probably going to be an empty gym. That creates a weird environment. We think like last year, Alabama came in, Nate Oates, D1, great program. They won by 7 points in this gym. I think this could be a situation where North Dakota loses the game handily, but finds a way to backdoor cover it, or maybe even stays live the whole game. I've not been that impressed with Winthrop. I want to say South Carolina College, traveling to North Dakota, big travel spot, going into all that snow. You got to come out with a ton of energy to cover a 13 in this building, and I just don't think they're going to have that in them. I like where you're at. I don't think I'd be too worried about that 1-point move. 12 is what Ken Palm makes the number, so I think it's about accurate.
Yeah, I feel like the biases are in play here when I see North Dakota as this big of a dog. Makes me a little nervous. I am on the Fighting Hawks of North Dakota. Let's move on to our next spot on the board. It's a Spooner game. UT Martin Skyhawks and the Tennessee State Tigers. So both teams are opening up their OVC accounts. The Skyhawks are coming in off of a Div 3 school. Their last Div 1 school they played was an atrocity. It was an 83-54 loss at Southern Illinois Salukis. It was very, very ugly. You almost wish that was their this was their next game. This is an 8-3 squad. I mean, that was just a horrible, horrible game. So taking it out in the 96-92 victory, over the champion Christian Tigers. I mean, it's situationally, I would have preferred them to go right into this game, their first conference game. This is important. Your first conference game is important. Tennessee State lost at Alabama A&M. Of course, a team that you care very much about now, Spooner, after your great call on them. They lost 80-53. Then they lose at then they beat UNLV, 63-60 in their last game. So they're feeling good about themselves. Let's take a look at the line history here for Spooner's spot. We have this line moving towards Tennessee Martin. This opened up at +3.5. It moved to 4 this morning. It moved to 4.5 at 10 this morning. Since then, there's been a big move towards them. We're down to a 2.5. Very, very legit move towards them. Very, very interesting, very appealing move towards them. Then from a total standpoint here, we have a 141, opened up at 140.5. This got up to 144.5 just before 1 a.m. And now we're back down to 141. So we've been all over the place. Cash flow wise here, we'll go over to Action and take a look. We have 73% of the tickets and 66% of the cash on the spread on Tennessee State. On the money line, you have 85% of the tickets on Tennessee State, but just 48% of the cash. 15% of the tickets on Tennessee Martin and 52% of the cash. 85 and 84 on the over. This, from a market-based perspective, is very appealing. Nice job getting the 4. Take it away, Spooner.
Yeah, this is a fun game, in my opinion. This UT Martin team is a team of like foreign nationals. There's not a single American-born player on this team. I'd be hard pronounced to name a single one of these guys. Early on in this season, they lost one of their better players, Dragos Lungo, to a sprained or broken wrist, and they've had to play without him for the last 5 games. And I don't expect him back in the lineup, but they're very healthy besides that. They gave a couple of their better players the day off in the last D2 matchup versus Champion Christian. They took a tough loss to Southern Illinois where they lost by almost 30 points. And Southern Illinois is a good team, but they shouldn't have lost by 30 points to them. That was a spread that was probably within 6 or 7 points. Tennessee Martin has played some good good teams this year. They beat UNLV on the road to open the year. They beat Bradley on the road. Those are 2 very good programs that are normally well above Tennessee Martin. And that's kind of big because Tennessee State is coming off a huge win versus UNLV themselves. And now they open conference play coming off their biggest win of the season, biggest win of the last couple of years for this Tennessee State program. And I think you're just buying high if you're trying to get on Tennessee State right now. I was really confused with the move from the 3.5 to the 4.5. This Tennessee Martin team is healthy. The only injury that is out there is somebody that has been known about. I just look at them defensively. I think Tennessee Martin is a much better team. Just doing some research into this team last night, listening to some of the Serbian players talk about playing defense and how they die for each other on defense. I was like, there's nobody on Tennessee State that's ready to die in a basketball game right now. I like Tennessee Martin quite a bit here. I think they win this game outright, but I have the 4 in my pocket. I have 2 units on it because I bet the 3.5 and the 4.5. So I built my own 4.
I like it. Spooner on the Skyhawks. UT Martin Skyhawks. Next game is a Spooner spot as well. The next 2 are 8:30 p.m. Eastern, Southeast Missouri State Redhawks, SEMO 5 and 6, also opening up their Ohio Valley Conference slate at the Tennessee Tech Golden Eagles, who've been good to us this year. We're in Hooper Eblen Center in Cookeville. We have SEMO coming off 3 games. Only one was against a Div 1 opponent. So they played one Div 1 opponent in December, but they have played some tough teams earlier in their schedule. We have Tennessee Tech off a couple of very easy victories. The first one was at West Georgia, so that was legit 87-59 domination there. And then they followed that up with, just like SEMO, a pretty relaxing Bethel Wildcats, Bethel, Tennessee, a little college there. So pretty easy last games for both of these squads. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one. We have a total at 156. This opened up at 154.5, dropped down to 153.5, and has since climbed to 156. That all happened, though, last night. So this total has not moved since last night at 10 p.m. So nothing to really be too attentive about. Then we have a SEMO minus 2.5 and minus 110. They opened up at minus 2. Last night they got up to minus 3. They're sitting at a 2.5 right now. Half-point move towards them. Again, we need to see if there's any cash flow from this book here. We're not going to get anything here. So we'll take a look over at Action to see what they have here for this SEMO spot. Sorry, I blew past it here. We have 85% of tickets, 90% of the cash on SEMO on the spread, 77 and 64 on the money line. Total wise, 86 and 86 on the over. Take it away for us here, Spooner, the Red Hawks and the Golden Eagles.
Yeah, this is a fun matchup in my opinion. Southeast Missouri is the side that I'm on. I have the minus 2.5, minus 115 here. This is another team that's played a very tough strength of schedule this year, 54th in the country according to Ken Palm, and they're coming off a win versus a D2 opponent. Doesn't look that great. They have 2 D1 wins on the season versus Cal Poly and Chattanooga. Cal Poly is a decent team. Chattanooga is not that great. So on paper, they don't look amazing. But if we look at this team a little deeper, their minutes continuity is 14th in the country, bringing back almost half of their starting minutes from last year. And this team won 21 games, 15 games in their conference. So they played a tough out of conference schedule. And then in conference, they handled business, and they beat Tennessee Tech both times last year. If you go back their last 6 games, I think they're 4-2 versus them, and their One of the losses was by 2 points. So a lot of these matchups are going to be really close, or Southeast Missouri is going to win under Brad Korn. And I think this team is at an ultimate buy low situation. You look what they did versus Missouri on the road, 89-84 loss. That's really impressive versus a high D1 opponent. Sure, on paper, none of their wins look that great, but I think here back in conference, you're getting a nice buy low. We've already mentioned it a few times. The home court advantage that's built into these lines is not really accurate for this little stretch where there's not the amount of students. What is home court advantage? It's the travel. How far does it take to get there? Are you out of your time zone? That can affect you. But like the crowd, the energy in the building, like that's what moves some of the calls for the referees and makes those home court advantage really realize. And when you don't have that crowd, and you never really have that crowd in the Ohio Valley Conference, I just don't think it's a big deal. So I think getting some of the road dogs in this conference, or road favorites in this conference, can have value. And I think that we're at an ultimate buy low for a team that's going to be at the top of this conference at the end of the season. -2.5, -115.
You are in business, my friend. The final spot on your card here is the Illinois State Redbirds at Southern Illinois Salukis here. We're Ben Terra Center in Carbondale. Let's take a look at the line history, both opening up their Missouri Valley Conference slates. Let's get the line history and the cash flow up for this one. The Redbirds and Salukis, taking a little, here we go. Now it's up. We have the Redbirds coming in off of a loss, Utah State at home, 83-78. They'd strung together a bunch of wins in really nice fashion as well. These Redbirds, they opened the year at Ohio, and they've also played at Long Beach. So the Redbirds haven't played a road game in a little over a month, but they have had two experiences with it. The loss to Utah State was on a neutral, and that kind of snapped, a 7-game winning streak for them. The Salukis are also coming off a very interesting banger here. They just lost at Richmond 93-84, and we just talked about, and you heard Spooner talk about them when they beat up on UT Martin at home in their last home game. Let's take a look at the line history. This is the last spot on Spooner's board. We have the Salukis opening up at -2. They're now -2.5, a half-point move towards them. There was actually, it opened up at 2, went down to 1.5 this morning, then up to 3. So we're back to 2.5, a half-point move to the home squad. And from a total standpoint, we have this at 154. This opened up at 151. And when we get to the cash flow here, we'll have to go to the action, which we don't necessarily fully believe. 74% of the tickets, 84% of cash on Illinois State, 71-70 on the over. Spooner, take it away.
Yeah, this is a fun game for me. Southern Illinois versus Illinois State, regional rivalry. I question how many people will be in this gym, because Southern Illinois is also out for school break right now. I do think some local fans will be there. I don't think this will be one of the more empty gyms here in Carbondale, but I don't think there's going to be a ton of energy that equates to that home court advantage. I'm on Illinois State +2.5, -118. This is an Illinois State team that I circled at the end of last season as a team that I would look to back some. They finished out in one of the smaller, I think it was like the Crown Invitational or something tournaments, and they went in and swept the tournament. They won it. They returned a ton of players back to this team, 11th in the country with 54% of the minutes back. And in that was one of their two best players, Chase Walker. And at this point, I don't know if their other best player, Jack Daughtry, is going to be that much, because he's not even starting this year. But they've gotten some of the best freshmen in this conference to come in. Tyreek Coleman has been amazing. He's averaging 12 points a game. There's 6 players on this Illinois State team currently that are averaging over double digits points per game. And I think it sets up really well. They're a good offensive team. And Southern Illinois, when you look at them on paper, they look awesome. They brought Nevada to overtime. They took UAB to an 8-point game. They just lost in overtime to Richmond, and they beat High Point on the road. High Point is one of the best mid-majors in the country. That building is impossible to win in. So many teams just get rung up there. And I circle that as an outlier, and I look at the other higher teams they played in Nevada and UAB and Richmond. They're all teams that I have as overvalued teams at this point in the season. I think this is it. Why isn't Southern Illinois, if they played that good versus all those teams and they were accurately valued, Southern Illinois should be laying more points than this. I questioned last night why it did open 2.5, and Ken Palm has this as a 1-point game. I think Illinois State's the better team. They have the 2 best players on the court here today. I think they win this game outright with not a ton of energy in the building. Scott Nagy, he won the home game last year versus Illinois State and got crushed on the road. They stole that home game. And I think this is one that Illinois State looks to get back.
In business, Spooner, the final spot on the slate for us is my final spot. Pepperdine Waves 4-7, 1-2 on the road. Long Beach State Beach 2-9, 2-3 at home. North Side Long Beach, Walter Pyramid, Long Beach, California. Long Beach coming off 3 straight losses, but they're much better than they look. They're against stronger teams than what we're seeing Pepperdine play. Pepperdine is coming off a nice win, though. Long Beach State loses in overtime to UC Santa Barbara. We know what the Gauchos are. They're at the top of this conference. Then they lose at home to UC San Diego Tritons. Look, Tritons were 8-1. At that point, it was they barely lose to a tough spot. So then, they're 0-2 to open up their Big West play. Then they go to San Jose State and they lose again in overtime, 89-83. Again, these guys are playing tough, man. Sykes went for 26 in that loss. I feel that they're better than their 2-9 record indicates. And then Pepperdine just came off snapping their losing streak. They surprised Cal State Bakersfield, beat them 70-62. We're in control, all game long. Clark went 10 of 15 from the field for 25. He led the way. Cal State Bakersfield couldn't hit anything. 30% from the 17 to 57. They went 4 of 24 from 3. They just played terrible, and they, caught them. So I did move on Long Beach -3.5 or -106. This total is a 140.5. It opened up at 140, got up to 142, dropped back to 140. Now it's a 140.5. So a half-point move towards the over. And then on the point spread here, we have Long Beach now -4, -110. I like seeing that. It moved to 4 at 11:45 this morning. Went from 2:31 p.m. to 3.5, 11 minutes later. Then sat there for almost 24 hours, almost. Sat there for like 17 hours. Take it away for us here. I moved on Long Beach -3.5, -106. Spooner, take it away.
I love that Long Beach spot. This was one that I was looking at last night. Pepperdine, not a great team. I just watched them play Vermont the entire game here a couple weeks ago, and Vermont does not play well on the West Coast. When you can circle them to get a win and cover on the West Coast, that team's bad, and Pepperdine's pretty predictably bad. I feel like this is a great spot for Long Beach State playing one of their first winnable home games of the season. They really stepped up great in that Illinois State home game. Almost stole a win there. Played tough versus Montana State, a team that's better than Pepperdine or Long Beach State by head and shoulders. They won the San Diego game, and after playing UC San Diego, this is going to be just such a step down in competition at home. If they can keep within 6 of UC San Diego, I think they can beat Pepperdine by 10 here. And there's no look ahead. They have Iowa State on deck in 3 days. They got to go on the road to play that game. That's going to be terrible. They're going to lose by 30 to 40 points. So they're going to try to take out their frustrations before they get there. I like this Long Beach State spot. I might get on it with you. Pepperdine has a look ahead as well with Rice coming up and a home game for them. A more winnable environment. Try to get at least one more win before they get deep into conference play. I like this Long Beach State spot a lot. I'm probably going to tell you on it.
I like it, Spoons. I like it. Let's review Spooner's action. Spooner, thank you for taking the time and energy to rock with us here on a Tuesday. I know you had a late night on the Sauce Network delivering the goods there. Thank you for all that you do for us. Let's review action here in college basketball. We have both of us on Jackson State Tigers. Spooner got a better line than me. He got the 8.5. He timed it perfectly. Spooner's on Norfolk State, and I want to join him on that one. That makes a ton of sense to me. He's on Davidson -5.5. I'm on Central Connecticut -5. Both Spooner and Stacks is William and Mary. Spooner got the 7.5 -118. Stacks is at the 8 at -110. I'm on the North Dakota Fighting Hawks. That's moved a point against me. Spooner's on UT Martin +4. That's another one I'm very interested in joining with you in. Then Spooner's on Southeast Missouri State. He's on Illinois State. So Southeast Missouri State -2.5, Illinois State +2.5. And then I'm on Long Beach. I'm going to pop Morgan's X handle here in the chat. Please support our guy, Spooner. He's doing really great things. Just watching you elevate your game is extremely enjoyable. It makes us all elevate ours.
So I see the question, what's my best bet out of the 9, and Deacon Mike being disappointed there's not another Alabama A&M type pick. There is another Alabama A&M type pick. A&M is a HBCU, so is Jackson State. This Jackson State line reeks. It's moving the wrong way. They have the best player on the court. I think this is a situation where they get the first win. You can get 8.5 right now. We're 4-0 right now. Following up with Jimmy, I've doubled up on the last couple bets. I'm going to put another half unit on that spread, another half unit on the money line, but I just want the 1 unit official on the show. I think that's the best bet on the board. I really love UT Martin as well. Equally as invested there, but good luck today, everybody. Let's keep getting this cash. It's been a fun week with college basketball. Hopefully NFL goes just as well.
Absolutely. There he is, Morgan Spooner in the house. Thank you, Spooner, my man. Also, we have Pig Milk play of the day. We didn't talk about the game, but it is Southern Indiana. South Indiana -2 at -110. He says that he'd bet it all the way to -6. All the way to -6, and he's coming off a 6-0 day in college basketball. Shout out to our guy, Billy Friedrich. Sweet, sweet Pig Milk, Southern Indiana -2. All right, let's get into the NBA. Very excited here. We have a 3-headed monster for this one. As always, your star here on Thursdays, one of the stars of the Locker Room Talk podcast. We have a massive NBA card, and I'm really liking how the season has gone thus far, but we must keep winning. We have just the squad for that. So please welcome our first guest. We don't have, there's, boxing. Well, there's nothing about boxing, but the Jake Paul fight, we have that coming up this weekend. But without UFC, the focus is on the hardwood. Please welcome our guy, South Jersey in the house, Billy Brisbane. Brizzy, what's good, man? How are you?
Doing well, man. Trying to be locked in here, Christmas time around here. So a lot of sports going on, mainly basketball and college basketball is the focus. And we got a fat card today in a bunch of spots. So very excited to get into it.
I'm excited to get into it as well. Our next guest, we just don't have the opportunity to cap with them enough. And this is his bread and butter, the hardwood, baby. Coming to us from Houston, Texas. Please welcome LJ from H-Town.
From down south, where we ride on flair. From down south, where we ride on flair. From down south, where we ride on flair. From down south, where we ride on flair.
Pub Sports Radio's the crew, that's a fact. We all about bread, making bank accounts fat. Who the hell is that? LJ from the H, I step.
LJ from the H, back where you belong, capping basketball on Pub Sports Radio. How are you, my man?
I'm doing great, Jimmy. Glad to be here. My first NBA cap of the season with you. And, of course, I see a lot of action today. This is a big card, Jimmy. So I am ready to attack it with my boy Billy and everybody in the chat, man. Let's get this money.
Let's get this money. We have Deacon's got to hit the road. He is on the Missouri State team total over 27.5 in the bowl game, Xbox Bowl. We'll be capping that right after this enormous NBA card. So let's get right to work. Barry Smith joining us. Got AOD, Justin McKelvey, Kongs, Clips, Shambria, Franklin, Tommy, Buns, Jerry Davis, T.A. Trader coming to us from sweet Costa Rica. We got Warbucks, Eberk, the Godfather, the El Dorado Custodian, AM. Wonderful to see all of you guys. Let's get to work here. Let me just move this over to NBA for the cash flow and get this up over to NBA as well. And then let's roll a big, beautiful card for us to attack here in NBA. We'll go back and forth here, starting off for you guys. We got LJ back in business, so we'll get him to hit lead off for us. Let's roll. We start at 7 p.m. Eastern. We have the Atlanta Hawks 15-12, 10-6 on the road at the Charlotte Hornets 8-18, 5-8 at home. We're at the Spectrum Center in Charlotte, North Carolina. By the way, so in NBA for me, 61-44, so at 58.1%, which it's just. I'm very thankful for ROI over 10%, and we're over 100 bets. But we did the Operation Garcia on the finals of the NBA Cup, and just another sense of if you can time the Operation Garcia right, that game went over, and Justin went 10-6, I went 10-7. I mean, you just need to be able to control it. You don't need to bet it every single game of the playoffs. I don't expect to bet it again until the playing games. I'm going to hammer every playing game. I'm going to hammer all of the game ones. That's the single best spot for all of Operation Garcia is game one, because the teams are so tired after the playing games and the other teams are focused game one of the playoffs. So it was in an over game. It was still a success. So I'm very excited about that. Shout out to the great Dennis Garcia and Operation Garcia, this 5th season of it, and it took care of business here. All right, fellas, let's roll NBA action here on Pub Sports Radio with the Atlanta Hawks at the Charlotte Hornets to get us started. Hawks 15-12, 10-6 on the road. Hornets 8-18, 5-8 at home at the Spectrum Center in Charlotte, North Carolina. The Hawks are on the first of a back-to-back. They host the Spurs tomorrow night. Atlanta 5-5 over their past 10 games, playing at the 5th fastest pace, 102.71 possessions a game, and shooting the ball pretty well, 47.1 from the field and 36.7 from three. Let's pull up all of the information here quickly from the shoot-arounds so we can have all of the last injury information. So before we go into the line history and go further into what Charlotte's doing, let's talk about Zingis being out and Trae Young questionable. So he practiced with the G League affiliate. It's the first time he's got the questionable tag since going down with the MCL sprain. As I said, this is the first of a back-to-back. So will he play with the minutes restriction? Maybe you guys have more information on that. So that is the important, very important spot. We like to fade when the star player returns, but do we have confirmation that he is, in fact, returning? We have Sexton out, Trey Mann out, Connaughton out. The only question here for Charlotte is LaMelo going to play. He's missed 3 games with the ankle injury. All they're telling us is there's a chance he will be back. So, again, what we deal with so often in NBA, 2 stars and whether or not they will play. We have Atlanta -5.5 right now, -5.5. They opened up -6. It went down to flat 5 at 6:30 this morning, back at the 5.5. So we have a half-point move towards the Charlotte Hornets. And when we get to the total here, we have a 239. Opened up at 237.5, dropped down to 237, got all the way up to 240 at 6 this morning, and now we're at a 239. And when we get to the cash flow, the all-important cash flow, we have 60% of the tickets and 74% of the cash on the Hornets, 56% of tickets on the under, 51% of cash on the over. LJ from H-Town, we get started here. Great to have you back in business. Hawks, Hornets, take it away.
Yes, sir, Jimmy. I'm going to attack this game early. Both of these teams are at the top at first quarter scoring. Hawks averaging 30, first quarter 35 in their last three. The Hornets are 11-2 to the over first quarter at home. So even without LaMelo Ball, they're still putting up points, right at 30. And the Hawks, that's all they do is run up and down the court. So they can easily get you 29 or 30 points in the first quarter. So I'm going to attack that one. First quarter, over 61 is my first play to start this card off, Jimmy. I was leaning to the over, but the Hornets are an under team. So as the game goes on, they may not be able to sustain those points as I need to take the game over. I usually take the Hawks off a loss. Take the over is usually the play for them, but they won that last game. So I'm going to stay off of that one. And I wouldn't mind the Hawks on the spread, but it just depends on Trae Young. If he comes back, he's still questionable. So that's going to be a game time decision because I wanted to attack Jalen Johnson's triple-double. Of course, everybody knows he's been hitting it since Trae's out. But if he plays, I don't know how his production is going to go because Trae's going to handle the ball. So he may rely on just defending the paint and getting the boards and cleaning things up for the most part. So I'm going to drop his rebounds down. I'm going to take 10-plus rebounds for Jalen Johnson. He's hit it 7 in a row, 13 out of his last 16. And I'm going to tie it with Dyson Daniels' 2-plus steals. I mean, he's a steal machine. He's had a steal 25 out of his last 26 games. If you want to go back to last year, 77 out of his 79. He's only missed it twice so far this year. So I'm just going to attack that, get some money in there. And if Trae Young does get ruled out, I may still jump on Jalen Johnson's triple-double just because it's been hitting. So why stop now? But until that, we're just going to ride with that, Jimmy. First quarter over 61. And I got the parlay. Jalen Johnson, 10-plus rebounds. Dyson Daniels, 2-plus steals. Minus 107 is the parlay.
Minus 107 for the Daniels, 2 steals, and Johnson, double-digit rebounds. I just want to see what I can get here for that first quarter as well. I can get, that first quarter over 61. I got it minus 111. Is that better, Vig, than what you got it at?
Minus 1. I got minus 104.
Okay, cool. Minus 104. Minus 104. So that line moving in LJ's direction. First quarter over. Johnson, 10-plus rebounds. Daniel, 2-plus steals. Billy Brisbane, Hawks, Hornets to get it all started. Your plan of attack.
Yeah, the Hawks somewhat have came back down to earth without Trae in the lineup. They haven't won consecutive games since before Thanksgiving. Offensively, though, they've been able to pick it up. They've scored 115-plus in each of their last 4 games. They get Trae Young back tonight, and they've won 5 straight head-to-head meetings versus Charlotte. They've been kind of hit or miss without LaMelo and Sexton. They're coming off an overtime win versus Cleveland on Sunday, and they lost a heartbreaker on Friday versus Chicago, 126-129. They've had more encouraging results over the last couple of weeks, but when you kind of look deeper into this game, this is a sandwich home spot for Charlotte, and I kind of feel where the public's coming in at. This line went up to 5.5, and it came right back down to 3.5. I mean, laying points on the road with Atlanta just doesn't seem like the type of jam that you want to get into on a Thursday night. So it's like, this game's kind of a pass. I think LJ has the right spot of hit some player props in this game. One player prop that I kind of liked in this one was, and I didn't put any money on it, but it does stand out to me. Bridges over 4.5 points first quarter. He's had 21-plus in each of his last 4 home games, and he's hit 6 out of 6 first quarter and full game over points in his last 6 head-to-head meetings versus Atlanta. So shockingly enough, it seems like Bridges is having really good games against Atlanta, so I would probably say Bridges or pass. This isn't a game that I love too much, but I do see the over. The over could definitely hit. If I had the gun to my head and I had to bet this game, I'd probably bet the over in this one. Over 238.5, minus 112. If you look at Atlanta's team total over, it's 121.5. But the better bet is probably the first half over. Just take advantage of Atlanta playing on a front end of a back-to-back. They play at home versus San Antonio tomorrow. And then the sandwich spot for Charlotte, I don't know. This game is all over the place. I would lean first half over, full game over, Atlanta team total over, and probably Atlanta on the spread, to be honest with you.
Well, And do you expect Trey? What are your expectation on Trey and LaMelo lineup wise? Are they in or out?
LaMelo, I got out. The ain't shit I've seen for LaMelo Ball in a while that tells me he's about to play basketball in the near future. I mean, if you watch the, I don't want to say the Ball in the Family podcast, but even on the podcast of the brothers, like LiAngelo, Lonzo, and company, the LaMelo ain't been on that bitch in weeks. So, like, I don't know what LaMelo's doing. LaMelo's Christmas vacation ready, probably has his ticket booked for the Bahamas for next week.
We have LJ on the first quarter over 61, minus 104. Jalen Johnson, 10-plus boards. Daniels, 2-plus steals, minus 107. We roll into the next spot on the board here. Very interesting one at Gainbridge Fieldhouse in Indianapolis, Indiana. New York Knicks, 18-7, 4-6 on the road. 9-1 in their last 10. But again, 4-6 on the road. 25 games, just 10 have played on the road this year. At the Indiana Pacers, 6-20, 5-9 at home. That record's looking a little bit better. No, my guy, Justin McKelvey, moving on the Pacers here. We have a letdown spot for the Knicks coming off the 124-113 victory at home. Well, no, in NBA Cup against in Vegas, taking out the Spurs, and they've just been winning and winning and winning. The Pacers have been off since a Sunday home loss that was absolutely embarrassing, 108-89 to the lowly Wizards, their second straight loss. Must be champion to get back in business here. Justin McKelvey on the Pacers plus 3.5 and the plus 160. The Godfather on the Pacers money line here. So let's take a look at the latest report here. We have Toppin, Shepard, and Naismith out. So no question marks there. A ton of question marks around the Knicks. McBride and Shamet out, but everybody else is questionable with Towns, Robinson, Hart. Let's go through it. So, no information. Left knee soreness for Karl Anthony Towns. Will he be in the lineup we also have Anunoby coming off a monster game, but let's just go through the order here. Mitchell Robinson here. This is the first of a back-to-back. So, again, the left ankle injury management. Will he be in the lineup? Knicks, or they host the 76ers tomorrow night, so it's a tricky spot for them. Then you have Josh Hart here. Hit that a big 3 in that game. So he's abdominal sprain. We do not know whether he will be in there. We're getting no information here on any of these guys. And then we have OG and Anunoby coming off a big game. So 4 guys listed as questionable. Pacers, an angry group off of a loss. Let's take a look at this line history here. And Brizzy will lead this one off. We have a total at 225.5. This opened up at 225. The interesting thing is that it did get up to 227.5 at 6:30 this morning before it dropped all the way down to 224. We're talking 3.5 point move to the under was an hour later. So big moves very early this morning. And then we have Indiana plus 4.5 at minus 112. They opened up at 4.5, went down to 3.5, got up to 4, back to 3.5, 4.5, 3.5, bouncing all over the place. Right now we have a 4.5 at minus 112 here. Take it away for us, Brizzy. Knicks, though, second slowest pace in the NBA over the last 10 games, of which they got 9-1, 96.25 possessions a game, and they're shooting the ball beautifully. 50.9 from the field, 39.9 from 3. The Pacers 4-6, playing at the 18th fastest pace over the last 10 games, 99.05 possessions a game, shooting 46.4 from the field and 36.8 from 3. Jam saying wouldn't be surprised if a lot of Knicks players sit this game out and they then come back to play Philly. Take it away for us, Brizzy. Knicks, Pacers.
Yeah, 2 teams on today's slate that were involved in that Cup game the other night. Knicks coming off the Emirates Cup win. Could be a post-Vegas hangover. The Pacers are going to have a long season just without Halliburton in the lineup, but there'll be spots to back them throughout the season. Like, I can count on one hand how many times I probably bet the Pacers this year, but they've been profitable in the times I bet them, and this could be one of those spots. Coming off a home loss to the Wizards in their last game, double-digit loss the game prior to Philly. Knicks on the front end of a back-to-back. Resting Karl Anthony Towns. Anunoby, I don't think is going to play. Hart and Robinson aren't going to play. So given the rivalry between these 2 teams, I mean, it kind of seems like a game that means a little bit more to Indiana. In other words, this seems like a punt game on the Knicks schedule, if that makes sense.
You think they sit all 4?
I think they sit all four. I think it's going to be Brunson and company in this one. Front end of a back-to-back. Karl-Anthony Towns got hurt in the Cup game, so I really don't think Karl-Anthony Towns is going to play. OG Anunoby just came back from injury like a week and a half ago. I don't think he's going to play. Josh Hart's probably still hungover from Vegas. He's probably like the biggest partier of the group. And then Mitchell Robinson, you got to give the big man a rest after the dog show that he put on against Wemby in that Cup game. So I don't know, man. This kind of feels like if this is truly a New York Knicks punt game, I really don't give a fuck where the number goes. I just want to make sure all these players are out of the lineup first. I like the Knicks team total under 115.5 minus 118. I like Indiana plus the points. And if Indiana takes advantage of this spot, I think it's going to be in the first half rather than the full game. Like full game, you can kind of see what Knicks players are going to be, hot or not hot. In the first half, Indiana could just be up at end of the halftime and you just get out on a plus 132 first half money line. I kind of like Indiana in the first half in this one. I like the team total under for the Knicks even more, and I like Indiana plus the points the most. It's actually funny. One of my friends, or not friends, but brother's friends, big Knicks fan. Long story short, he texted me, whole team sits today. Pakami, I'm jacking up this name. Pakami Diatet overs tonight. I believe that's the French kid that they drafted, and it's Karl-Anthony Towns' backup. But I mean, if I'm getting Pakame Diatet over text messages, I kind of would have bet the Pacers, man.
This looks like it's going to be a 5 soon. If this is moving to 5, it means somebody must be in. So let's say Anunoby and Karl-Anthony Towns are out, but I mean, why would this move
not rushing to the window? I'm not rushing to the window to bet this. I think you have to wait for the 5:30 injury news report for the Knicks because, two of these guys are in or something like that. This number could definitely change to 5.5, 6, and I think you want the Pacers. You just want the Pacers at the best price available.
We have the sports investor. Excuse me. Sorry, just lack of sleep. I'm seeing things wrong. Ball in for the Hornets, according to our friend, the sports investor. LaMelo in for the Hornets here. Also, the Cappers contest lines are live. Shout out to our guy, Swiggy. Cappers contest lines are live. LJ, can you make sense of this line move back to the Knicks? What's it telling you?
It's telling me that I don't want to bet this game because they're coming off this Cup game. So I automatically want to fade that, And if it was a better team than the Pacers, I would be on the other team. But the Pacers suck, man. They're dead last in offensive efficiency, 5-15 straight up in their last 20. So I'm not going to get any offensive production from them to put up a threat against the Knicks, in my opinion. Even if they sit a couple guys, they still got enough players to hold off the Pacers, because they're so injury riddled. But if I had to make a play, it would be the under. Just because the Pacers are the number one team to the under in the league, 17-9. And the Knicks are 62% on the road to the under as a road favorite. So that's the only way I would play this game. But I'm not going to play this game because I have no interest in this game. I don't like either one of these teams. And like I mentioned, Knicks are coming off that Cup game. So they're not going to be interested. So I pass.
Huh. I mean, it makes perfect sense, to fade the Knicks here. You would have thought that if all these guys are going to be out, that this would move down to a 3 to 2.5. I mean, I can get a 5. I can get a 5 at very legit.
It's the Pacers, though. I don't think people are getting up to back the Pacers with any American dollars.
Not at all.
I am.
Not at all.
Yeah, but you live in Canada, not America. We're talking about Americans.
That was my money.
God, I can get a 5.5 at a cheap price. Why is this happening? It can't just be. It's got to be somebody.
Somebody that we don't think is going to be in is going to be in. And I think it's. All right, so we know Bridges is going to play automatically just off of that record that he has for most consecutive games started. So Bridges is going to play regardless. He might even be a player prop under, because there's been a couple of times that the Knicks punted games last year. Bridges would start and he would just sub off within the first 2 minutes of the game and just not play for the rest of the game. But probably one of it could be Josh Hart. Like the Josh Hart one, we're joking around with the booty bandit thing in the chat and stuff like that. But, I have no idea what to think of Josh Hart. But Josh Hart's locked in and ready to go. He's one of the best, players in the league when it comes to just, adding into a little bit of every category. But when he's not locked in and he doesn't give a fuck, I mean, he looks like the LA Laker Josh Hart version.
We also we've got all of Ron Crawford's action coming in, so we now have the corner of Spoons, Stacks, and Spreadsheet Boulevard on the Tribe of William and Mary. We also have them on the Boston Bruins and the Dallas Mavericks as well. Wow, I feel like I should just bet them now at the 5 with low vig, the Pacers. I feel like that 5 is enough. I would like the under. I just feel I like, we talk about the double-digit favorites on the first half of back-to-back. The unders are incredible. And you have to only bet the full game under because it slows so down in the second half. Here, it's a much shorter spread than the double digits, obviously. But there's a fear of a lack of defensive intensity.
I like the Knicks team total under. I literally bet the Knicks team total over in the cup game at 115.5. The fact that they're going to copy and paste the same exact number from a couple of days ago is just ridiculous to me, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I would like just to get this in, though. I have a fear that there'll be an announcement at some point and they'll go right back to 3.5. I understand why, when Justin saw it go from 4.5 or 4 to 3.5, he moved on the 3.5, thinking that, this could be a 1.5 when we get to Showtime. And then the idea that just nobody wants to have anything to do with the Pacers. They're 5-9 at home. I mean, it's not an absolute train wreck. JM says Knicks by 11. And then cash flow wise, I was surprised to see that we have 56% of tickets and 63% of the cash on the New York Knicks. 75% of tickets on the under, 93% of cash on the under. It's gone up.
Throw out the cup thing. Add in the fact that Indiana just lost to the fucking Wizards at home by 20 plus points, and Carlisle ripped the team up in the post-game press conference, talking about that was one of the most embarrassing home games we ever played. Like that's really the angle of why I like the Pacers. And then you add in the cup stuff. That's just like an added addition of ingredients.
I'm going to. I think I'm going to bet it right now. Just get it in at the 5 and just deal with the consequences here. Let's roll on here. We have our guy Dan Kelly in the house. It says setting up a Kalshi account right now. Anyone have a referral code for me to use? Do we have one on Pub Sports Radio? If anybody opens
what sports book?
The Kalshi, Kalchi. Take a look and see if we have anything there on Pub, because we don't get a cent for any losses. We want you to take them to the cleaners, but we do get a bonus if somebody signs up.
Kalashi isn't a sports book though. That's a betting prediction market app.
Oh, I thought they'd take. Okay, I thought they do take action. They don't take any action? I thought they do.
No, they take sports action, but I mean, do you really count a sports book that you can also bet what the weather is going to be tomorrow?
Yes, I do.
I'm just saying.
I'm just answering.
I don't think it's a sports book.
Okay. You look, just because they take sports bets, just because it looks like a woman doesn't mean it's a woman. Okay. Let's roll. 7:30 p.m. Eastern. We have the Miami Heat 14-12, 4-8 on the road at the Brooklyn Nets, 7-18, 3-10 at home. We're at Barclays Center in Brooklyn, New York. Miami 4-6 over their past 10, second fastest pace in the NBA over that time period, 102.95 possessions a game, 46.7 from the field and 33.6 from three. Their three-point shooting has been poor. Brooklyn playing at the 24th fastest pace, 4-6 over their 10, 98 possessions a game, 45.8% from the field and 36.6% from three. Heat are on the first of a back-to-back. They play at Boston tomorrow night. Let's take a look at the line history here for this spot. We have a total at 228. It opened up at 228.5, dropped down to 226, got down to 224, a flat 224 at 3 in the morning, and now we're back up at 228. From a point spread standpoint here, we have a big move towards the Heat from 5.5 to 7.5, a 2-point move towards the Miami Heat. Cash flow wise here, BJ, I'm right with you on the Seahawks money line, my man. Great to see you in the chat. Hope's good. Hope things are good, man. Join us on the live stream if you can, BJ. We miss Cap with you, man. Respect. Let's take a look at the cash flow here for the Heat. Brooklyn, we have 50% of tickets, 61% cash on Brooklyn, 86% of tickets, and 92% of cash on the under. 86 and 92 on the under. And then a quick look at the latest injury report here. Finally, some clean for Brooklyn. We know Thomas out, Highsmith out. For the Heat, Hero, Jovic, Larson, and we don't need to talk about Scary Terry anymore. Ain't nobody talking about Scary Terry anymore. LJ, take it away for us. Heat Nets.
Yeah, Jimmy, I was leaning the Heat first half. I haven't pulled the trigger yet. They're one of the best first half teams in the league, especially on the road versus the East. 3-0 so far against the spread on the road in the first half versus the East. 17-9 overall. But the Nets have been playing, somewhat good early in the part of the game as of late. I've been keeping up with them, even though they don't have a lot of firepower. For the most part, they're still bottom 5 in offensive efficiency. And like you said, the Heat on the back-to-back. And that's what kind of scares me to try to jump in on them. How motivated are they going to be in this game to actually win by a 6.5 spread? So I kind of wanted to narrow it down to the early part of the game. I haven't pulled it yet. It's a -4, I see. Do you see a 3.5? Can you get a first half 3.5 for the Heat?
Yeah, definitely. It's kind of a weird spot for Brooklyn. Winners of 2 of their last 3, winners of their last 2 home games. Hard to trust.
I'm on the Heat heavy.
Yeah, they're on a losing streak, and that's why I want to jump in on them. But do I want to trust them for a game with the 6.5? That's the issue.
The Heat -3 right now is available at -127.
Okay.
Why don't you think on it? We'll hear Brizzy's
it.
breakdown here. Brizzy giving us the hint that he is heavy here on the Miami Heat. Brizzy, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, despite how bad Miami's looked over the last week, it's still a Miami Heat spot for me. They entered this game on a 5-game losing streak. They're desperate for a win here tonight, coming into Brooklyn, who have won 4 of their last 6 games. When are we ever going to get an opportunity to fade Brooklyn fat and happy? Their last win versus Milwaukee was tied for their biggest win margin in franchise history and their second highest point total of the season. They absolutely destroyed Milwaukee in every which way so possible. I think Miami's starting this 3-game road trip. It's important for them to get back to Heat culture basketball, regardless of them being on a front end of a back-to-back. They've had some embarrassing performances over the last week. I think they're going to be locked in for this one, and I think Miami rolls here. There's 3 ways you can play this. I took Miami in a parlay with Leonard Tien. But I also like Miami double result here, and I lean towards the Brooklyn Nets team total under 111.5. Fading the bad team that's coming off of tied for the biggest franchise margin win victory ever in a game and their second highest point total of the season. I don't know. I'll fade Brooklyn in this spot and live with the results.
How are we locking down your official action? Are you going to wait? Or we wait till you tweet it out, or do I start locking it in now, Brizzy?
We'll do Miami double result because that's going to be the added play on this one. Let me go to Bet365 and check the odds on this again. Because really the money is on the parlay, and I need the Heat to close out that parlay. So the double result is more of just added action. I got to find the double result. I'm seeing -146 on FanDuel, but there's probably better numbers out there in the market.
Well, I can beat that. So I'm just getting in this Pacers action. I can beat that. No, I can. I don't know if I can beat it, but let me just see right now what we have for the Heat double result in Brooklyn. We have.
I got -140, Bet365.
Yes, minus 140. So is that what we want to add here for you, Brizzy?
Yeah, we're gonna add Heat double result minus 140. But to be honest with you, bigger bet money ticket already is on the Heat and a parlay. Because I kind of agree with LJ of like I don't want to just back the Heat 7.5 with 2 units and call it a Monday NBA card. So I did try to eliminate the juice and parlay it with a tennis match that literally just concluded.
I feel you. LJ, what do you think here? So Brizzy with some of the same concerns about the full game. He moved on the double result. What do you want to do here, if anything?
Does the Heat have a clean injury report?
I mean,
Norman Powell's back.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, there's nobody questionable. We know that Larson, Jovic, and Hero are out, and Storman's back.
Okay, I like the fact that Billy said Brooklyn's sitting fat and happy. So how about we pivot? I'll just take the Heat team total over 117.5. I just think they're just going to score. I don't want to worry about the spread. There's just trust that they scored. They got everybody in. They got all their firepower. I can trust that they can put points up on the road because they've been putting those points up, going over on the road. So I trust them more in the first half at home. So let me just pivot to the team total.
The team total over 117.5 available minus 109.
Yes, let's do that.
Okay, you are in a business. Nunya has Hampton direct Jackson State. Makes me nervous. Nunya, both Spooner and I are on Jackson State. Excited for that game popping off in 2 hours and 19 minutes here. Brizzy on the Heat double result. LJ on the Heat team total over 117.5. Let's roll on, fellas. We hit 8 p.m. action. Oh, I got +5 minus 111 though for the Pacers. So we'll see how that bangs out. Clippers Thunder here. Clippers 6-23 and 12 on the road at the Oklahoma City Thunder. 24-2, 12-0 at home. We're at Paycom Center in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Thunder on the first of a back-to-back. They play at Minnesota tomorrow night. Let's get it, Justin, my man. So let's get into the cash flow here for Clippers. Or let's get into the spread here. The Thunder minus 17.5. And they can cover these comfortably, these huge numbers. We have a Clippers team without Harden. We have the Thunder without Hartenstein and Jalen Williams. Jalen with the IN. Jalen Williams. So let's get into the
one that matters or the one that doesn't matter. I'm just saying.
The one that does not. So we're at 17.5 now, 2.5 point move towards the Thunder. From a total standpoint here, we have the 223.5. So this opened up at 223.5. It went down to 219. Came back up to 223.5. Let's get to the cash flow here for this one. Cash flow wise, 52% of the tickets, 53% of cash on OKC, 60% of tickets on the under, 82% cash on the under. Now, now we're in this situation here with the double-digit favorite on the first half of a back-to-back for the full game under. I mean, it just hits at such a high rate. I mean, I don't see why I don't move on it here. Obviously, that was the initial feeling. The market was concerned. Now we see this U-shaped movement. Should I be concerned about it? Well, let's hear from our guys. Brizzy going to hit lead off. Justin McKelvey on the team total over 120.5 minus 120 for the Thunder. Clippers 1-9 over the past 10, 27th fastest pace in the league, 97.4 possessions a game, shooting 46.8 from the field and 32.8 from three. The Thunder 9-1, playing sixth fastest pace, 102.65 possessions a game. Shout out to AOD in the house. What up, AOD? And I've never written these numbers down before. I don't remember ever. 53% from the field and 43.7% from three. That's what the Thunder are shooting. I mean, the efficiency of this basketball team, is insane. Brizzy, take it away. Clippers, Thunder.
Yeah, rarely are we going to get a spot with the Thunder coming off a loss this year and then a couple of days to marinate in it. OKC's actually been profitable as a double-digit favorite, 10-7 this year as double-digit favorites, and the books just keep on moving the number on the Thunder here. OKC 6 straight head-to-head wins over the Clippers, 8-2 ATS over the last 10 head-to-head. If you're looking for a podcast that's going to tell you to bet the Clippers plus the points, flip the channel because they ain't going to be here. I like the Thunder. And the crazy part is, I'm with you on the under, but it kind of gives me like deja vu of last week of in the cup game. This is why you got to wait sometimes in the NBA because the NBA be tricky with the injury news report. I almost bet the under in the Thunder Suns cup game, and then I was waiting on the Booker news. Booker came out of the lineup, and it's OKC put up the over them damn selves. Like the Suns might have went 40 points under their team total, and the over still hit on the game because that's how many points the Thunder scored. And that would be my concern and why I think OKC covers the spread. Nobody wants to walk up to the window tonight and say, "Give me minus 20 on the Thunder," but I think that shit cashes.
I did not hit the button before the Pacers line kept moving towards the Knicks. It's 5.5 now.
I would wait until why is somebody gonna beat you up in your room right now for betting a basketball game 2 hours before the actual injury news report comes out? Like, nah, you should be good.
I don't think it keeps moving. Obviously that's part of gambling when you hit the button. Now it's a 5.5. I mean, this is okay. Take it away for us here, LJ. Clippers, Thunder, and Brizzy, was the Thunder at 17 or 17.5 official at this point?
No, I would take the Thunder as like a parlay piece, 11+ win margin Thunder, and if I could get a better read on the total, I would be a little bit more willing to back OKC in a specific way, but I don't know, man. This game gives me the kajivis where I don't want to have the Clippers to do anything with. I don't want them involved with anything. I think the Clippers are a fade team for the rest of the year.
Justin's saying Thunder, if a loss, they can score 135 points tonight. I mean, there's been a bit of a break, bit of a space between. So do we really think they're that angry? I mean, maybe they are, but again, you guys know my numbers with the.
It's not about them being angry. It's about if Shai Gilgeous-Alexander sees the Clippers on the other side of a uniform, he's going to go off. I mean, you can list 5 different reasons why Shai doesn't like the Clippers for the rest of his life.
I have a couple right here. I'm going to run off to you right now.
Yeah, hit this one, man.
Yes, I'm right there with you, Billy, man. Minus 17.5 to the moon. They are going to run these boys off the court. That's why Harden ain't playing. Harden don't want that smoke tonight, man. He don't want it. He going to sit back and let his team get destroyed. Yeah, Jimmy, OKC, you don't get these situations often. Off a loss at home versus a rival that they do not like. Man, perfect spot. And I had this game circled like a month ago just to see if they would get to the cup and they lose. Like, let's just say if they would have lost the championship, I still would have been on this. You get what I'm saying? So, yeah, Thunder minus 17, Jimmy. 14-8-1 against the spread off a loss going back to last year. And they own this division, 22-3, straight up in the last 25 versus the Pacific Division. I mean, it's just the numbers are just astonishing to me to where number 1 in defensive efficiency, number 4 in offense. And like I mentioned, Shai owns the Clippers, Jimmy. And rather than take the points, I'd rather just take the assists. Over 6.5 plus 106. He's had 7 in the last 5 games versus the Clippers. He's had 7+ assists. And he's averaging 7+ assists at home versus the West so far on the year. So I don't see why that's going to change. He got the scores that he needs in the lineup. Even though Hartenstein is not playing, we don't need him for offense. So he got all his players that he can contribute that to. And I'm with Justin McKelvey. I'm on the team total over 119.5. 8-2 in their last 10 at home to their team total over. And the Clippers just allowed 121 to Memphis the last game. So I'm pretty sure OKC can get 120 points off a loss because, like I said, their motivation tonight is going to be nasty because they don't like losing, Jimmy. It's just one of those teams. And I love teams that don't like losing because I love making money off of them. So those are my 3 plays, Jimmy. Team total over 119.5. Thunder minus 17.5. Shea over 6.5 assists plus 106.
Can I give you another nugget to kind of like marinate in, Jim? Cam Spencer had 7 3-pointers in their last game versus the Clippers of how bad they've been playing. 7 threes for Cam Spencer. He wasn't even doing that shit in college.
I also have a parlay piece in this game, Jimmy, with Case and Wallace, but I was going to tell you at the end once I put all the players together because they're in some more games.
So 17.5 minus 1. Did you say that the over 6.5 was a plus 106?
I got a plus 106 early this morning. Yep.
And the team total over 119.5 available right now, minus 111. I still am interested in the under. So the first half of the back-to-back, they play at the Timberwolves tomorrow night. They care about beating the Timberwolves, but there's no concern here from you guys at all.
Not at all.
Well, back-to-back games that are in like small primetime markets. They play on NBA TV tonight. This game against the Clippers is on NBA TV, and then tomorrow night they play on Amazon Prime. So, I mean, kind of neutral in my opinion, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
If anything, they might. I really don't think you get the grasp of like how much SGA does not fuck with the Clippers like at all. Like the whole team, the front office, the jersey. It's like he goes like ultra dark mode when he sees the Clippers. There was a game, I believe was it this year that they played on? Yeah, it was this year. They played on the Peacock 11 o'clock game, and it was in the Intuit Dome. SGA just like, you couldn't tell him what the fucking score of the game was. He was just going hard the whole entire time, and the Clippers ended up losing that game 107-126. SGA had 30 points, 12 assists in under 30 minutes. Like, that tells you, like, and if you look at his assist prop line, they opened up at 5.5 today, juiced towards the over, and they're moving it to 6.5. So they can't find a number that's high enough for SGA's assist prop.
Great breakdown, fellas. Very, very interesting. So LJ on the 17.5, over 6.5 assists, and the team total over 119.5. I still have interest in the under. It's more of just a system. Let's roll on. 8 p.m. Eastern. Washington Wizards 4-20, 2-11 on the road at the San Antonio Spurs. 18-7, 9-2 homer. Frost Bank, San Antonio, Texas. Spurs are on the first of a back-to-back. They play at Atlanta tomorrow. We saw the injury report for the Knicks. Let's compare it to the Spurs. Everybody good. Washington has Middleton and Kispert and Branham out, so no question marks at least. The Wizards playing 11th fastest pace in the NBA, 101.25 possessions a game. They're doing everything more efficiently of late. 46.8 from the field, 35.8 from 3. Spurs are 7-3 over their past 10, 9th fastest pace in the league, 101.9 possessions a game, shooting 46.1 from the field and 36.8 from 3. Let's get LJ is going to be hitting lead off. Let's just set up the line history here for LJ. Line history wise, we have total wise, we have a 240.5. This opened up at 242. It never got higher than that. It got back. Oh, no, it did. Sorry. At 5:42 a.m., it hit 242.5. Right now, we have a 240.5. Let's get into the point spread here from a point spread standpoint. We have the Wizards plus 15.5. This opened up at 14.5, dropped down to 13. It's just climbed since then. We're up to a plus 15.5. Hard to go from facing the Knicks for the NBA Cup to facing the Washington Wizards, the sad-ass Washington Wizards. 50% of the tickets, 86% of the cash on the Spurs line moving in their direction. Although the best line available for the Spurs is at Circa, which is a little uncomforting. Actually, Superbook has taken a cent off of it. So they're both at a flat 15. And then from a total standpoint here, we have 91% of tickets on the under and 79% of cash on the under. So here we go again, double-digit favorite on the first of a back-to-back. Sports Investor says the Clippers over 222 is about to go up. Yeah, I've got it higher than that. I've already got it 223 and a half. Sports Investor, at least on the offshore markets. Take it away for us, LJ. Wizards, Spurs.
Yeah, Jimmy, I see points on the Spurs side. And rather than take these big spreads, because this is, what the books are attempting us to do, because the Spurs are a -9 first half. That's just ridiculous. But the Wizards are that bad, and it's almost to the point to where do we just do the obvious and stop trying to second guess ourselves on these teams that are just horrible, that's giving up 126 points a game? I mean, the Wizards are dead last in defensive efficiency. I mean, they're just horrible, man. But the Spurs, like you said, they're coming off their game. How motivated are they going to be, especially on the back-to-back, And just for that, Jimmy, I want to lean to their team total. I saw it at 128, but I still think that's a little tad too high, because they don't have to score 128 points to beat this team. So all that said, I veered to a player prop, and I'm going to trust Stephon Castle tonight. He's been cashing for me. He's come back. He picked up where he left off, in my opinion. Over 24.5 points plus assists is what I'm going to take. He's hit that 9 out of his last 12 games. I got it at a -112. Because, like I said, he's going to score, and he's the point guard. He's going to get the assists. And the Wizards give up the most points, and they give up the most assists a game. So, like I mentioned, I'd just rather just take a player that's going to have the usage, that's going to run the offense, and just get the points. Instead of trying to come up with a spread, -12.5 spread with the Spurs, I just think that's just too much for me, man. Even though I think they can do it. Or 14, I saw that 12.5, now it's 14. So even though I believe they can do it, I just rather do it versus better competition that they're going to be motivated for. So that's why I stayed off the side. But I'll just stick to the Stephon Castle over 24.5 points plus assists.
You are in business, my friend. Brizzy, your plan of attack.
Yeah, I mean, I get the Spurs are in a similar situation as the Knicks coming off the cup loss, but I don't know. My experience from the last Pubapalooza when we left San Antonio, I had to go to Las Vegas, then to Philly. You'd be shocked. San Antonio to Las Vegas the boarding and getting on and off the plane probably took longer than the actual plane ride itself. Like, it's a way quicker trip than what you would think. Like, might have been like an hour 15, hour 30-minute flight from San Antonio to Vegas. And that was during March Madness. I mean, San Antonio is getting the respect of the public and the sports books coming off that win over that they had over the Thunder. But this is a terrible spot for them. Front end of a back-to-back, first home game in their last 7 games. The Spurs haven't played at home in a minute. They haven't played at home in weeks. Wemby with the passing of his grandmother. I don't know. This seems like a definition of a sleepy spot, but I can't get a grasp on the total. Is this a sleepy spot where nobody plays defense? If you look at their last 10 games, Washington 6-4 towards the over, San Antonio 7-3 towards the over. LJ was talking about San Antonio first half is -8.5. That's so fucking high that it makes me think that it actually cashes. So it's like I have conflicting thoughts where it's like on paper I think it's a sleepy spot, but then in reality I've made that flight before. That flight ain't shit. Like, you could take that flight 5 times in one day and you wouldn't feel tired at all. So I'm just going to stay off of this one because the bet would be the Washington Wizards. And anytime the bet's the Washington Wizards, you probably shouldn't bet the game. One of my things that I've been doing that's improved my ROI tremendously is just knocking off the bottom 5 teams in the NBA, in my opinion, of just like either betting on their games or just betting them itself and just passing. I don't feel convicted. That's what's kind of like having me like at the graphs of the Indiana game. It's like you got to be really fucking convicted to take one of these bad 5 teams in the NBA. But this would classify as a Wizard spot. What in this spot would make you want to back the Spurs at the same exact price tag as the Oklahoma City Thunder? Is it because it's the Clippers and the Wizards? Like, if you erase the names of the jersey and you just put the stats, you would think that the Wizards were the Clippers.
Yeah, no, I feel like I have to still bet this angle with the double-digit favorite.
You don't have to.
I think the angle sounds good and all that, but like, how does the angle factor in the best team that we've seen in NBA history coming off of a loss, and then another team that has just cashed ridiculously as a big underdog in the last week.
The whole bet is predicated on, and it works better, much better in the Thunder game, is that they don't care. The second half is going to slow down to a crawl. It happens all the time with these double digits because now if the big dog is menacing in the game, you're going to lose. The game is going to go over. But if the favorite's way ahead, we just see it over and over and over and over again. It just slows down to a crawl. The backup.
So that might be the first question. Do you think the Wizards are live to cover the spread or not? Because if the Wizards cover the spread, I would imagine this game goes over. If the Spurs really do cover a 15.5-point line, this game goes way under.
I agree. I feel like when your own feelings on these games get in the way of an angle that works, that's when you start. It's like if you're tailing a guy and instead of tailing all his plays, you pick the one that you like the best. Well, you're putting yourself in danger. You know, so
yeah, I know that exact feeling. People text you like, "Oh, I tailed da." It's like, dude, I had like 3 other bets on the fucking card that won. Yeah, so I definitely like that comparison.
So again, and for both of these unders, I'm not going to bet them now. It's better for me to kind of wait a little bit here and let the market marinate a little longer. But I both have asterisks beside them here.
This one is concerning though. This is the biggest total on the board with a fat slate of games, which is pretty crazy. Because if you would have asked me like, what's the highest total on the board, I would not have guessed the Wizards and the Spurs.
The Rockets game was this similar situation, and it was going way over at halftime, way over. And then 43 or 44 points were scored the rest of the way in that one. I know that you'll remember the spot, LJ. Let me just grab it. San Francisco 49ers says Spurs masterclass about to take over. But the where is it here?
It doesn't get to that person in the chat. Like, it doesn't concern you that they're on a front end of a back-to-back and they travel to Atlanta and they also play the Wizards again on Sunday?
Where is it? Now I can't even find it.
Because anytime a team plays like a home and home or like within 3 games of each other, it just makes me not want to back the favorite that wide of points.
So I can't even find it. I'm tripping. It was Phoenix Houston. Remember that game, Phoenix at Houston? LJ was like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I was there.
And the first half was flying way over, and then the Houston was double-digit favorite.
Yeah,
they had the second more important game on deck, and 40 points were scored in each of the third and fourth quarters, and it went way under. And then I did it again earlier than that. We did it on the last time they played the Thunder played the Kings. Remember, in the first time the Kings menaced, so we knew that the Thunder would care for a little while, shut them down, and then stop caring. So both of them cashed. The last 2 I bet cashed. We'll handle it a little bit more. A Coin saying the 7-point move on the Atlanta-Charlotte total. Are you moving on the under? I don't think so, Coin, because I believe we can say that this is more predicated on the fact that LaMelo's playing. If it's an injury issue and not just a gambling issue, like it's when it's just action that's taking it 7 points. If there's an injury involved, it's not the same thing. But I will take a look at it.
You put LaMelo and Curry back inside a basketball game, regardless of how many games they missed prior, it's just going to drive up the total.
Yeah. Okay, lots to talk about, lots to think about. This is the NBA, and the longer that you spend on these games, it's not paralysis by overanalysis. These games have so many moving parts with players that you have to decide whether they'll be in or out, and the longer you spend on them, the better, at least for me. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. Brizzy hitting a leadoff. My Toronto Raptors in action here at the Milwaukee Bucks. Raptors 16-11, 8-5 on the road at the Milwaukee Bucks. 11-16, 8-7 at home at Fiserv in Milwaukee. Toronto 4-6 over their past 10. It's been a tougher haul for them. They snapped their losing streak with that 106-96 victory at the Miami Heat. They are playing 25th fastest pace, 97.93 possessions a game, shooting the ball poorly and way less efficient than they were earlier in the year. 45.4 from the field and 32.7 from 3. The Bucks shooting at just a tiny bit slower of a pace. So both teams playing at a slow pace last 10 games. Milwaukee 3-7, 97.75 possessions game, just one spot below the Raptors. But they're shooting and playing much more efficient, 48 from the field and 38.1 from three. The Raptors did snap the ugly losing streak, on Monday, 106-96 at the Heat, and the Bucks couldn't keep winning after beating the Celtics at home, losing horrifically 127-82 at Brooklyn. So if this was 2 nights later, I'd be all over the Bucks here. The question now is, do the Bucks care? When you're betting a team to bounce back, it's because you're betting on their character. If you think a team might be devoid of character, then you wouldn't want to bet them. Giannis out. We have Kuzma questionable, Cole questionable as well. So at this point, it's a sickness for Kuzma. There's a flu going around. It's bothering a lot of people. So we have AJ Green here. He's missed 3 games with the shoulder injury. He was a limited participant at practice. I mean, if you're a Bucks fan, would you like to see Gary Trent out there for 30 minutes? Good God, I'm so happy he's not wearing a Raptors uniform anymore. And then we have Cole Anthony picked up a neck injury. God, they seem to somehow have picked all these players that I never want to watch play basketball again. Cole Anthony, Kuzma.
It's like, who's running the front office for the Bucks? Of like, how are you acquiring like the group of players that nobody wants in the NBA?
I told you again, and I don't mean to hit this again, but Cole Anthony single-handedly dropped the Timberland price point, dropped their share price, dropped all of that shit. I can't. Do you think of Mobb Deep anymore when you think of Timberland? No, you think of Cole Anthony and his disappointed father watching him in the slam dunk competition. We have Pirtle question mark here. RJ Barrett is out, still out. And I do, as hard as I've been on RJ Barrett, obviously the efficiency dropped dramatically when he got injured. Pirtle's being downgraded. He was initially listed as probable. So why? I mean, it's got to be the back soreness. Downgraded to questionable is a big, big problem here. We know what this team is just different without Pirtle out there, and it's just we have Milwaukee opening at 4. Now they're plus 4.5. It opened up at plus 4, and within 10 minutes, this was a 5.5. We've come back to 4.5, and I mean that's single-handedly Pirtle here. And then from a total standpoint here, we have this sitting at 219.5. It opened up at 220.5. Cash flow wise, 61% of tickets, 53% cash on Milwaukee, 72% tickets on the under, and 79% cash on the over. I would hate to bet this now and then see Pirtle out there, but it feels like he's not going to be out there. Brizzy, take it away here. Raptors, Bucks.
This is the biggest stay away games that I could possibly talk about on the whole entire card. Just off the aspect of like, I don't know, me and Stacks were talking about this for Toronto's Cup game. I don't think Toronto's that good of a basketball team. And then you take off RJ Barrett, their on-off splits without RJ Barrett is pretty drastic. And like just their public perception combined with the way that the sports books are like pricing them, they're just being a little bit overvalued. Like, I'm not trying to back Toronto at minus shit on the road, and then on top of that, minus 178, minus 4.5. Like Milwaukee's coming off their biggest loss of the season. We just talked about the Milwaukee-Brooklyn game a couple of games ago. Milwaukee lost that game by 35, 40 fucking points to the Nets. Like, if they have any signs of life, they're going to show a little bit of something here, a little bit of fight back against the Raptors. Watching the press conference after the Bucks game, it was oddly concerning, which is why I'm not backing them. Kuzma was saying about the Brooklyn Nets, he said, yeah, we lost to a team that's trying to lose. So I think the Bucks bounce back in this one. It's just, do I really want to be betting Milwaukee with any type of American dollars? Probably not. Milwaukee or pass for me. I don't want to back Toronto at this price at all.
I've not faded the Raptors often this year. Sample size only 3 games, but I'm undefeated. And I want to fade them here. With Pirtle being downgraded, the Bucks sitting in this loss. Again, it's not comfortable to trust the Bucks character. But what an embarrassment. LJ, take it away.
Yeah, I didn't have anything in this game. Yeah, I'm with Billy. This is probably when I looked at the card, I instantly knew that I was not going to dive into this game at all. Because, like I said, I'm not betting Milwaukee without Giannis, and I'm waiting for the Raptors to get healthy for me to put some more money on them because I think they need R.J. Barrett in the lineup. Once they have their full lineup, they're a different team. So I stayed away.
It's crazy how much of a on-off split RJ Barrett is offensively for the Raptors. With him on the court, they're a top 10 offensive team in the league. With him off of the court, they're bottom 5 in the league in offensive efficiency. Their shooting numbers drop off drastically. And when you watch RJ Barrett play, it's not like he's doing anything like fucking crazy spectacular, but I guess he's a huge cog for this team. The drop-off between RJ Barrett and Abaji and company is just not it. Like they tried the Jacoby Walker thing for a couple of games and they said, yeah, you're coming off the bench.
No, I hear you. But I mean, also our defense goes up when RJ Barrett's off the court. So, but I hear you with the issues with the efficiency. It's blatant, but God, he can be real lackadaisical on the defensive end. And
hey, it's the NBA in 2020. We're going into 2026, Jim. The defense doesn't matter.
Well, I'm going to be moving on the Bucks. I wonder. I would like the 5 and not have to spend too much money on it.
I see 5 at Parks Casino, but I know that's not available. Parks, Bet Rivers, and Bally Sportsbook all have 5s in the state of New Jersey.
Okay, that's a good sign. But then I also want to get to it before Pirtle is announced out, which probably will be later. Okay. I'm going to be on the Bucks here. Let's roll. And Ken Davis says Rivers has the 5. Okay, thank you guys. All right, let's roll on. I'm going to be on Milwaukee Bucks. Let's roll on. We got LJ's Houston Rockets at the Smoothie King Center in New Orleans, Louisiana. Rockets 16-7, 8-5 on the road. Pelicans 5-22, 3-12 at home. Rockets playing at the third slowest pace in the NBA. It's 96.99 possessions a game, 6-4 over the last 10 games, and playing efficient ball. So are the Pelicans offensively. Pelicans playing at a much faster pace. Houston shooting 48.6 from the field and 36.9 from 3. Pelicans 102.61 possessions a game, but they're shooting that's 7th fastest in the NBA over the last 10 games, shooting 49.1 from the field and 35.9 from 3. Let's get into the line history and hear from LJ. We have a 235 here on the total. This opened up at 235.5, so we haven't seen anything. And I don't know why I'm not coming on here. Let's go over to the point spread here. I don't know. I'll read. Oh, I think no, it's not down. Okay, we're good. Okay, so then from a line history side of things, we have Houston minus 9.5 at minus 112. This opened minus 10 at minus 110. I'm not seeing when it moved. I'll have to get into this one more time. I hope it's not down. So take it away for us here, LJ. Rockets, Pelicanos.
Yeah, Jimmy. Everybody knows for the most part, you take Houston first quarter on the road, man. -3, 9-4 against the spread on the first quarter on the road. That's where they get the game started off, jumping on you early. And you mentioned that the Pelicans have been playing good offensively wise, especially in that first half, because they come back and cover that first half, when they're down in that first quarter. But that first quarter, they struggled. They're 1-6 in their last 7 against the spread in the first quarter. 6-9 against the spread in the first quarter at home are the Pelicans. So I'm going to just trust Houston, jump on them early. And I believe that the total is going to go over. 234.5 is what I got. Houston, 9-4 to the over on the road. Pelicans, 11-4 to the over at home. And I believe Houston is going to put up some points on the fact they just coming off a loss. And like I said, when you take good teams off a loss, they tend to respond offensive-wise, and I believe we will respond that way. But I don't really want to invest in the spread, even though they are 14-6 against the spread versus the division going back to last year. But, I'm just going to focus on the first quarter, which they've been doing very well, and the over, points scored, and Pelicans are 5 out of the last 7 has gone in the over. So I believe they could contribute some points as well, may cover the spread. So, hey, it's probably a sprinkle 9.5, on the Pelicans. This is a division game, and, Pelicans at home, they play much better at home than they do on the road. But the fact that they're still bottom 7 offensive efficiency, second last in defensive efficiency, you know, I'm not going to try to trust the fact that just to take a shot on that. So, but first quarter, -3 is my heavy bet of the day. Trilogy play of the day.
Oh, it's Trilogy. Okay, Trilogy is the -3 first quarter. I'm getting a -116. What did you get?
-114.
And I'm getting a -115 on the over 234.5. What did you get?
Same one.
Same one. Okay.
Yeah.
I see 3.5 at BetMGM at +100.
No,
Yeah, that the flat numbers on your first quarter bets are crucial. You don't want hooks as much as possible.
Not at all.
So first quarter -3, -114, over 234.5, -115. We have LJ talking about his Rockets. Brizzy, what do you think about LJ's Rockets tonight?
I'm right there with LJ. Breakdown of this game is you get rid of Willie Green's old ways at looking at basketball. It seems like that was the first of the Pelicans' problems. You put James Borrego there as the coach for the Pelicans. I mean, dude, the drop-off between just offensive philosophies is just drastic. Borrego is a way better offensive coach than what Willie Green was, and it's translated into wins. The Pelicans are looking for the first 3-game win streak tonight of the season. Houston's been a stout team to face, especially off of a loss. 5-1 straight up, 4-2 ATS, second game of a 6-game road trip. And I'm kind of right there with LJ. The first thing that you cap in this game is if the Pelicans are any remotely live at backdooring covering this line, then this game should be an over bonanza. I think this is you asked me what's the highest total of the board today. I thought it would have been the Rockets and the Pelicans. There's so many reasons why this game could go over, but I also feel like the sports books haven't adjusted the Pelicans' numbers with Zion and Jordan Poole both healthy. I feel like that's a pretty big addition for the Pelicans. That's damn near like 25 to like 35, 40 points that they're missing a night with Zion and Poole if they're both fully healthy. I like Houston here. I like the over. Favorite player prop of the day comes in this game. Amon Thompson, over 4.5 assists. It's a little bit juicy at -166, but Torrey Easton's is like one of those names that, like, when we preview the game, it really doesn't matter that much. But when you look inside the Rockets player rotations, it does matter a lot. Torrey Easton being questionable for this game, I don't think he plays in this game. And if he doesn't play in this game, if you look at Amon Thompson's on-off splits with Easton off, it's pretty drastic. Amon has gone over 9 out of 12 games while averaging 13.9 rebounds and assists on 23.3 rebound chances. New Orleans Pelicans ranked 27th in assists allowed to the point guard position. And just eye test-wise, it feels like they're trusting Amon Thompson to facilitate the offense a little bit more than what they did in the first couple of weeks of the season. So I like Amon Thompson over 4.5 assists. I like the Houston Rockets as a parlay filler, and straight bet is over 35.5. I mean, that number just keeps on climbing up. That number is at 233.5 when I wrote it down. It's at 235.5 now. I think this is a certified over, and probably a good same game parlay, to be honest with you.
Let's go over a couple things here. And LJ, we're getting a tiny bit of feedback with your. So at times when you're not talking, if you could hit the mute, I was trying to do that a little bit there in the last little bit, helpful. But I don't ever want to. I want to make sure we get all of your info as well. So you have Tom. So what are we making official here, Brizzy? Are you still planning that out?
We're just playing it out because there's 3 different bets that we're going to be on. Definitely going to be on Houston, New Orleans Pelicans over 235.5 -110. And then we're just looking for the right ingredients for a SGP here. SGP potential should be Amon Thompson, 5+ assists, Houston Rockets money line, and the over. Probably just shop around, see what's – you know how the sports books are in like a sports legal gambling state. 25% for a boost of a 3-leg parlay or more. So I'll probably take advantage of one of the sports books on that.
All right, you're in business here, but we have made the over 235.5 official. If we're going to do that, then I can get you the 234.5 at -115. So
yeah, you can do 234.5. I really like the over in this game. Houston coming off a loss, and I also feel like the Pelicans' offensive numbers aren't being accounted for in these like spreads and totals. Like their offense has been pretty good with James Borrego as the coach.
You are in business here, both of you. LJ on the Houston first quarter -3, -114. The over 234.5. We have Brizzy on the over 234.5, and he's also cooking up an SGP. And when he does put those out on X, those will be official for his record. But we have made that over 234.5 -115 official. We roll on 8:30 p.m. Eastern. The Detroit Pistons 21-5, 9-3 on the road at the Dallas Mavericks, 10-17, 7-9 at home. We're at American Airlines Center in Dallas, Texas. The Pistons 4 straight wins. We haven't seen them since Monday at Boston when they beat them 112-105. They have been winning games by margin and playing really good basketball since that loss at Milwaukee. For the Mavericks, their 2-game winning streak was snapped on Monday in that crazy 140-133 overtime loss at the Jazz here. Neither team on the front end of a back-to-back. So let's take a look at the situation here for the Pistons, Mavericks, cash-wise and sidewise. We have the Pistons -7.5, -105. They opened up at -6. So this opened up at 6, and it dropped to 5.5. And that was at 10:38 p.m. last night. Moved to 6, and then to 7.5. So it's a 2-point move from what we saw at 10:30 p.m. last night. A 1.5-point move from the opening line moving towards the Detroit Pistons.
I think that's because Anthony Davis was supposed to be back for this game, and then when he went through shoot around today, Anthony Davis did not go through shoot around. So I think that was the adjustment of the line, like not because of sports better tickets or something like that. Just throwing that note out there.
No, that's important. That's an important note. We have 4 questionables here, and I'm trying to.
Yeah, they said Anthony Davis 2 days ago. They said Anthony Davis was going to be back for this game, and then when you looked at the shoot around thing at 12:30, Anthony Davis wasn't even at shoot around. So if you're not at shoot around, I don't think he's playing.
Yeah, and he had the full practice too. Interesting. Important info. I'll go over all of these guys to the question marks here for Dallas here, and we do have Brizzy hitting leadoff. The other questionables that we're going to need to worry about here, I guess not much. I mean, D'Angelo Russell, Najee Marshall. Russell's sick right now. He was probable, and now he's downgraded to questionable. So more Williams, Nembhard, Hardy without D'Angelo Russell in the lineup. God, can't believe this guy was the number 2 overall pick.
Russell?
Yeah.
I mean, he had a fine career until he had to make the comment about Nick Young cheating on Iggy Azalea, and that like plummeted his whole entire career for like a year and a half.
Yeah, but I mean, at that point, how many years had he played? 2?
Yeah, but to be a number 2 draft pick on the LA Lakers, they wanted to build the franchise around him, and then he did that dumb shit, and that definitely halted everything.
Oh yeah, that was just. What are you thinking? What the hell could you possibly be thinking?
No, it was when Snapchat first came out, though. Nobody knew.
Shut up, man. I mean, it's just isn't that the first rule when you get drafted? Hey, shut up.
Yeah, never speak of anything that happens in the hotel, more or less record it.
Just shut up about everything. Just shut up. Nobody wants to hear anything you have to say about anything. Shut up and play basketball, you know? What an idiot. But let's talk Pistons Mavericks here. So Detroit 7-3 over the past 10 games, 13th fastest pace in the NBA, 100.95 possessions a game, shooting 47.8 from the field and 35.5 from 3. The efficiency of the Mavericks really has stepped up over the last little while, and you're seeing it from the perimeter, shooting 38.1 from 3, 48.1 from the field, 16th fastest pace at 99.66 possessions a game. Brizzy talked about that move there towards the Pistons, predicated on the missing the shoot around here for the Brow. Cash flow wise here, we have 85% of tickets and 91% of cash on the over. 85 and 91 on the over is a ton. And this total opened up at the legal books at 231, now 228.5. I having some problems with this site right now. I'd like to see what it is here. And it should pop up in a second. But while I'm waiting, let's just see what Circa has done with this total. The total right now at a 228 flat. Oh, maybe it's just my computer. Fuck. All right, let's just roll on and hear from our guy Brizzy. Take it away, Pistons Mavericks.
Yeah, first note on this game is homecoming game for Cade Cunningham. Grew up and lived in Arlington, Texas his whole entire life up until he played college at Oklahoma State. So I would imagine he's going to have some friends and family in attendance. Christmas is a week away. That's probably like a cheesy Christmas gift to give to somebody. Come to the Dallas Mavericks game. But I mean, do you have to give any extra reason for Cade to show up? I feel like the Pistons sitting at the top of the East tells you everything you need to know about the way that he's played this season. They won 13 games during November, but they're starting to be overpriced by the sports market. 3-6 ATS across their last 9 games. The Mavericks have taken steps as a collective group, mainly their rookies. Nembhard, the brother of Nembhard on the Pacers, played at Gonzaga last year. I mean, he's been fucking crushing it in the NBA across the last week. And then Cooper Flagg, this is where I try to get you, Jim. Cooper Flagg coming off a 40-plus point game, the most points scored ever by a rookie under 21 years old. Do we just say fuck the side and just back up the wheels and the trucks for a Cooper Flagg under? Because how high is too high for Coop? And you know me, I'm a Cooper Flagg fucking fanboy. If you guys came down to Pubpalooza, you saw how much I was Cooper Flagg. This might be the one time in my life that I bet a Cooper Flagg under. I mean, under points and assists, 23.5. Point prop is at 19.5. He just had 42. What do you mean he isn't going to have 20 points tonight? I just can't get my brain off the Cooper Flagg unders on his player prop. I don't want to hit the rebound category on his player prop because, I mean, he could just fault himself in the 8 rebounds in a basketball game. He's that good. But their first meeting was in Mexico City, if you remember that. It was kind of like a random game. Duran had 30-plus points in that game. Detroit won and covered. They copy and pasted the same exact line from that Mexico City Peacock game. I'm not convicted to back Detroit, but I could see Dallas backdoor covering this line. But I like the Cooper Flagg under on his props, points and assists. I just got to figure out which one's a little bit more profitable. But yeah, Cooper Flagg unders for me.
It makes perfect sense. I mean, it's as much as I'm trying to stay away from props. I mean, you have a career high. You want to fade him in the next game and fade him, focus the fade on the points is smart too. And you would imagine the Pistons want to shut him up and are more than capable of doing it after a 40-point performance. I like it. I like the look. Let's hear from LJ. Pistons, Mavericks, American Airlines Center, Dallas, Texas. LJ, what do you think?
Yeah, man. Kudos to Billy, man, because I was definitely on that angle with Kate. Being from Arlington, as y'all know, I'm from Texas, so I was already on that angle. So I'm just going to focus on him and not worry about a side, even though I was leaning Dallas team total under because how y'all mentioned Flagg just had the career game, so they're probably going to be on the high coming back home. And, I don't know if they can get to 110.5. I think Detroit can keep them under that, but that's just a lean. I'm going to take Cade, though. Definitely going to take his over 9.5 assists. They got it at plus 127 now. I don't know if that's a sign that he's going to miss it on the hook, but hey, he's at home. So I'm going to trust that he gets 10-plus assists because he's averaging 10.5 assists versus the West so far in the year. And he had 18 assists the last game versus the Dallas Mavericks. So I'm pretty sure he could get 10 assists. And I'm going to take the double-double, minus 113. Because if he's going to get 10 assists, he's going to get the double-double with double-digit points. So, hey, those are my 2 plays right there. Detroit is 9-4 straight up versus the Southwest Division going back to last year. So they do well versus these teams in this division. But the fact that I'm on the prop, I don't want to double it up with a side because I usually split in those situations, if not lose both. So I'm going to trust my first instinct. That's what I've learned by doing this, Jimmy. Always go with your first instinct. So I'm just going to stick to Kate that he performs tonight in front of his home fans. So, his home family. So, yeah, Kate Cunningham.
It's crazy. And Chappie's saying that they are retiring Cade's number at Arlington High School this weekend. He was on it on Wednesday. It's crazy, all of this money. Now, look, I'm trying so hard to stay away from totals. You guys know I'm trying so hard to do it, but all this money on the over, and this is the open up at 231.5. It's never come back to 231.5. We're now at a 228.5. But
I'm shocked the money's on the over. I would think this game goes way under. I mean, Dallas has been overperforming expectations. I mean, they've had in the last week, Dallas has had 118, 111, 122, 119, and 133 points. That's pretty fucking wild. And I think that could just be a product of playing the Utah Jazz and not the Dallas Mavericks have fixed everything.
No, I'm with you. I like where you guys are both at here on this one. We'll see if Brizzy makes the flag unders official. I certainly want to bet it. And I would bet the under if I wasn't trying so hard not to move on them, because this doesn't fit a system or an angle like the double-digit favorites on the first half of back-to-back. This is just all the money's on one side, it's moving to the other side. And simplifying it to that degree has not worked long-term with me in totals, and I'm just not going to simplify it to that degree, even though it's calling you. Let's roll on. We have LJ hitting leadoff here, 9 p.m. Eastern. Orlando Magic 15-11, 5-6 on the road. The Denver Nuggets 19-6, 7-4 at home or Ball Arena in Denver, Colorado. I talked about what the Thunder were doing and how, I hadn't written 53.7 and 43 point whatever. Well, Denver's doing the same thing. 20th fastest pace, 98.77 possessions a game, but they're shooting 52.9 from the field and 44.5 from three. The Magic 6-4, 8th fastest pace, 102.55 possessions a game, shooting 46.9 from the field and 33.9 from three. And they have issues. Both Wagner brothers out, Suggs out, Castleton out. De Silva and Isaac are questionable right now. So De Silva would obviously slot into that starting three here, dealing with the right shoulder contusion. If that is the case, it's Jet Howard who will get the run. And also Jonathan Isaac, who's also here on the injury report. So let's see what they're saying about Isaac. A left hip contusion. He was a late ad. Again, the late ads are not good, so it's going to, what is it, the Jet Howard game here? I mean, that's what seemingly it looks like. So a lot of injury issues here for the Magic. For the Nuggets, Gordon and Brown out. Watson and Hardaway are questionable. Maybe Hardaway doesn't matter that much, but they're calling it the right trunk contusion. Jesus. Guy's trunk, big issue with the trunk. Hardaway, if you have both of them out, that's a problem. So Peyton Watson with the questionable, and then Hardaway with the questionable. Hardaway right now is sick. So a lot of sickness going around the league right now. So let's get into the line history and set this one up for the fellas. We have LJ hitting leadoff on this one. Just a couple games left on tonight's card, or 3 games after this on tonight's card. So set up the line history. We have, from a total perspective, we've got this right now sitting at 236. The total opened up at 233.5, so we've climbed up to 236. It did get up as high as 238 at 2 this morning before dropping. From a point spread perspective here, guys, take a second to load up. While that's happening, we can discuss the fact that the Magic have lost 2 of their last 3, lost their 2 games at home. It's surprising that the injury report is this ugly because they've been off since the 13th. They've been off since Saturday. The Nuggets have not. Nuggets played on Monday in that really big 128-125 overtime victory at home. So this is a locked-in Nugget squad. This line has moved a point towards the Magic. Opened up at 8, moved to 7.5, and now it's a flat. It's not a flat 7. It's even 5 cents towards the Magic. So I guess we can call it like a 1.25, not quite, maybe a 1.18 move towards the Orlando Magic. And when we look at the cash flow here, we have the 64% of tickets, 59% of cash on Orlando, 53% of tickets, and 82% of cash on the under, and it's just climbed. LJ, take it away, Magic Nuggets.
Yeah, Jimmy, this is another first quarter for me. Denver at home, -2 is what I got. -113. They do their damage. 16-8-1 to the first quarter overall. 7-3-1 at home. So Magic missing a lot of pieces that you just mentioned. So I don't believe they're going to keep up with the scoring, especially in the first part of the game. I think Denver jumps on them quick. Number 1 in offensive efficiency, as we all know. But Magic 7-2 against the spread in their last 9 versus Denver. So they've been covering the spread versus this team, but do they have the firepower to do this in this game is the question, because they are injury riddled. So for that reason, I stayed off the total. I wanted to take the over because Denver is an over team, especially at home. But I stayed off because this is an Eastern Conference team. This is a team that they don't play a lot during the season. I'd rather focus on the West with them, some teams that they're more familiar with, that they play often. But you definitely know, and I'm going to jump on Nikola Jokic. Definitely. Can you find what best triple-double number can you find me for Jokic? Because I'm going to take his assists. It's over, 9.5, I believe, 10.5. He's 10-4 to that number in his last 14, and he leads the league team in assists. And Orlando gives up the assists, especially to the point guards that facilitates the offense. I know Kay had a couple on him, a lot on him. So I'm gonna trust Jokic get those assists, and I'm gonna trust the first quarter -2, and I want to take the triple double, but I want to see what's the best number you can get if you can beat my number.
Let's check it out here, and then we'll go over to Brizzy. The best number. Well, I'll look at a few different books, but this is generally the book that gives me the best number. The over 10.5 assists. They moved to 10.5 plus 109, and then the triple double here. They have pulled it. Wow. I guess they're just taking a bath on it. I'll check a different book here. While I am searching, we'll come back to it. We'll come back to both of these different books. Let's hear from Brizzy. Brizzy, your plan of attack.
I got Jokic triple-double at -105 on FanDuel. But
what are the assists?
Assist was, let me scroll over. I'm looking at this on my cell phone, by the way. Assist was 9.5 at -148.
Okay, let's see if we can beat that here. Is it important there for you to have it under the 10 mark?
No, because I believe he's going to get more than 10.
Okay, cool. So I'll keep. We'll keep looking. So obviously the plus money that would be better, but okay, let's keep looking. And -105 for the triple double. Okay, take it away, Brizzy.
Yeah, I'll be super quick so we get out of here by 4. I don't know. Not having Suggs is a huge red flag for me for the Magic. If you would have just asked me what you would think this line would be, I thought this line would be 9.5, 10. This is oddly really low for the Nuggets team at the crib. They haven't been ATS cash cows at the house like they've been in past seasons, but they've still been winning games left and right. I mean, 7-3 in their last 10, 17-5 as a favorite this year. Why is this number so fucking low? I'm generally shocked because you read stuff about the Orlando Magic. They're talking about trading for Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson's supposed to be an Orlando Magic uniform in the near future. This just seems like a terrible Orlando spot and just not a road trip I'm looking to back Orlando on.
Well, I can get the triple-double plus 110. Is that good there, LJ?
Yeah, that's beautiful.
And then the over 10.5 assists at plus 109. So get you plus money on both spots?
Yes, sir.
Okay, plus 10.5 at plus 109. Out of curiosity, I'd just like to see here what the first quarter is on this one. In the first quarter for the -2 is -105. So
yeah, you can beat me on that one.
Let's cut the VIG there off the -113. All right. Godfather saying Jokic has a triple-double against Orlando 4 to 6 times. Well, he hasn't. He's only had one triple-double over his last 5 games, too. So we're back in the plus money situation here. Dan Kelly says he'd take a second-round pick for Klay if he was Dallas. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board here. Brizzy hitting leadoff for the Golden State Warriors at Phoenix Suns. We're the Mortgage Matchup Center in Phoenix, Arizona. Warriors 13-14, 6-10 on the road. Suns 14-12, 8-5 at home. Over the last 10 games, both of these squads are 4-6, playing at a very similar pace. 99 possessions a game for the Warriors, 98.5 for the Suns, 19th and 22nd respectively. Both teams playing with low efficiency, especially the Suns, 45.1 from the field and just 33.5 from 3 over their last 10 games. We have for the Warriors shooting 45.3. Now they're shooting better from 3, 36.9%. Let's take a look at the expected injury report. It's clean. No, it's not. I wish it was. Not. Well, it is for the Warriors. Horford out, Spencer out. And then for the Suns, Jalen Green out, and then Grayson Allen is questionable here. The starting 3 dealing with a sore knee, so they're still waiting for the shoot around information at this site right now. We have the Warriors coming in here, losers of their last 2 games. They lost at home to Minnesota. Then on Sunday, they lost at Portland. For the Suns, they've lost 3 of their last 4. They, of course, got destroyed by the Thunder in the Cup semis. And then, the quarters. I guess that was Cup quarters. And then they lost at home to the Lakers on Sunday, 116-114 in a tight one. Line history-wise, we have the Suns right now plus 1.5 at -110. That's what they opened at. But this did get as high as a 3 at 3:30 this morning and come back to a plus 1.5. From a total standpoint here, we have this at 230. Opened up at 230, did drop down to 229.5, got up as high as 231.5, but it's right back from Wentz, just sitting here at 230. And then cash flow wise, we have 66% of tickets and 90% of the cash on the Golden State Warriors. I mean, I already thought that this was a line that was just going to be opening up their arms to Warriors money. But now to see that 90% of the cash is on the Warriors and this line's gone from 2 to 3, then down to 1.5, tells me that the Suns should be bet here. 50% of the tickets on the over, 75% of cash on that over. Take it away, Brizzy. Warriors, Suns.
Music to my ears. I like the Suns here in this spot. This is the only. We'll get into it, but first game of a home and home for these two teams, and the Warriors just come to this game in terrible form. I mean, I don't know if you heard about this story that came out in the last 48 hours, but a fucking fan emailed the owner of the Warriors, and the owner actually replied to the fucking email saying, basically in layman's terms, it's Steve Kerr's fault for the player rotations and him sticking on to players that are a little bit too long. In the components of the email, just does not seem like a type of email you send to a random fucking fan. It looks like something that you would send to like somebody in the front office. I'm astonished. If you look at the Warriors, they've had 9 different starting lineups across the last 9 games. That tells me Steve Kerr doesn't know who the fuck to put out there for a starting 5. And it just seems like, I don't know, too good to be true. Phoenix needs to capture some of that momentum that they had coming into Vegas that was taken by OKC. And then they lost a heartbreaker to the Lakers in their last one. They were also coming off a Vegas loss as well. I like the under in this game, under 231.5. And I feel like if I like the under, I should like the Suns. Like the under, like the total is really connected to what team you like. If this game goes over, I think it's because the Warriors have a little Curry performance and everybody else steps up. But if the Suns win this game, I think this goes way under the total. The only hesitancy that's really making me not bet this is these two teams play again on Saturday, and this might be one of like the first Saturdays of the year that I'll probably open up my NBA card. And whoever loses this game is going to be the bet on team on Saturday, in my opinion.
I feel that. Is the under official at this point? Or are you still figuring out what you're going to make official?
No, because if I took the under, I would want the Suns, if that makes sense. Of like, I really feel like the total's connected to the side, and I think the Suns are live as fuck in this game. Like, what in the world right of minds makes Golden State Warriors a road favorite against anybody in the NBA with the way that they've looked in the last week and a half, 2 weeks?
Yeah, I think the Suns are very appealing, but you know, you want to dive deeper into just the home and road records. I mean, if you look at what the Warriors have done, 6 of 10 on the road, you would need to take out the games that Curry didn't play to make that legitimate. LJ, Warriors Suns mortgage matchup center. Your plan?
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning with y'all too. I think the Suns are live because I wouldn't trust the Warriors to lay on the road as well. Suns play much better at home than they do on the road. If everybody's been following them, and they're also 5-3 against the spread versus the division, so they play well against their division. But I'm gonna be sharp right here. I'm gonna stick to a prop on the Suns side. Very, very sharp right here, man. Very, very sharp. Royce O'Neal over 2.5 3-pointers made. I got it at plus 136. And the reason why I'm going sharp right here because this man is 10-0 to the 3+3s at home versus the Western Conference. Every single game versus the West at home, he's hit 3+ threes. Now, the fact that I'm gonna take it tonight, he gonna hit 2. That's just how it goes, man. But hey, when you're sharp, you want to show people that you're sharp. So for me to dive into that, and that number is plus money, lets me know, hey, he can land on 2 today. But I'm gonna go with it because he's hit it 10 games. He's undefeated at this prop. So why not continue with it until he shows you he can't hit it? So I'm just gonna ride with that alone, Jimmy. And if I see
have a
something
question though.
Bet the Suns, but
I have a question. Royce O'Neal's point prop is a straight up 8.5 points. If he hits 3 threes, that's 9, right?
That's right there.
That makes no sense. Then why is his 3-point prop? Like, if you look at Royce O'Neal's shot chart, he's just taking corner threes. It's not like Royce O'Neal's pulling up, giving you a 1-2 dribble and driving to the lane. Like, that's so sharp. And for when you see a point prop the same exact odds, that's wild to me.
That's why I say tonight he's gonna hit the 2. I'm gonna miss it. Watch, just because.
The over 2.5 threes here from LJ from H-Town at plus 136. We got 2 games left on the NBA slate. It's going to be a fun one. It's a battle with these big NBA cards, but the proof is in the pudding. We've been succeeding on these big cards. So many opportunities.
Come on, man. We're shams before shams. You see that Shams Woj bomb report? Mavs exploring a trade market for Anthony Davis, Klay Thompson, Daniel Gafford, and Russell. Who needs Woj? You got Pub.
I love it. I love it. Love it. I love talking about the Lakers. I mean, that's what got Sharon Moore and Nico. These are the 2 guys that'll never get a job again in sport.
No, Sharon Moore get a job. He just won't be another head coach.
I don't think so, LJ. He might be looking down the college realm, bro.
Be in a high position.
I love that you believe in the human spirit, LJ.
He'll be a low assistant somewhere.
Ooh, yes. Bosnia, Herzegovina, maybe.
Hey, as long as you get a check.
Yeah, it's a touchy situation. Now, Nico, on the other hand, the Lakers are 18-7, 11-3 on the road. And it's not even about the win-loss record. It's about the value that one player's jersey brings to the franchise. Nico, just appalling. But let's roll here. We have the Lakers, Jazz. Haven't seen the Lakers since Sunday night. Haven't seen the Jazz since that Monday night, the win over Dallas. But Cooper went off for 40. Back-to-back wins for the Jazz, 5-5 over their last 10. Fastest pace in the NBA over those last 10 games. Shooting the ball middling, 46.8 from the field, 35.5 from 3. Lakers, 21st fastest pace. They're playing pretty slow at 98.75 possessions a game, but they're shooting pretty nice. You want to say beautifully, and then you think, look at what the Thunder and Nuggets are doing for an efficiency standpoint and a shooting standpoint. But 49.3 from the field and 37.5 from 3. Jazz possibly turning things around. So let's set up the line history and the injury report. Injury report wise, we have here we go. We have Markkanen out, Nang out, Ayton out, AR-15 out, Gabe Vincent out. So no questionables. We understand the situation at hand, which is nice. When we get to the total here, we have a 242.5. We've talked about how fast the Jazz are playing and how efficient the Lakers are playing. This opened up at 244. It was at 244 at 4:30 to say. This was at 244 an hour into our show. It dropped to 242 and then climbed a half point to 242.5. From a point spread standpoint here, we have the Lakers -9 at -110. Opened up at 7 and dropped to 6. Now we're up to 9. So we have a big favorite here in the Lake show. 61% of the tickets, 56% of the cash on the Lakers. So it's not like they're this hugely public spot. 67 on the under and 57 on the under. Our second to last game on the NBA card. LJ from H-Town, take it away.
Yeah, Jimmy, I ain't going to be long. Over is what I got, 244.5. Lakers 17-8 to the over. The Jazz are 10-4 to the over at home. It's going to be points. Both these teams do not play any defense whatsoever. So I see points, and I believe Luka is going to get his points as well. They kind of juiced it up pretty high, so I was scared to take it. You know what I'm saying? I think it's like a 36 or something. So that's a little bit too high. But his assist is looking good, over 9.5 assists. You know, I may jump on that. And if I jump on that, I might as well see what the triple-double's looking like. But to be official, just straight out the gate, over 244.5. Didn't even think about it.
Well, it's dropped. So we can give you a better line now. A line shop for you on the over. Let's hear what Brizzy's plan is. Brizzy, take it away.
Yeah, I don't think the total dropped from like a sports book ticket market. It dropped because Lauri Markkanen's out in this game, and no Lauri, no Billy for Utah Jazz, man. That's way too big of a person that's out. This is our third head-to-head, and the Jazz have looked good, man. Since Thanksgiving, the Jazz have won 5 of their last 8 games, and they just have consistent offensive contributions and just concerted efforts to play more rookies more minutes. So a guy like Sevi Mikhailiuk, who was playing 25 to 35 minutes in the first month of the season, has been a DNP in the last couple of games. And, like, I love Sevi Mikhailiuk, but, I mean, you drafted all these players for what? For them to sit on the bench and play for your G League team? It's pretty crazy. The Lakers, defensively, they've been struggling. The Lakers have given up 120-plus in 4 of their last 5 games, but I don't know. I kind of like backing good teams striving for better results, and it seems like the Lakers' spot, despite the fishiness of backing a road favorite in Utah. It might just be Lakers team total over, though. The Jazz have allowed their opponent team total over to hit in 10 of their last 12 games. That is fucking wild. 10 of the last 12 games, the opponent team total over is hit against the Jazz is crazy. And if you look at their defensive numbers, you could tell why. Fastest paced team in the NBA in the last 10 games, 4th fastest pace for the season. And this is the kicker for me of why I think the Lakers roll in this spot. 30th in half-court defense. Oh, my God. That's like all the so the Lakers are just going to score damn near on half of their half-court sets. Like, I don't know. I think this is the highest team total on the card for a reason because I think the LA Lakers are going to hang a big number in this one. I think this game goes over. I think the Lakers go over. There's good money in this game, shockingly. As you pull off people from the injury news report, the more it kind of opens up the floodgates here for LA Lakers money. And I think the sports books are just going to take a hit here. I mean, there are so many games on the card today. They just can't price every game correctly or move every line correctly. Like, I think this is a number that's kind of like low-hanging fruit here. I think the Lakers roll.
Yeah, it's a tricky spot. We got LJ the over 242 at -108 here, and we'll see. Brizzy, do you want this over at this point to be official?
No, I like the team total over a little bit specifically more. I just got to find the best odds for it because that number is just going to bounce around. But I'm looking for a 125.5, which is crazy because that might be the highest team total I've bet this season in the NBA.
125.5. Let's just see what this offshore has that is very sharp. They have the Lakers team total over 125.5, juice to the under. I got it -101 to the over.
Ooh, very interesting. I'm marinate in it. This game doesn't start till 9:00 p.m. We'll be on the live stream as well for Thursday Night Football. So those are always the best streams to do.
While you guys were discussing the Lakers game, I went back to, I'm looking over at your action, each of your action, and looking over at and seeing the player props that LJ has, and looking at the idea we have around Cooper Flag, and yes, I'm trying to cut, and I have cut NBA player props off of my action, but that doesn't mean that I shouldn't take the under on a player after a career high game. That should trump all of this. It's good that I've done this. We've seen it. I've seen it in my bankroll. I've seen it in my record. It's helped me. But at that point now, you can say, okay, yes, we've accomplished it. We're not going to bet player props anymore. But when a player has a career high, we know your ROI is going to be very high if you fade them the next game. So I'm going to join you guys on the Cooper Flag, and that's it has to be opened up. I don't need to close everything off. We know that angle works. It's like the double-digit favorites on the first leg of a back-to-back. I know the angle works, so why not just move forward?
It's not that Cooper Flag had a good game. He had the most points ever. It was the most points ever by the youngest player in NBA history to have 40-plus points.
Yeah. No, it's
that's wild.
And even if I lose it, it's okay. I'm going to bet the under every single time a player has a career high. And you're not going to go 50-0. And no one's asking.
I mean, Cooper Flagg is like he's close to my heart. For me to say the words under and flag in the same sentence is very hard for me. But damn if I do, damn if I don't. But this might be the first under that I'm betting this year, just in general on a player prop.
Let's talk about our final spot here on the NBA board before we talk about the Xbox Bowl and Deacon Mike's Missouri State Bears. We have the Sacramento Kings 6-20, 3-12 on the road. The Portland Trailblazers 10-16, 4-6 home. Just from looking at the setup, I know I would say take it away, Daryl, and he'd say no, I don't want to take it away. Let's not end the show with this game. I can just see him saying it right now. But we will. Moda Center in Portland, Oregon. No stone left unturned here. We got LJ from H-Town, Billy Brisbane, and a big, beautiful 12-game NBA card. Both teams 3-7 over their last 10. Sacramento on a 3-game losing streak, while the Blazers snapped their 3-game losing streak with that victory at home over the Warriors on Sunday. It was another loss for the Kings on Sunday. It's amazing. It's amazing how the rosters are put together by so-called experts. Because there's
actually a lot of notes for this game.
Oh, I like it. Look, I'm ready, Kevin. No, don't worry. I'm ready to mess around. Let's get into this here. Let's get into the injury report for our final spot. It's at least pretty clean, except for Schroeder. Schroeder is questionable. Levine, Sabonis, Eubanks all out. Let's take a look at what Schroeder is looking at. He's questionable, right ankle sprain. He tweaked it during Sunday's loss to the Timberwolves. God, it's just I've never seen a player quite like him. Who plays for his country at the highest level of basketball, and then when he's in the NBA, they pass him around because nobody wants him on their team. It's unbelievable. For the Blazers, Thibault, Holiday, Scoot, all out. So at least we know the situation other than Schroeder. We have this total at 238.5. It opened up at 236.5. It immediately went up. This was yesterday, 1:19 p.m. After 10 minutes, it went to 237.5. And after 21 more, it went to 238.5. Interestingly enough, when it happens like that ended up being the high water mark just the first 20 minutes in. It has dropped down to 237.5 and then came back to 238.5 a couple hours ago. Then on the spread here, from a spread perspective, we have the -9, -105. And this is another spot. This is all done in the first 10 minutes. This went from 7.5 to 9, 10 minutes in. Getting to the cash flow here, we have 60% of tickets and 79% of cash on Sacramento. We don't have any total information. I could get it. San Francisco 49er looking at Westbrook triple dub. We have Robert Franklin on Grant over 3.5 boards. We have a team in both these teams with just no efficiency, playing poorly. Blazers playing fast, though, 102.75 possessions a game, but shooting terribly, 43.4 from the field and 34.9 from three. To put that in a different perspective, Portland in the last 10 games is shooting from the field what the Thunder and Nuggets are shooting from three. They're actually shooting worse from the field than what the Thunder and Nuggets are shooting from three. For the Kings, 46.4 from the field, and they're shooting 33.4 from three. Brizzy, our last game on the board. You guys have done a hell of a job, Brizzy and LJ. Great having LJ back in business with us, but you guys have done a great job. I've enjoyed this giant NBA card. I knew it was the crux of the card today that we had to attack, and I'm excited to see how we handle all this. Take it away here, Brizzy. Kings, Blazers.
Yeah, I'm going to leave my analysis out of it and just talk about team notes that I have here for the Blazers. The first one is Thiago Splitter after their last game. You can find this video on social media. He's introducing a new defensive tradition. Thiago Splitter explains how the defensive player box each night, the best defender on the team will put their name in the box. And their rookie, I guess, who started for the first week or whatever, was the first player that got his name put inside the box. While that seems small, it is huge if you look at the Portland Trail Blazers' defensive numbers throughout the last couple of weeks. It's been god-awful. Anything to inspire a group of players to play better defense kind of seems like a bet-on spot. And then on top of that, this is greasy narrative theory. It's Rip City Pride Night in Portland, man. They're celebrating the I'm not going to say the word, but you know what I'm going with. This is Pride Night in Portland, so they actually might have people in the arena sold out for a Portland Trailblazers game. I think the Pride Night's a huge angle for the Portland Trailblazers, and I think they're going to roll in this one. And I think I'm shocked at this total. This total is way too high. I think Portland locks up Sacramento defensively. Now, if they cover fucking 9.5, 10 points, hey, I don't know. But defensively, I think Portland comes to play. And if they come to play tonight, I think that's going to be enough for them to, A, get the win, B, Sacramento goes under, and C, we're going to start seeing these Portland totals in their full game start coming down throughout the next couple of weeks.
I didn't know that about the splitter defensive thing. It's interesting to hear. And he
the
got
Pride Month didn't hit for you.
He got off to such a great start too. When we heard the terrible news about Chauncey, and he got off to such a great start, and then injuries, and of course not having Drew out there. Let's hear from LJ. Kings, Blazers, LJ, last game on our NBA card.
Yeah, guys, I had a couple leans in this one, but I'm with the Billy theory. Let's just wait to the live stream tonight, and if we're looking good, we make a jump in this game if we see an advantage. But I'm just going to add the Blazers to a money line parlay that I was going to tell you at the end, like I mentioned. 8.5 is a little bit too much for me to cover for the Blazers. If it was a little bit lower, I'll be on board because I like the situation. They came off back home and snapped a losing streak, and now you're home again versus a vulnerable team. So I like that situation. I just don't like the 8.5. That's just a little bit too much for my blood. If Portland was fully healthy with Drew, and all their players, then, hey, I'll be on board. But I don't like taking a team spread when they don't have their full guys with them, because I just don't think you can do it. But I believe they can make stops on the Kings. So I'm with Billy on that one. And interesting note, man, the Kings are the worst team against the spread going back to last year. 42, 63, and 4. And they're 1-7 in their last 8 right now. That's worse. So that's the worst in the NBA. So I wouldn't be surprised if Portland covers just because of how bad the Kings are. But I'm just going to trust them to win the game. So for the money line, I got the Rockets money line, I got Denver money line, and I got Portland's money line. And that put me at a plus 122 parlay. 3-team parlay money line.
That's a fun
The
way
last
to,
note that I have for this game, this is also a first of a home and home. These two teams play against each other again on Saturday in Sacramento.
I like it. I like all of this. And a fun way to put a bow on the 12-game breakdown. Houston, Denver, Portland parlay here for LJ from H-Town. Let's do a review of NBA action here. Betting with the Bag, Pub Sports Radio, Thursday, December 18th. And both of these gentlemen are going to be rocking with us on our live stream this evening. What a banger on our hands. Rams, Seahawks. God, I cannot wait. I cannot wait for this football game. To get things started here now, again, you need to follow our guy, Brizzy, on X. I will pop his X handle. I'll pop both of the gentlemen X handles in the chat here. And please follow them both because they put out all their action. They ask for nothing ever in return. And they're great guys, great cappers. So we'll see after the 5 p.m. injury report and some more time for all of this to marinate for a Brizzy. We'll see what he adds. But this is what's official so far. LJ on the first quarter over 61 in Hawks Hornets. And Johnson 10+ boards. Daniels 2+ steals. I moved on the Pacers plus 5.5 at minus 113. And let's go see if we timed this right here. I'm a little nervous, but let's see. Did we time it right? Well, it's minus 115 now. We beat it by 2 cents. So that's the worst things can happen. I'll take it. That's the only bet I've made yet, but I know my plan for the rest of the card here. The spreadsheet play of the day, if you're listening on headphones, turn it down for a second because the spreadsheet play of the day in the NBA, in the association, is the Dallas Mavericks. The Dallas Mavericks for our guy, Ronnie Crawford. Wager Detective back in business with us. Great to see you. The Godfather, thank you. Good luck on your action. Let's keep rolling through here. Brizzy has the Heat double result at -140. LJ has the Heat team total over 17.5 at -109. I'm going to be on the under in this Clippers Thunder game. LJ on the -17.5 for the Thunder. SGA over 6.5 assists. That's a +106. And the team total over 119 at -111. I'm also going to be on the under in the Wizards Spurs game. LJ on Castle over 24.5 points and assist at -112. I'm going to be on the Milwaukee Bucks. LJ's on Houston first quarter -3, -114. That is the Trill OG play of the day.
From down south, where we ride on flair. From down south, where we ride on flair.
Trill OG play of the day, first quarter -3, -114. He's also on the over 234.5 -115. Brizzy's on that as well. So that's the corner of Trill and Brizzy Avenue. Oh no, because Trill's the first quarter. That's just the corner of LJ.
Shit, nah, I'm tailored LJ on that first quarter on the Houston. FanDuel has a market where you can bet first quarter full game on a basketball team, and I'll definitely be using that for the Houston Rockets game.
That's a good idea. The Cooper flag unders that Brizzy brought to the table, I'm going to bet. LJ's on Cunningham over 9.5 assists at -126. He's on the double-double at -113 for Mr. Cunningham, who is Monteverde, also like Cooper, and had his jersey retired. And it's a big deal from him coming back. He's from Arlington. That was great, Cav. As always, you guys are so in-depth, and it was wonderful work. LJ on Denver, first quarter -2, -105. He's on Jokic over 10.5 assists at +109. And he's on the triple-double at +110. That triple-double at Bet365 public book, just sitting there, and he has won over his last 5 games, and that was his last game. Then we have LJ on Royce O'Neal over 2.5 threes at +136, and I'm going to be on the Suns. LJ's on the over 242 at -108 in Lakers Jazz. That's a spot that Brizzy likes as well. And then LJ closing up his card with Houston, Denver, Portland at +122. It's great having you back in business, LJ. Thank you for making time for us, my man. Great having the three-headed monster alongside Brizzy. I'm going to pop LJ's X handle in the chat. LJ, before you go, both of you guys, so we'll start with LJ, but LJ, have you moved on to Thursday night football game?
Yeah, I took the under. I bet as soon as it came out. Thursday night division game. I just believe it's going to be slow pace. And I think that Seattle is going to really try to come out and hold off the Rams, considering the position in the division. So,
what number did you get?
Huh?
What number did you get on the under?
Hold on, I gotta look it up. I'm sorry.
If you got,
This is so interesting about what number you got on the under, because that's the only thing that's been holding me off is finding this right number. Because that opening line to where the line's at right now really might actually matter. Like,
it's going to matter. The more important thing is the look ahead. I should have been on the look ahead, not being on the look ahead was 47.5. Did get bet on 46.5, but I had the same battle, Brizzy, same battle, and I finally said, "Look, I'm just going to bet it," and I didn't get the 44.5 that Troy.
That's what I got.
44.
44.5.
It reminds me of the Monday Night Football game when you and talking about the total and stuff like that. I ended up having to bet a 2-leg fucking parlay just to get more points on the under and just take a juiced player prop with it. I think I might have to do the same tonight.
Now, and remember, and we'll talk about it here on our live stream, but the weather is going to get better as the game goes on. The wind's going to die down. The rain's going to stop. So if we are right through 10 or 15 minutes, 20 minutes, middle.
Yeah, we middle.
LJ, great work, man. Thank you for rocking with us. Look forward to sharing the screen with you this evening for a monster Thursday nighter. I popped LJ's X handle here in the chat. Hit that link and support our guy LJ from H-Town. LJ, any last words for the Cappers supporting the show?
Hey, man, y'all just continue to keep doing what you do, man. Continue to keep grinding. Put the work in. And like I said, if you believe in your passion, you got to put the work in, and you will get the results that you're looking for, man. You know, I love doing this, Jimmy, with you. I wish I could do it every day with you. But one of these days, I will be doing it, my friend. Working towards it. It ain't going to be long either, Jimmy. It's not going to be long. But, yeah, love doing this with you, man. Billy, I'll see y'all guys tonight, man. Y'all have a good evening.
Oh, there he is, LJ.
Shit, I wanted to tell LJ's whole entire card. That's how good it sounded to me.
And so is yours. I'm looking forward to see what you pull the trigger on, though. I like everything that you guys were.
I can quickly review it for you. The Miami game was double result, leaning towards OKC, big favorites. Definitely, I mean, it would be disrespectful not to tell LJ's Trilogy play of the day of Houston first quarter. I'll probably do first quarter full game. Portland as a money line parlay piece. And then Cooper Flag under on his player props. LA Lakers team total over and the over in the game. And then the only other thing was the Mon Thompson 6.5 assists. I'll post everything in the Discord and on X. And I do have a bet on this college football game.
Okay, beautiful. Beautiful. Then why don't you stick around with us and let's cap it. Do you have time?
Yeah. I'm rolling. We're rolling up now.
Beautiful. Well, then let's bring on the producer of this show, the backbone of Pub Sports Radio, as we hammer our final spot on the board. We head over to college football. So please welcome from our home studio at the Southtown 101 in San Antonio, Texas, Mr. Jose Bouquet to the show. Jose, how are you, my friend?
Admittedly, I am tired, but ready to cap this game.
Yes, I hear all about that. I have very serious sleep issues, which are going to drastically shorten my life. But while
how many years?
While I'm here, let's make this money. How about that? Let's get this cash while I'm here, Jose. And while I'm here, let's also go down to San Antonio for Pubapalooza 5. You know?
Sure.
Let's do both of those things while I'm.
Jimmy, how old are you again?
How old am I?
Yeah.
I'm 46.
He's got like 10 more years, guys. Come down and see him.
At least 9.
Come down and see him. There's not much time left. It's like your end of fall sale. Come see Jimmy the Bag one last time in the last 9-10 years of his life because he does not sleep.
Yeah, it's a real sickening affliction. Will it go away when the regular season ends in NFL? Possibly. Will it go away if I can get into the black in NHL? Possibly. Will it never go away? Possibly. Let's talk college football, the Xbox Bowl. Brizzy got action. I'm interested in having action. Take it away here for us, Jose Bouquet. Set a table. We're at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco, Texas. So we are at the Dallas Cowboys practice facility, 12,000 seat indoor Ford Center at the Star. Take it away, Jose. Set us a table.
First of all, if a bowl was in a practice facility and my team got invited, I'd have to reject it off principle. That's just disgusting. What a spit in the face. But shout out to the Xbox Bowl, as Xbox has always been better than PlayStation here.
Shouts to Jerry Jones, man. He's just collecting checks. It doesn't matter if the Cowboys make the playoffs. Like, what?
If I was Jerry, of course, come on in. Come to my practice facility. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. It's my practice facility. Yeah.
Stay here for the week.
Kidding me? Oh, my God. Arkansas State here opened up at -2.5 here, now down to -1 at BOL. Got down to a pick 'em at one point. Even got to Missouri State, was favored at one point, but has come back towards Arkansas State here. We're sitting at 1. Very interestingly enough, it was actually -2 Missouri State this morning at 9 a.m. and then has come all the way back and flipped to Arkansas State -1 here. Obviously, make sure you check who is in and out of this game. Heritage, same story here, -2.5 opener, got down to -1, flips, goes to -2 for Missouri State here, and then has come back to Arkansas -1 here. So we've got flip flop, snip snap. Great question for AOD. Great question as always. How much to get in to Jerry Jones's practice? It's going to run you $40. It's going to run you $40 to get into this game here, which is not worth it to me. But I wish you all luck here because it should be an interesting matchup and a barn burner type atmosphere. Jimmy the Bag, is the Jerry Jones Dome Mini going to be rocking, as our friend Wine Time Sports would say?
Good question. Is it going to be? It's got to be full, doesn't it? 12,000.
I don't know if it will be, Jimmy. Hand up. I don't know if it will be.
Wow. The move back is tricky to deal with, of course. First ever Xbox Bowl here. As you guys know, Ryan Beard has accepted the job at Coastal Carolina. So Missouri State, in its first ever bowl matchup, in its first ever FBC season, has Nick Petrino leading the charge here. And he was the offensive coordinator who did a great job with seventh-year senior quarterback Jacob Clark. Seventh-year senior.
How old is that man?
It's just, what are we doing here? Seventh-year senior Jacob
Did
Clark.
you see their transfer portal list, though? Their transfer portal list is fat.
Well, they had a great first year. Look,
he's 25 years old. Get a
God.
fucking job, you fucking.
No, I'm seeing something about their two team captains are in the transfer portal. All except receiver Tristan Gardner, who led the Conference USA and for freshman receiving yards, and safety JJ O'Neal, who left the team early on redshirt, will suit up and play tonight. What?
Wow.
That sounds like an over.
Wow. The Missouri, this game is getting more complicated by the minute. The Bears had a great year, 5-game winning streak. All the teams they lost to were over 500. They got demolished by USC early, USC 9-3. They lost to SMU 8-4, lost to Western Kentucky 8-4, lost to Kansas State 10-3, lost to La Tech 7-5. But Jacob Clark and Petrino had something nice going on all year. Clark threw for 2,895 yards, 24 touchdowns, 11 picks. And Clark's a big boy, 6'5", 220. The offensive line's been a real problem all year. It's caused a lot of issues. And senior Shamari Lawrence, their running back, ran for 964 yards, only 3 touchdowns, and never made anything look very easy because of the offensive line. The defense looked good most of the year and then looked awful in their last 2 games. They lost at Kansas State 41-34, then fell at home to La Tech 42-30. And they should have a 1-year bowl ban, but a lack of eligible teams allowed them to play here in this one. Arkansas State closed strong. They won 5 of 7. Butch Jones has the Red Wolves in their 3rd straight bowl game. Junior quarterback Jalen Rayner led the entire Sun Belt, 3,073 passing yards, and he looked great against App State to close out the year. I mean, 363 passing yards, but 11 picks and 16 touchdowns. 16-11 is not exactly how you want to end this season. So what is the problem here for the Red Wolves is their defense. And it's interesting because they have a pass rush that's really good. They have Hassler and Hendricks, who combined for 13 sacks, both all Sun Belt selections. So you'd think with the pass rush that the secondary would be able to take advantage of it, and that's not the case. The secondary is an absolute mess. It's one of the worst secondaries in all of America. I mean, they were terrible. So the idea was that Jacob Clark will be able to take advantage of this terrible secondary and put points on the board. So we've already heard from Deacon Mike. He's on Missouri State team total over 27.5 here. So we have Deacon Mike. He knows Missouri State well. He was excited that they got into the FBS, and he's on this 27.5 team total over, and he's been on it for a while. He told us about it last week. And the reason
By the way,
important,
Jimmy, while you weren't here, Deacon Mike was offering signed mugshots of him by him. So did you want in on that?
I do. Yes, of course. I want anything signed by Deacon Mike.
Yeah, I agree. I wanted in on that as well. So Deacon, you have 3 orders now, Deacon.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, Deacon.
Billy, are you interested?
I might pass on the mugshot here.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
The team total, despite the total dropping a little bit and moving towards Arkansas State, is still available at the 27.5. It's now juiced to the under. This game is becoming confusing with this move. I thought it was a pretty cut and dry spot. Missouri State was going to be able to put points up on the board against the Arkansas State secondary. But now with this move back to Arkansas State, it's there's some calm. A pause has come over. So let's hear from Brizzy, and then let's hear if Jose is moving on this. Brizzy, take it away. Bears, Red Wolves, and Frisco.
I mean, you hit the nail in the coffin. I think Missouri State's able to put up points but I don't want to have nothing to do with their defense. Their defense, they could be just as bad as Arkansas State for all we know. I mean, there's hella people out for them on defense, but the one guy that's in, I think that's the guy that you should be betting on here. It's the quarterback, the kid that's 1,000 years old, Jacob Clark. I mean, if you look at his 2 passing touchdown prop, 2+ passing touchdowns, it's just gotten steamed throughout the day. That prop opened up at -140, and it's all the way up to -205. I think Jacob Clark sails over his overs on his props tonight, either passing yards or passing touchdowns. I did a same game parlay of it. I think Missouri State scores. I don't know anything else about this game. I think Missouri State scores. I don't know about their defense. Their defense looks kind of ass. But Arkansas State's defense could just be a little bit worse. If anything, I would blindly bet Missouri State on the money line. I feel like the sportsbook's price, this is just my philosophy. This is not true or false. This is just a philosophy. Sportsbooks price these bowl games where it's like, if you actually looked inside the game, you'll probably bet the underdog in a lot of these games. It's like they like the Old Dominion game last night is a prime example. How the fuck do you handicap that game for longer than 5 to 10 minutes and come away with not an Old Dominion bet? It's kind of like the same exact way I kind of feel in this one. How do you not handicap this game for 5 to 10 minutes and not walk away with an over bet in some type of way?
Well, I think Kyle Kerms in the house. Great to see you. Star of the Sauce Network says Arkansas State's defense looked much stronger in the second half of the season. This on Sunday was a 56.5. So seeing it now at a 54.5 is a concern when the statistical profile told us that the secondaries were susceptible and the defense was susceptible. So that gives me a cause of a point of concern. And then when I thought, well, Deacon's right with this, Missouri State team total over moving on Missouri State. The fact that this line's moving back to Arkansas State Red Wolves is another cause of concern here. Munike, I popped it in the chat, but I'll pop it in again for our guy LJ from H-Town. Jose, what do you make of all this?
I make of it that it seems like it's an over game, but I'm staying off personally. I don't have any action on today's card, but the Pacers and their fishy ass line against the Knicks obviously was interesting. That felt like it was a case of like it opened up in a weird spot, so it doesn't matter where it moves. It's still going to be weird no matter where it goes. And then the Warriors line as well, fading the Warriors tonight as well. Those are the two spots that stuck out to me.
Yes, the Suns are appealing here. Brizzy, you said you had action in the Xbox Bowl, Frisco Ford Center in front of hopefully 12,000 people. Brizzy, what's the plan?
Nothing too crazy here. We have two plays here. One is a chalkier same game parlay, and then the other one is a cross sport one here. One of the same game parlays is Jacob Clark, 2+ passing touchdowns, 200 passing yards. That's -150. And then the second one,
2 passing touchdowns and 200 plus.
Yeah, 200 plus.
And that was at what number?
-150. And then before the people freak out and it's like, oh my God, -150. We're gonna do a cross sport parlay here of Sam Darnold, 2+ passing touchdowns, and Jacob Clark, 2+ passing touchdowns, and that's +253 odds. I would take it at Bet365 because, for example, if you look at DraftKings and FanDuel, DraftKings has his passing touchdown prop at -210 towards the over 1.5, and FanDuel has -205, and Bet365 is all the way down at -165. Their line opened up -140 and it's gone up to -165. And we'll talk about the Sam Darnold shit later on tonight for Thursday Night Football.
And so the Darnold, that's a fun one. Darnold and Clark was +153?
No, +253.
Oh, 253. Wow, that's a nice one. That's a nice one here. Yeah, Justin Brizzy did have a nice voice there. And Kyle saying Arkansas State 7.4 yards per play allowed the first 6 games, just 5.1 in the last 6. The defense did a complete 180, says Kyle. And I guess that's the reason why this is dropped. there's got to be sharp reasons for why this has
that
dropped.
transfer portal. Maybe Missouri State ain't rolling out as many people as people thought they were in the beginning of the week when they first capped the game. You know how these bowl games go. You get to like the day of, and you find out Cam Cook from Jacksonville State, who leads the college football in rushing, isn't playing. Like, happens in every bowl game. I feel like there's some sharp moves, but I don't know, man. To bet a side on this game, you gotta have some balls.
I thought I had this move back. I'm gonna have to study this move back a little bit more here. Kyle saying both teams throw the ball a ton. Arkansas State runs a super fast pace. Didn't have the nuts to bet the under, but he does understand the position. From Kyle, the move back to Arkansas State sort of what has thrown me for a loop here. I'm so excited about the football game tonight, man. My division, teams that I watch so closely. It's gonna, all my futures on the Rams in play here. I bet the Seahawks. I'm on the unders. Jealous of the people the cappers that bet the look aheads. I cannot wait for the live stream tonight. We're gonna be locked and loaded. Jose's gonna take over at halftime. My mom will be joining us on stream too, so it's gonna be fun. I got to get my action. I got to go hit the liquor store too. I want to get a little loopy. Get a little loopy, man. This is a night to get a little loopy, just a little loopy. Brizzy, my man, thank you for all your hard work. Thank you for that great analysis on the NBA card. That was really fun. It's such a big card. It's time to get my action in on it, and hopefully we can stay strong as we have. I'm going to pop Brizzy's X handle here in the chat. Please support our guy, Billy Brisbane. San Francisco 49er is on the Seahawks. And, Kent Davies says he's already got his vodka and cheese sandwiches. God, you know how to party, Kent Davies. I'm in. I'm fucking in, Kent Davies. I'm in. And you guys know when you come down to Pubpalooza, I'm only on the grilled cheese diet while I'm down there. So, I respect that, Ken. Brizzy, last words for the Cappers supporting the show. I look forward to seeing you tonight, my man.
Yeah, I'm sad Jose didn't tail our under on Cooper Flag. I mean, I feel like that. Like when Jose tails an NBA bet, the ROI percentages have to be astronomical. Whenever Jose is betting the NBA, it doesn't happen too frequently, but it happens very rarely, and he's usually spot on. So it's definitely some stuff to marinate in. If you guys want to marinate in some UFC content, make sure you guys tune in to the Locker Room Talk podcast. We have a set schedule here for the off season where we're going to roll out some episodes of Biggest Underdog of the Year, Mills's Champion, Will the Champion Retain list. I have the most underrated list, and TC has Fight of the Year. So we got some content coming to you in the upcoming weeks here. And boxing tomorrow night, Jake Paul, Anthony Joshua. That's where all the attention's going to. But the money to be made on that card is Tyron Woodley on the money line. He is fighting Anderson Silva. And he's fighting a 50-year-old Anderson Silva is north of minus 200. We're taking Tyron Woodley in the future bout of the night.
What? Wow. You're saying Anderson Silva's minus 200 against Woodley?
200, minus 215 if you shop some places. I mean, I'm not a Tyron Woodley fan by any means, but he's fighting a 50-fucking-year-old guy inside a fucking... What are we doing here? Why is Tyron Woodley plus money?
Tyron Woodley plus 225 here at 365.
That's
astonishing. Astonishing.
That's crazy. I would say Woodley, the last time we saw him getting his ass beat by one of the Paul brothers, but still.
Nah. Woodley was about to fight back in MMA until the league thing shut down. So long story short, Woodley's on short-term notice, but he's been preparing that whole entire training camp for no fight available. And then he got this fight. And if you watch his press conference, he said there's nothing that excites me more than having to wake up and train to fight against Anderson Silva. I mean, he's a legend. I don't like these young guys trying to take advantage of my popularity and my name. But a guy like Anderson Silva is a fight that I wake up every day to get excited for. And that was enough for me to back Woodley.
I'd like just to see what's going on with that line movement here very quickly because it's
Anderson Silva. The public is going to parlay. I'm telling you, the public parlay is Anderson Silva, Anthony Joshua 2-leg parlay. How many people are going to play that is going to be crazy.
Wow. I couldn't get the line movement here. I got to check somewhere else to get it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm
go
going to be
to-
forced to bet that.
Go to boxing, type in on Google boxingfightodds.io, and that will pull up all the boxing line movement for this card.
Oh, beautiful. I will do just that. Brizzy, thank you so much for your time, my man, and thoughts and angles and action. Billy Brisbane will be joining us on our live stream tonight. Let's do a quick review of all action. Nordy says, damn, you guys still going, eh? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Let's review all action here. Pig Milk play of the day is Southern Indiana -2. He says he'd take it all the way to -6. He's also on Temple +5.5, Tennessee Tech +2.5, UT Martin +3. Stacks play of the day number 1, William and Mary -8. Number 2, it's Stafford interception. Dizzy Donut Fresh Maple Bars play of the day is all Rams. Rams. We'll be talking about it here. We'll be talking about it on our live stream. Kirill Kaprizov goal for Slatsy at +111. Gotta get all this action in. Gotta take a deep breath, stay calm, and get all this action in. We have Bobano on the over 6 in the Oilers Bruins game. Is that line? I can do this on my own. I don't need to put you guys, but I'm very, very interested if this line has it was -130 when we did this show. So the line did move 15 cents towards the Boston Bruins. Has it moved even more is the question. And no, it's come back a little bit. That's what I want. I'm going to be on the Edmonton Oilers here. Then we have, I'm on the under 6 at -117 in Chicago, Montreal. I'm also going to add the Habitant. And then Bobano on the draw in Blackhawks. Habs, he's also on the draw in Pittsburgh, Ottawa. He's on the draw. He's on the Sens team total over 3.5 and Pittsburgh, Ottawa over 6. I'm going to take the Sens. I think that we press down on the throat of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Then do I move on the Kings first period? God, it's just a sickening thing to have to do. But I think I will be doing that. Bobano on the over 5.5 in Kings Lightning. I'm on the under 6 at -118. I'm adding the Capitals. Bobano off that game, but he's on the draw again in Wild Jackets, and he's hammered the Flyers. First goal, first period +140. First period +115. First period over 1.5 -120. The over 6 -114. I would like to add them here. I just want to see if the line has continued to move towards Buffalo Sabres. The New York Rangers. I just want to fade the Blues so badly, but it's not being this great proposition for me fading the Blues, even though I don't think they're a good hockey team. Bobano on the draw in Kraken Flames. He's on the over 5.5 in Stars Sharks, and he's on the San Jose team total over 2.5. The prime cut from Sweaty Butcher is the Chargers money line at +120. We have Gorky on the Rams, Sweaty Butcher on the under 241.5 in Spurs Wizards. I'm gonna be right with him. Oh, and he's on the OKC Clippers under 224. Look at that. So I didn't even realize that when I was copying, but he's on those 2 unders where it's the double-digit favorite on the first leg of a back-to-back. And you guys know how much that hits for me. Interesting. So in the football game tonight, Troy on the Rams and the under 44.5. I'm on the Seahawks, and I got +1 at -115. Bobano and Spooner both moved on Seahawks money line -115, -120, respectively. And the first half under 21.5 and the full game under 44 for me. Then when we get into college basketball, both Spooner and I are on Jackson State. He got the 8.5. I got the 7.5. That's about to pop off here. HBCU Classic. Hampton, Jackson State. That's going to be fun. That pops off 29 minutes. Then Norfolk State. I'm wondering if I should move on that as well. That's Spooner's action. He's also on Davidson -5.5. I got Central Connecticut -5. Spooner on William and Mary with our guy Justin McKelvey. I got North Dakota +11. That line's moved against me. Spooner on UT Martin at +4. Wonder how far that line's moved and if I should still move on it. Spooner on Southeast Missouri State -2.5. He's on Illinois State +2.5. And I'm on Long Beach, Northside Long Beach, 3.5 -106 for the Long Beach State Beach. Shout out to MMA Locker Room, who's got AJ by decision here +350. Always copy and paste our guy MMA Locker Room's action and talking about his city, Long Beach. Then in NBA, we just reviewed all the action just a few minutes ago, so we don't need to hit that again. We can put a bow on the show. Jose, thank you for all that you do behind the scenes, my friend, all the hard work you do, and taking over for me on Thursday nights. The only reason I can cap the Friday card with some efficiency, which we've been doing. We've been hitting Fridays hard. I'm Amuniki, thank you. Thank you for supporting our guy, LJ. He's the man. We love capping with him, so thank you for that. None your business. Top set. Tommy Buns. Justin McKelvey, looking forward to cap with you tomorrow, my man, here live on the show. There is Nordy in the house. Elmore, San Francisco 49er, Crip Key, Kongs, Clips, Kent Davies, Gooey McDougal. Great to have Kyle Kerms rocking with us from the Sauce Network, MMA Locker Room, Chef Tony. Thank you guys for running with us. A Dizzy Coin. Thank you guys. That is our show for today. JM, thank you. Wager Detective. He's on Arkansas State. I get it. Time to put a bow on the proceedings. Top set. Much love to you, my man. Jose Bouquet, thank you for all your hard work. Nunya going to be on Pepperdine on the other side. It's going to be a fun one. Nunya, good luck with your action, my friend. Jose, could you please bless our action and lead us into the future, my friend?
Yes, Jimmy, I would like to report to you that my Chiefs future has lost. It officially was credited as a loss of one of my locals, so that was
Which
great.
future? Sorry?
My Chiefs to win the Super Bowl future that I bet, and they lost every single game after it felt. However, I have made another future.
Oh.
And I hate myself for making this
Okay.
one. This one makes me feel dirty. It's icky. It's gross.
Red Sox missed the playoffs.
No, go fuck yourself. But it's even worse than that.
Okay.
The news that Tarek Skubal is playing for the U.S. in the WBC has forced my hand. I have to bet the U.S. to win the WBC now. It's plus 150. They're the favorite. No shit.
Wow.
But it's disgusting.
Wow.
So I'm going to be on it. I fucking hate betting A, the big favorite to win something, and B, betting on the U.S. I don't like it at all. I'm sure sports books love when the U.S. lose, especially. But they have Tarek Skubal, Paul Skeens, and you guys might not think of him highly, but they also have Joe Ryan. They have the pitching. The U.S. is still cocky enough and stupid enough to run out a stupid MLB Network analyst to run their team. But at least this idiot got a run last time, potentially learn from him his mistakes. And Japan won last time, so they'll probably be a little fat and happy.
And you nailed that.
I did, yeah. And I will not forget the Philadelphia Phillies shortstop. We won't forget that game either. But
old Tutti.
Yeah. We don't. I still haven't said that guy's name.
Yeah, just call him old Tutis.
No, I hope nothing but worse things for that guy. But yeah, U.S. to win plus 150. This whole long rambling thing, I fucking hate it, but I bet it. So whatever.
I'm proud that you can finally say nice things about the country that loves you and takes care of you.
All right, we'll see if that's facts here in a few weeks. We'll see. We'll see if all that remains true here in the next few weeks.
Just before you say a final goodbye, Von Polo, we are thinking of you and the Von Polo family. Prayers and love to your dad, and let's get through this and get him back healthy and rolling with you guys. And our thoughts are with Julian Cesario, who will not be able to come to Pubapalooza, open heart surgery coming up for our friend Julian. And then our thoughts, of course, are also with Kong's Clips, the 5-year anniversary of losing his mom. Won't ever get any easier, but we love you so much, and we love capping with you. You three gentlemen lead by example in our community. Very thankful to have you guys as friends, and we'll all be thinking of you guys as we move forward. So love to all of you guys. Jose, take us home, my man.
Yep, shout out to you guys. Good luck, everyone. Let's go make some money tonight. And good luck. And let's Jay, those bookmakers.